Good morning and welcome along to Silverstone for the 2024 Waterhays Trophy. And it's Sunday, so it is finals day, but there's lots to do before we get to about 3:30 and the grand final. Coming up very shortly is the progression race before around 10:15, the last chance race. And then the semi-final at the semi-finals at midday, and then from around 2:30, the three finals lining up to the grand final. So lots to look forward to, as well as support races here at Silverstone from the Historic Sports Car Club, from Monoposto, and Ginetta Junior as well. People already in the grandstand overlooking Brooklands, one of the big overtaking opportunities on this Silverstone National Circuit, which hosts the Waterhays Trophy, as it has done for over a couple of decades. Let's see if we can have a look at the circuit that we were racing on today. So the Silverstone National Circuit starts on the run down towards Copse Corner. A great overtaking opportunity into Maggots and Beckett's, the hairpin that takes you back down the Wellington Straight, the massive slipstream opportunities in Formula Ford racing up to Brooklands, into Luffield, and then the run through Woodcote and to the checkered flag. It's a great circuit for racing, particularly for Formula Ford, the Silverstone National Circuit, with 6 turns over the course of the 1.64 mile layout, which has hosted the Waterhays Trophy ever since 2002, after the first year on the Grand Prix circuit, and since 2003 we've had this knockout format that we have today. There's lots of spectators getting ready for our first race. My name is Joshua Barrett, alongside me is Matt Sucklin. And Matt, after an intense day yesterday, it's only going to get more entertaining today, I'm sure.
Certainly is, yeah. It was a fantastic day yesterday. Good morning, everyone. And we're looking forward to what should be an even better day today, because, of course, we've gone through the heats of yesterday. We've built ourselves up to day 2. And what's to come very shortly is going to be our first race of the day, which is going to be the Waterhays Trophy progression race for those who had dramas yesterday or didn't quite have the speed to get themselves through. So they'll be hoping to get through that and then head into what will be then the last chance race a little bit later on this morning. And then, of course, just before the lunch break here at Silverstone today, we have the 2 semi-finals to look forward to. But yeah, as you said, Josh, this is all building to what should be a fantastic crescendo towards the end of the afternoon. The BRDC grandstand, you can see there, will be absolutely full as we head towards the end of the day as well. And we'll have further racing to look forward to from other categories here who are having their final races of the 2024 season as well. So everyone's waiting with bated breath for the cars to head out for the first race of the day. And when they do head out, it's going to be an action-packed afternoon and morning to look forward to.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a full day of Silverstone finals, as it originally was known. But as I say, over the last 20-plus years, it's been the Waterhays Trophy that has ended the season here at the home of British Motorsport. A venue that's changed so much over the years in appearance, not just on track but off track, as you can see now with the new Escapade Village that's overlooking Beckett's. There was a few people yesterday making the most of the balconies there to watch the Formula Ford action. If you weren't able to follow the action yesterday, the 4 heats we had were won by Andrew Rackstraw, by Chris Middlehurst, Michael Eastwell, and Rory Smith. So they've not got to worry about these early morning races. They will be looking forward to those semi-finals, starting from the front row of the grid for those 2 semi-finals coming up just before midday. But we have, for those who had problems yesterday, particularly they're out in this first progression race. So anyone who didn't finish inside the top 18 in the heats yesterday or in this progression race, I think they will all proceed through to the last chance race, but the order they will line up at the back of the grid from 21st onwards in the last chance race will be decided in this opening race, which will be over 10 laps. And then when we get to the last chance race, we'll have an over 30 car grid. And that's where everything gets a little bit more interesting, I think. And the top 20 from that last chance race will be on the final 5 rows rather, of the 2 semi-finals. And then when we get to the semi-finals, there's no more chances. You have to finish inside the top 18, and whichever position you finish in that semi-final, you will start on that row for the grand final. So it's now 9 o'clock here at Silverstone. And you see the marshals getting into position, so I think that probably means that the cars will be released from assembly in just a moment.
Yeah, we can hear some engines being fired up in the background, so they'll be heading onto the circuit very shortly. Here they come for the first of their races today. A little bit chilly this morning, but for November, it's probably one of the mildest Walter Hayes trophies we've had in recent years, but it does just feel a little bit colder than what we had at the start of yesterday morning.
But it's not wet. Which,
it's not.
Which is usually the case for this meeting. It's 10 degrees at the moment, which probably actually for 9 o'clock on a November morning isn't the worst thing. It's not too windy, so it perhaps makes a difference to the slipstream. As you can see, there's great different shapes of Formula Ford, because Formula Ford's been in existence since 1967 with the same rule set. So there's cars of all ages, and later there will be finals for those older cars as well. But the cars then will go immediately onto their green flag lap. They don't stop on the grid before the green flag lap, being led there by Michael Fitzgerald, who will be starting from pole position in the BM Racing Medina 2023 car, but some much older cars on this grid as well. Just see a couple of the late 1970s, early 1980s cars that are also taking part. That's one driver to watch, David MacArthur, who is the poleman of the teammate of the poleman. Let's have a look at the full grid though. So it's Michael Fitzgerald on pole in the BM Medina. Alongside him is Damien Ditchfield in the oldest car I think on this grid, the Alden Mark 8. On the second row is Dominic Shepherd, who's in the Martin Stretton Racing Van Diemen, alongside Alan Slater in the Swift Cooper Nike. On the third row, we have Jan Magnussen, the four-time Le Mans class winner and former Formula 1 driver, and he is driving the GT Motorsport Van Diemen RF78 alongside James Hadfield in the Simon Hadfield Motorsport Run Medina. On the fourth row is the Brazilian Isaac Canto da Silva in the Team Dolan Van Diemen, alongside Cal Bennett, who drives a Van Diemen RF80. On the fifth row of the grid, we have Stephen O'Connor, who is in the Team Dolan Van Diemen RF90, the Irishman who had a couple of incidents yesterday, and David MacArthur alongside the BM Racing Medina, he finished inside the top 10 at the Formula Ford Festival a couple of weeks ago, and Adrian Lassac, the only Frenchman here, is at the back of the grid in the HTT Motorsport Van Diemen RF81. So that is the cars that we are expecting. They're coming up to line up on the grid now. So maybe not as many cars as we've had in this 9 a.m. race as some previous years. There's less jeopardy than we've had before. So everyone should proceed to the last chance race. And this race basically determines who starts 21st on the grid. The cars at the front of the grid are those who finished last in their heat, and then the cars at the back of the grid are those who retired. So basically it generally means the slower drivers are at the front and the faster drivers are at the back. So the opening lap of this race, we will see a lot of position changes, I suspect. As everyone knows, they will go straight through. You'd think they will be cautious, making sure they don't get involved in an instant, because the last chance race is only an hour away. They can't afford damage in this race because they need to get through into that last chance race, and then that's when it gets very busy, trying to come through from the back of a 30-plus car grid. Green flag at the back, so this is 10 laps of the Silverstone National Circuit to start Walter Hayes Trophy Sunday here at Silverstone. The 5-second board has been shown by the start line marshal. Then the red lights will come on. When they go out, 10 laps of race will get underway. Pole position on the right-hand side of your screen is Michael Fitzgerald, the much older Elding alongside. The lights have gone out, and away they go. There's James Hadfield darting to the inside in the Medina. Through the middle is Jan Magnussen, who was uncompromising yesterday. It's four abreast in the middle as Michael Fitzgerald from pole, I think, will be last by the time they go out of the first corner. But for the lead, is it Magnussen that's gone through? I think it is. So Jan Magnussen leads. Isaac Canto da Silva, who got taken out here yesterday, is second. On the inside to get third is Cal Bennett in the RF80. James Hadfield around the outside of Damien Ditchfield goes fourth. Just behind him is the Team Dolan older RF90 Van Diemen, driven by the Irishman Stephen O'Connor. But Jan Magnussen in the older car won't have quite the straight line speed of the newer machine, which is Isaac Canto da Silva. The Brazilian will take the lead into Brooklands, Matt.
He certainly will, yep. Jan Magnussen had a great fight yesterday in his pre-final and runs second place for now, which is good for him. And already the top two starting to stretch their legs over the rest of the field. But we'll see if we can have some more moves from those a little bit lower down, who would normally not find themselves down there, but looking to make their way forward and just make their way through safely this race today. Because as Josh said, we've got an hour or less before they're back out onto the circuit. So Cantor de Silva leads the first lap. He's about 0.3 of a second ahead now of Jan Magnussen, and there's just over a second between them and that third place car of the 127 machine, which has come from almost the back, Stephen O'Connor at the minute. So he'll be trying to chase them, and he might want to take a few people with him as well.
And Stephen O'Connor's car had to be fixed overnight after a crash in his pre-final. David MacArthur goes up the inside with a similar Medina of James Hadfield to go fourth. David MacArthur, he started 11th. He was involved in the incident with Isaac Canto de Silva yesterday. James Hadfield comes back out of the tow. That's the car that Michael Moyers raced well here 1 year ago. Stephen O'Connor has caught the top two. So that's Van Diemen RF90. Stephen, I think, having his first outing in the Water Haze this year. Then David MacArthur, he's trying to close them in now. His brother was on the podium yesterday, Tom, in one of the heats. Then James Hadfield coming up next in 5th position. Those two look like they're going after the top three at this stage. So you've got a 21st century car leading a couple of cars from the 70s and 90s, so showing the different eras of Formula Ford. And Stephen O'Connor goes down the inside of Jan Magnussen to go second, and O'Connor impressively going quicker than Canto de Silva at this stage.
Certainly is, yep. So we've got this great fight going on for second place, and as they turn their way down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the third time of asking, as they accelerate now on towards the Wellington Straight. And it's getting a bit of a group now for second place, as the man out front, Isaac de Canto de Silva, tries to pull away. The Brazilian, who now resides in Florida, has got a little bit of a healthy margin. So what he'll be hoping to do is making sure those three behind start to scrap and hold themselves up so he cannot be challenged. But David MacArthur now through into that third place, which means Jan Magnussen drops down into a 4th position. But of course, with him having an older car, he probably won't be too unworthy of being down there, because he knows that these modern cars are a little bit quicker, although as we saw yesterday, Jan put up a great fight as David MacArthur now tries to go for second place. Down the inside line, he will try and go on Stephen O'Connor. They're going to be very close in towards Copse Corner. They're going to brave it out, but Stephen O'Connor round the outside will for now hold on to that place.
Yeah, Stephen O'Connor's uncompromising driving style keeps him ahead, so he's there in second. Hadfield has now got Magnussen too. Jan Magnussen, who's in a replica livery of his 1992 Formula Ford Festival winning Van Diemen. The Duckham's worked Van Diemen livery as it was back in the day. This is an older car, a 1978 car that he's driving today. So David MacArthur's having another go at Stephen O'Connor now, heading down towards Brooklyn. This is on the outside line, but O'Connor, in a car that's about 20, 30 years older, was staying ahead for a moment, but MacArthur has got round the outside into Brooklands on lap 4 of this race. So he's up into second place now as they round Luffield. Up front, Canto de Silva getting away, the 17-year-old who made his racing debut just a year ago when he turned 16. So across the line they go. See, Adrian Lasacca's pitted, so a problem for him. He should, though, be in the last chance race regardless. I presume it's a problem rather than him decided there's no point going any further in this race. We shall see if he's out in that last chance race. But for third in this race, James Hadfield is alongside O'Connor, but can't quite get through there, Matt. But that's, again, a much newer car. That's a 2023, I think, Medina, up against the 1990 Van Diemen of O'Connor. Yeah,
Hadfield looking to do the cutback there. He got a good run onto the Wellington Straight, so he might be side by side with O'Connor as they come under the bridge for what's going to be the 5th time of asking. It's all about straight line speed as well here at the Silverstone National Circuit, but it's going to be O'Connor who has the preferred line down towards Brooklyn, so he'll hold that position for now. But Hadfield continues to push as they turn away in towards Luffield, and still not too far back there is Jan Magnussen, so he'll be one to watch in the closing stages as we come up to half race distance now. Quickest on circuit is the number 15 machine, which is David MacArthur. The man who started at the back of the grid has currently done a 102.610 as the fight for third place does continue once more. O'Connor still on the inside, Hadfield trying this time on the outside, but he wasn't quite close enough, with a couple of car lengths between the two of them as they turn in towards Copse.
Yeah, James Hadfield, the former professional ice hockey player, still trying to grab third position, but he's unable to do it. Probably the first time he's raced against Stephen O'Connor, who brakes really late for Beckett. He, I imagine, could be someone that could go a bit like Canto de Silva and MacArthur. Both of these could be drivers that make it all the way to the final, which would mean they will be in at least 4 races today. Hadfield's on the inside of O'Connor, who brakes late and stays ahead. So he's driving this 1990 Van Diemen really well. There's Magnussen then, Jan Magnussen, who raced for Stewart in Formula 1 in 1997 and 1998, which could have been the last time he raced here at Silverstone, because then he went on to race for Corvette Racing, which mainly raced out in the States, of course, and won Le Mans for Corvette 4 times in the GT divisions. And he's got a great view, Matt, of this battle for third position that continues.
It certainly does, yeah. So giving us plenty to talk about right now as O'Connor and Hadfield work their way once again back down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Nothing to choose between them. I don't think they're massively losing time to the cars ahead. Well, yeah, last time through actually they were a second slower, but not too far adrift, to be fair, at the minute. And as we said, you've just got to make it through this one unscathed, so you can get yourself into that last chance race to try and then progress in towards the semi-finals a little bit later on today. Hadfield again has a brief look to the inside, but O'Connor once again has that covered. He has a bit of a lock-up though, does O'Connor on the left front, but manages to get through unscathed. But Hadfield is definitely pushing him all the way around this circuit at the minute, and time is now starting to run out because they're heading to the completion of lap number 7. They're going to have a few laps still to go, and Hadfield again does get a good run on towards the start-finish line. He tries to tuck to the inside on this occasion. They're going to have a drag race once more down towards the first corner, and can Hadfield on this occasion get through? No, he can't, because Stephen O'Connor is still there.
You know, O'Connor sort of places his car in the middle of the road, doesn't he, down the pit straight, which means to go on the inside, Hadfield's on a very tight line into Cox, which at this point of the day I don't think Hadfield fancies, and really late on the brakes into Beckett's every time is O'Connor. You can see that I think James Hadfield's been around for a long time. He's been around races ever since he was born, with his father Simon having raced and running cars all that time, and James, I think, realising at this point of the day there's no need to take risks. But what about for the lead? Because a gap which was over 2 seconds has been coming down. It was a second at the start of the lap. At the end of the day, it doesn't hugely matter if you win this race or not, because it's about starting 21st or 22nd for the last chance race. But for Isaac Canto de Silva and David McArthur, this might be the one chance to actually get a race win today, so it's something to go for, Matt.
Certainly is, yeah, and David McArthur continues to be quicker as well. Another fastest lap of the race there, which was about 0.4 of a second quicker than the man who still continues to lead. So Isaac Canto de Silva is still out front by just over half a second as it stands, and as he pushes on down towards Maggots and Beckett. To be fair, Josh, this is not a bad race to be in, because it gets you started for the day, gets you a bit of practice out there with the conditions, whereas those who are in the semi-final, as we said, have to wait a little bit later. These who make it through, of course, will then be into another race before the semi-final, so it's plenty of practice before the finals.
Yeah, I'll let you drivers tell you what they think about being in this race. They may tell you something a bit different. These two drivers had a battle at the Formula Ford Festival, because Isaac Canto de Silva finished 10th, and one position higher was David McArthur, who finished 9th in the Formula Ford Festival 2 weeks ago at Brands Hatch. They're in the opposite order at the moment. It'll be interesting here to see if McArthur tries hard to get past the leading car on this last lap. De Silva in the Bernard Dolan run car, Bernard who raced back in the 1980s in Formula 4. David McArthur in the Medina, one of the latest generation of Formula Ford 1600 cars run by BM Racing. And McArthur is having a go. He's looking on the inside through the Maggots kink, but that giving the outside for Beckett. Of course, it was McArthur who made contact yesterday at this part of the track with Canto de Silva, which eliminated both of them. So they may not particularly be overly friendly after that. A bit further back, there's a good battle as well. We just saw a glimpse of Cal Bennett's Van Diemen RF80. He's involved in a battle with Ben Tinkler. But for the lead of the race, for the first victory of the day for the Waterhays Trophy Sunday at Silverstone, looking to the outside was David McArthur. He's again looking to the outside through Luffield. He's very sideways, so that suggests he is having a go at trying to win this, but maybe a little bit too late. But it is going to be a nose-to-tail finish for the progression race here at the 2024 Waterhays Trophy. It's a race win then for Isaac Canto de Silva. It's second place for David McArthur, just a quarter of a second pretty much separated the two of them. James Hadfield has got third. He got past Stephen O'Connor towards the end. Jan Magnussen will come home in fifth. And they're sort of the 5 quick drivers that we had in this progression race after retiring yesterday. We'll wait a little bit before the best of the rest. That was the battle between the two historic cars of Cal Bennett and Ben Tinkler. Bennett was ahead at the end of Ben Tinkler, who's out in a Lola this time. And then in 8th position, I think, will be Damien Ditchfield. 9th will be the car of Dominic Shepherd, and then the final car to take the checkered flag will be the car that started at the front of the grid, and that will be for Michael Fitzgerald in his first outing at the Waterhays Trophy this year. So he takes the flag, and we lost Adrian Lassac after just a couple of laps to the pit lane, but that starts Waterhays Sunday here at Silverstone. Everything will build up over the course of the day and get more intense, that is for sure. But a race that 10 of the 11 that started got through safely, and a win for Isaac Canto de Silva then by a couple of tenths of a second. Here are the results then. So the Van Diemen driver took the win by 0.22 of a second from MacArthur. James Hadfield was third and Stephen O'Connor fourth. Former Grand Prix driver Jan Magnussen was fifth ahead of Kel Bennett and Ben Tinkler. Damien Ditchfield was eighth ahead of Dominic Shepherd, and Michael Fitzgerald, they were the 10 finishers. MacArthur got the fastest lap with a 1:01.7, which was a chunk quicker than anybody else went during the course of that race. So it's got good pace, so that's a good way to start off the day. And then the one retirement was Adrian Lassac in his Van Diemen RF81, so maybe work to do for him if he's going to be out in the last chance race, which is coming up in about an hour's time. So the next Waterhays Trophy Formula Ford action in about an hour's time for that last chance race. And we will look to build up to that over the course of the next little while. There's Isaac Canto de Silva on the left, just being congratulated by David MacArthur, who realises you can't put a hat over a helmet. And there's James Hadfield, who came home in third, just next to his father Simon, the long-time motorsport preparer and very quick driver in his own right. But an interesting race to start the day. A good battle good battles up front, which is good to see at this stage. And Matt Suckling is with our race winner, Isaac Canto de Silva.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yep, down here with our race winner, Isaac Canto de Silva. Isaac, you can now have your trophy for the progression race, so well done to him. He'll get his photo taken, and we'll have a quick word with him as well. Cracking race. I know no one really wants to be in this race, but you did well to win it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get back on the right foot after an unlucky heat. Couldn't really do much about that, but just push on forward for the semi-final now. I think I'm going to be starting 21st, so I have plenty of work to do. So.
Yeah, you do, but David MacArthur was there with you, giving you a good bit of pressure to push you on.
Yeah, he was. When he started catching me towards the end, I was like, oh, I've got to start upping my game now. So, yeah, it was fun that we got a little last lap battle, but I'm happy I won. Any position counts, so.
And apart from the disappointment yesterday, you're looking forward to today and kind of moving yourself up towards the front?
Yeah, it's just more work to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, yeah, just onward now to the semi-final.
Good stuff. Well done, Isaac. Congratulations on the victory there. Let's go over here and grab a quick word with David MacArthur, who finished in second place. David, a bit like Isaac, you don't really want to be in this race, but is it good practice for what's to come for the rest of the day, or is it a race you'd rather sit out and kind of get more things done to the car?
It's a double-edged sword, really, because I'm lovely and warm now, but you know, the tyres have had another 10 laps taken out of them, and the engine and all the rest of it. So it's, you know, if we go all the way, which we hope to, it's a long day, isn't it? But yeah, it's good fun, and fair play to Isaac for good defence at the end there. Another lap I think I'd have had him, but
the times were coming down. You were getting quicker and quicker there, and the gap was coming towards you. Were you just playing it safe towards the end, maybe, or did you want to go for it?
No, I think it's a balancing act, isn't it? I definitely wanted it, and I tried a couple of times, but you know, it is in the back of your mind. It's Sunday morning. Let's wait till the afternoon. We're both through. We're both driving reasonably well, so yeah, let's see what happens in the next one.
You've now got the last chance race to try and get through, and then hopefully get yourself into that semi-final.
Yeah, I think is it top 18 that go through, so it's going to be tough to get through them all, but we'll give it a best shot, and the car's working well, and I'm feeling pretty good, so see how we go.
Good stuff. Well done, David. Congratulations. And then we'll head over here to grab a word with James Hadfield, who finished third within that progression race. James, well done. Third place there. Were you happy with how things went?
Yeah, reasonably happy after what happened yesterday, so it's not bad.
And in terms of the race, as we said to the other guys there, I know it takes things out of the tyres and the car, but it's a little bit of practice this morning. You get your kind of head in the right mind.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it's just more seat time, which is a good thing.
And in terms of what's to come for the next few races, you of course want to make it through the last chance race and then try and work your way even further forward in the semi-finals.
Yeah, ideally the ultimate goal is just to try and make it to the final. So yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Good stuff. Well done, James. Congratulations on your third place there. So there we go. Our first race of the day has now been ticked off, and all of them make it through to our last chance race, which is coming up in around about 40 minutes time. So do stick with us for that, but do stay with us as well, because we're going to have a wander down the pit lane in just a few minutes to try and find some drivers and find some thoughts as we head into final day here at Silverstone for the 2024 edition of the Walter Hayes Trophy. But for now, we'll hand back to Josh and we'll get ourselves ready in the pit lane.
Thanks, Matt. So, absolutely, we've got two support race qualifying sessions before we continue with racing action with that last chance race for the Walter Hayes Trophy. And all the cars that we've just seen will be starting at the back of the grid for the last chance. And the grid will soon be formed by our timekeepers. But basically, whoever finished 14th in the heats yesterday will be starting at the front of that last chance race. So that should be Gavin Wills, Gaius Ginn, Jake Shortland and Jack Blyhaven, but particularly the drivers we've just heard from there be looking to come through from outside the top 20 on the grid to work their way really to the front of that last chance race over 10 laps, so they can have the best possible grid position for the semi-finals. But they will have to start from 27th back, everyone that does make it through that last chance. And then the semi-finals, there'll be full grids of 36 cars where the top 18 go through to the grand final. And whichever position you finish in is which the row you start on for that. For now, here at Silverstone on the circuit, we have one of three support races that we will see over the course of the day. A double header for the Monoposto Racing Club, which will have two 20-minute races, which they will be contested in the Tiedemann Trophy, so there is a championship to be won at the end of the day for these competitors. For single-seater race cars up to 2 litres, lots of Formula 3 cars will be in this, but some bike engine cars, some Formula Fords of different ilk to the 1600 Kent engine cars we've got out in the main Walter Hayes Trophy. You've got Zetec engined cars and Formula Ford 2000 Pinto engine cars on that grid as well, so that's to come up a bit later. And we'll also have qualifying for the Historic Sports Car Club Allcomers race, so that'll have a huge variety of cars. We'll talk about that a bit in a moment, because I think Matt Sucklin had found somebody to talk to in the pit lane.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, we're down here in the pit lane with Melly Yang, who joins us here at Silverstone. Melly, very warm welcome. I know it's not that warm, but it's England, so what do you expect? Welcome to the Walter Hayes Trophy. How have things gone for you on day one?
Yeah, day one is pretty good, and we went. Yeah, the second race we just finished pretty good and making progress. That's most important. Yeah.
And why did you want to come and race here at Silverstone in the Walter Hayes Trophy?
Just try to get more track time and learn in the race. Yeah.
And what experience have you had prior? What have you kind of raced in before this?
Last year I was racing in the GT Cup for the McLaren Artura GT4. Okay. Yeah, in Donington Park. Yeah, with Michael together. And this year we are just doing this Formula 4. Yeah. So 2 weeks ago we were in Brands Hatch. So just getting a hand on the car really to keep making progress. That is very important. I having Michael supporting and the team is very important as well. Yeah.
And Michael's a great man to have on board. He's a good supporter and a good coach as well.
Yeah, my parents are watching in China, and really hope this afternoon we can make another big progress to the race. Yeah.
And how are you kind of going with your pace? You happy with the speed you've got?
Yeah, I feel like the first corner course is always being hard to me, but I just try to do the best I can and really go the barrier I have in the mentally. So try to push on the corner and brake later and try to feel the car better. Yeah.
Good stuff. And Michael O'Brien, who is here with us as well. Michael, we saw you out a few months ago at Brands Hatch, of course, in British GT, which you've done for a few years now. Nice to see you here at Silverstone. How are things going with Melly?
Yeah, so far so good. It's always a bit frantic at this event, obviously, with all the heats and the progression races, but she's doing a really good job so far. So it's nice to see the consistent progression and yeah, working towards our goals. So everything so far has been good.
And a question for you as well, have you ever done the Waterhays Trophy?
No, I haven't, and everyone says every year, like, I should do it, so I'm going to say it again now. I'll do it next year. You heard it here first. And yeah, I'd like to try and do a number of the races as well. Like, if I was to try and do it, maybe try and do something like a bit different, like the Col Hamer, the Cesar, things like that. So yeah, I'll be on the grid next year.
Yeah, so if anyone's out there and's got a car that Michael can have, please give it to him. He's going to be an exceptional talent going forward for the Waterhays Trophy in the future. As well, Michael, you just said to me there's no rain here at Silverstone, which is very unusual for the Waterhays Trophy, but what do you reckon Melly can do later on today?
Well, I think if she just keeps progressing how she is, I think we're in with a really good chance. We're racing other people now, which is really nice, and her lap times, her consistency is getting better all the time. She's got her 2 signatures for the weekend, so it's kind of job done from that perspective, and hopefully now we can just have a couple of good races to round out the weekend.
And Melly, in terms of if you make it to the final, what would you be happy with in terms of a result?
I think the most important is very focused on myself, and I really want to be better with this car and just keep driving. So yeah, really also very appreciate for all the sponsor and giving me the opportunity to be raced. Yeah.
And are you looking to race in the UK next year with us?
Yeah. Good.
You can't say anything yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, Melly, Michael, thank you so much for your time. Good luck this weekend, and we'll catch you all later. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Cheers. So there we go, Melly and Michael, who are with us this weekend. It's nice to see them with us. So they're situated in the big garages we have here at Silverstone. We've got some of the Monoposto cars in the pit lane, which are currently out there on circuit doing our qualifying session. We'll dip into that if we need to, but we're just going to see if we can grab anyone else. There's a lot of cars, but what we normally find is the drivers aren't really about, because they like to get themselves ready, like to prepare for the race they have coming up. So we have the KMR Sport team down here, but I don't think there are any drivers that I can grab here at the minute, so we'll carry on down. We might have to come back to KMR, but we've got a wealth of experience in that garage. We've got Andrew Rackstraw, who did well yesterday and has done well in recent years at this festival, so he'll be one to possibly have a word with a little bit later on in the weekend. Michael Eastwell's car is there as well, which was a heat winner yesterday, so Michael will be looking for another good result out of this year's Waterhays Trophy. A few more cars there, but once again there's no real drivers, unfortunately. You can see the number 20 machine of Charlie Mann, who won a United Formula Ford 1600 race earlier on in the season. That was at Snetterton a few months ago. One of the cars just been pushed back into the garage there. As we can see, some of the more historic Formula Ford cars, they're just having their work done, a bit of tinkering going on as it stands. So you've got James Colburn's number 80 machine, and quite a lot of work going on with the Josh Fisher car, but as we understand, that one will not be taking any further part in this weekend. And actually, we might actually just go back to Josh on that one, because he has the news which he brought us yesterday about Josh Fisher, and he can probably just quickly update us on that, and we'll try and find a few drivers we can talk to down here in the pit lane. So for now, very briefly, we'll head back up into the box with Josh Barrett.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Yeah, so we saw there, I think, the team getting the car ready to put back in the truck, Wayne Paul for Josh Fisher, who was yesterday involved in a couple of off-track altercations with a couple of different people. And in the UK, Motorsport UK, the organisers have a race with respect policy with how you should act out or, when you're at a race meeting, and Josh Fisher's actions were seen to not be within that. So he has been excluded from the meeting. I think he's had his race licence suspended as well. So therefore we won't be seeing any more of Josh Fisher over the course of this 2024 Waterhays Trophy, a former podium finisher here at the event. But Wayne Paul Racing have got lots of other cars, as we just saw from Matt in that garage. They'll be hoping for a better result than what they had yesterday, I suspect. Qualifying continues for the Monoposto Racing Club. They have 6.5 minutes their qualifying session to go. These are the fastest cars of the meeting, with Formula 3 cars making up the bulk of the front of the grid. Currently 54 second lap, the quickest lap in this qualifying session, set by Tony Bishop's Volkswagen powered Dallara F30811. But some interesting cars out there as well. Let me just throw in the background a ZTEC powered Formula Ford, which has got wings on it now. So you can sort of got an open regulation set from the Monoposto Racing Club, allowing all types of single seaters. And this is sort of the ethos of the support races here at the Waterhays Trophy. Is you have this sort of all-comer feel single seater race, and we also have which will be qualifying after this, an all-comers closed wheel car race. Yesterday we had a pre-1990 historic race. Today it's for all-comers of all ages, branded this year as the Ecos Italia Border Challenge, and with a massive variety will be coming up later on. Their race will be this afternoon, the longest race of the day at 25 minutes. From Renault Clios and MGBs up to sports cars such as a Chevron B8 and even a Ford GT40 will be taking part in the next qualifying session, which will be qualifying for the Historic Sports Car Club All-Comers Closed Wheel. One more support race as well, which will be for the Ginetta Junior Winter Series, and that will be coming up after the last chance race, with the build-up continuing here at Silverstone for the Waterhays Trophy in that last chance race. And in the pit lane is Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, we've managed to find Team Dolan's Jason Smith, who's just chilling out in the garage, making sure he's all ready for the race, which is come for you very shortly, Jason. We know you did well yesterday. Everything went well overnight. You're looking forward to today?
Yeah, no, definitely looking forward today. Definitely going to go for that win. We know we have the pace. The car wasn't at its best yesterday. We make a few minor adjustments, and we definitely have the pace today to challenge.
So it's now just a kind of waiting game for you, isn't it? Because we've got races going on, we've got the progression race, we've got the last chance race, but you're safely through. You're in the semi-final, you're ready to go. What are you looking forward to in that one? Of course, you want to make it through, but what would be a good result for you?
Yeah, anywhere on the front row, really. First or second, I don't really mind. I know the plan is, again, just to work with Rory like what we done in the heat and just pull away and then battle in the last couple of laps again, because I know me and Rory, it was such a good race. Me and him got out of the car and we were laughing with each other and everything like that. But no, it's good when you can have a clean race with Rory, and we're both really similar on pace, engines-wise and everything, so it's just down to the drivers.
This is a really good circuit though, isn't it, for Formula Ford racing? We've seen it for many, many years now, but it produces that close racing that everyone wants to see.
No, definitely. With the mechanical grip, no wings, no slicks, you can follow so close, and it's just, you can bump draft really. And no, it's just about racecraft really. When the pace around here and the toe, it's just about racecraft, where you position your car in the last couple of laps to win.
It's a bit chilly this morning, I have to say. It's probably a little bit milder than what we've had in recent years here at the Waterhays Trophy, but how's that going to affect things today? I'm sure you're probably used to it.
Yeah, no, back in Ireland, this is what it's like all the time, so no, yeah, but the only thing, engines will be running good at their best, and yeah, tyres shouldn't overheat or anything like that because it's so cold now, but we'll wait and see, can't wait.
Jason, good luck. I'll let you get back and get your preparation ready, but good luck for this afternoon.
Thanks very much.
There we go, Jason Smith down here. Here's Isaac DeCanto Silva's car. He's just come back into the garage after his previous race, which of course was the progression race. And I also just saw that Jan Magnussen has worked his way back into the garage as well. So we might have a quick chat with Jan. Of course, his son Kevin Magnussen is racing in Brazil this weekend with Formula One. So Jan, I'm sure, was happy with that result. And just look at the car; it's a wonderful car. You've got the Duckham's livery, which has come back into motorsport in recent years. It's been made famous once again on all the cars in different championships around the UK. Jan Magnussen is just having a quick chat. Jan, if we can just grab you very quickly. We are live, but nice to have you here in the garage, and you've just taken part in your first race of the day, and that wasn't too bad, was it?
No, it was great. So obviously I can't really do anything about the more modern cars, but good start, and I'm having fun. There's no real fighting this time because it's just about, you know, improving our chances for the last chance heat. And so like yesterday's race was fantastic, all-out battle the whole way. But now we made it through this. We had some issues yesterday. They're still here with the engine, but we're trying to fix it. I think we have a fix. So yeah, we're just improving all the time. I'm getting to know the car better and better, absolutely loving it. So much fun.
It's a short turnaround now, though, isn't it? You've got to get the car ready for the next race, which is literally about half an hour away. So you're going to be straight back into that car very soon.
Yes, it's great. Fantastic.
And of course, it's your first time here at the Walter Hayes Trophy. We know you're a Formula Ford regular, and of course, you've won the festival many, many years ago. But you enjoying being here at Silverstone for this trophy?
For sure. And it's definitely not the last time.
And in terms of the next race, of course, that is the last chance race. So I'm sure you really want to make it through.
Yeah, we'll do whatever we can. Obviously, this car is in the Col Hamer trophy race. But if we can have more racing today, that'd be great.
And of course, you have your own final to look forward to. If you do make it through to the Walter Hayes Trophy final, you have the other final to look forward to as well this afternoon.
Yeah, well, there's loads of great racing ahead today. We'll do the best we can, see how much we can get.
And very quickly as well, I did catch F1 qualifying yesterday on Friday, and Kevin wasn't very well. Is he all right now?
Well, he's back home. So
okay.
Unfortunately, he's not in the race this weekend. He must have drank something or ate something and got really, really sick. So they put in Ollie Behrman, which is his job. So, but I'm sure Kevin's hating being back home in Denmark.
Well, best wishes to him on his recovery. Best wishes for you this afternoon as well.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Jan Magnussen down here in the pit lane. So he's got now the car to get ready for his race, which is not too long away. This is the thing, isn't it? With the races we had thick and fast this morning, with the progression race, the last chance race, and then of course those who made it through yesterday with the heats will be straight through to the semi-finals. So they have much more of a relaxed morning coming their way. But yeah, just a few changes by the looks of it being made on the car, a bit of a charge of the battery as well by the looks of it. So yeah, Jan Magnussen just having a quick look at his watch while we were talking to him, just to make sure he knows when to jump back into the car and when he needs to be back into the assembly area as well. So that's Jan Magnussen. Let's head further back down this way. I think we did catch Rory Smith a few minutes ago, and Jason Smith was just talking about a good fight that he had with Rory yesterday, very clean between the two of them as well. That's Stephen O'Connor's car, you can see. So that's Stephen who again is just taking part in the progression race, and again just a few modifications being done to that to set it up for his last chance race a little bit later on this morning. You can see all the teams just fettling away with everything on the car and making sure they're all ready to go, because every little small tweak you can make to the car is very important indeed. So let's head back on down and see if Rory is still standing by, because as we said, he was just kind of hovering out the front of the garage, and it'd be nice to catch his thoughts overnight as well about how things have gone and what he's looking forward to for the rest of the day as well. Monoposto qualifying has come to a close by the looks of it, so they are now heading down into Parc Fermé. We've got one more qualifying session to come today, which is going to be for the HSCC Allcomers, which was a fantastic race yesterday, and I'm sure will be another great race later on this afternoon. Let's go back to Kevin Mills' race. There's David MacArthur's car. It's not David MacArthur in the car though, so we've just spoke to him a few minutes ago after that previous race. Oh, hello, let's have a chat to this man. I can't shake your hand, sorry, we are live, but come and join us. What's your name, sir?
Michael Fitzgerald.
Michael, nice to have you here at Silverstone. How did day one go for you?
Day one was great, came back with 4 corners. I'm not too worried about fastest lap or trophies. I'll take 4 corners back any day.
It's I've understood this event is quite prestigious and that lots of people want to win it. They don't leave anything on the table, do they, out there?
No, this is the Grand National of motorsport. This is the Grand National of Formula Ford. You have the top dozen guys, you have the top dozen triers, dreamers like me, and we're all in the field. And when you go to A3 for the Grand National, everyone goes there with a dream, and everyone here is with a dream. Some have better dreams, some have small dreams. I'll take a small dream today.
But how did you go in your heat yesterday?
Great, yeah. Brought 4 corners back, qualified for progression today. I think the Formula Fords are like X-Wings, so hopefully we take on the Death Star now in the next race.
So you got to make it through that progression race, the last chance race, to get through into that semi-final. You got high hopes?
Yeah. So I'm here for mileage. Like, competitive mileage is better than any test day. And seeing everyone here, like the marshals, yourselves, the photographers, scrutineers, everyone has a job here today. Like, everyone's bringing their passion. So like we're all here, like the most passionate people in the UK today. So like let's all enjoy it and get involved together.
Yeah. As we've been saying, a bit chilly this morning, but there's no rain, which is a positive thing, surely.
You should see some of my ex-girlfriends, they were fairly frosty.
Nice one, Michael.
I know.
Where's your car, by the way?
Down the back, number 6. Do you remember the TV show The Prisoner? Probably before your time.
Probably.
Number 6, I'm not a number, I'm a free man.
Okay.
It was a major show in the 60s. Before I was born too.
Do you want to show us your car and have a little look around? Would that be all right? I don't know if our lovely camera guy can come in a little bit further. I think we've just got enough scope to come in. We'll hear word if we can't. But yeah, give us a. Oh, I love it. Look at this. We talked to you on the grid or the assembly area yesterday, didn't we? About your wonderful role in sci-fi movies and stuff like that. What have you actually done? Give us some more background on what you've done previously.
Okay, so I started acting in Home and Away in Australia back 10 years ago plus. And then I did a small part in Game of Thrones, and I always played like goons or cops, kind of the same character really. And Stormtroopers then is like our own sci-fi series based in a shed in Cork. We film in volcanoes. I filmed 20 metres underwater in a Stormtrooper suit. Low budget stuff. I'm my own stuntman.
Yeah.
And we're racing this weekend just to promote the film and to promote all the skills that in the film I can bring, or making a film, I can bring to the racetrack as well. If you look around you, like you see like all the prep here, BM Racing do a first class prep in the cars, like, every mechanic's on a spanner for the day. That's the same as having like a camera guy on a film set or a props guy. Everyone's busy. You can see BM, everyone's fed, watered, sheltered, you know, that goes a long way, you know. So it's a great atmosphere. Like, I'm really lucky to be in this garage.
This is your first Walter Hayes Trophy, as we know. What are you finding it like? We know motorsport is a friendly game. There's lots of lovely people, as you said. Everyone gets involved. Everyone wants to be helping and doing what they can to make you do a better job, and you have a good time.
Yeah, and it goes back to our roots too. So I was very lucky to race in Australia for a couple of years, in Ireland before that. And you go to Australia, the Formula Ford scene is phenomenal, very competitive. Same cars as here, the Kent engines. No, they have the advantage of the weather and the sunshine, so you can really push dry settings. But getting to, say, racing brands 2 weeks ago, which is like the Gold Cup, and the Walter Hayes Trophy today, which is like the Grand National, like you're in the greasy conditions, nice and dry. Walter Hayes deserves a little bit of top running. But if you look around you in the garage, you've got Rory, you've got Tom, you've got Dave, you've got Drew, you've got Nigel behind me. So like the mark is set, the standard is there. I just have to reach for the stars and just keep climbing and concentrate and focus and try and stay on their gearbox, and maybe that will feed into next year.
If you don't mind, Michael, just take us very quick, come around here and join us this side and just take us through the cockpit of the car, because it's quite basic, to be fair, isn't it? There's not a lot that goes on, but it must be a fantastic place to be, right down in there, low to the ground.
I think the most important is our data engineer, Grace. So she pulls up all the data so I can't lie and make up stuff that didn't happen. But the AM dash is pretty useful, so that's very useful for tracking your time as you're going through a round and you up and down what you've done before. You can see Dave on the back gearbox there. Dave Bailey is a top-class Top Gun from the Northwest in his own right, so he's got phenomenal experience. So he's making sure the weight's evenly distributed and so our dampers are at the right setting. So there's no excuses for me. I've got the top-notch guy in spanners today.
And to be fair, Michael, as well, the car looks immaculate. You've kept it very clean this weekend, which is always good.
Well, it's easy because Andy and Dave did the shining. So BM race. This is a BH23. The B stands for Brickles. The H stands for Stephen Hardy, who's over on Rory Smith's car. Those two guys are based up in Clitheroe in northwest England, near Manchester, near Preston. And those guys are so enthusiastic. Steve, who's pumping up the tyres in Rory's car at the moment, has his mother ringing him twice a day going, what's going on? So I think Steve here has the biggest showbiz mom of all of us, but that guy is so passionate about his car. And Andy, if you see going around, marshals everybody, and you know, everybody's got Andy behind them, everyone has autonomy, but like the cars are immaculate, the people are in good form, and that's just a measure of the garage and the team.
Michael, thanks for your time. I'm going to let you go because I know you've just had a race. You've got another one coming up in about 20 minutes. So you need to get yourself sorted. You need to get in that car. You need to get it to assembly. You need to be ready to go. So good luck.
Thanks very much and have a great day. Enjoy the final.
Thanks, Michael. Much appreciated. Great to catch up with Michael, who's made his way through that progression race this morning. Another man I've just spotted is a man behind our lovely cameraman, which is James Beckett, the man pretty much that puts all this together, the man who's done all the hard work. James, come and join us. We've been trying to catch you. Well done on another so far successful Water Hayes Trophy. Yesterday's action was absolutely fantastic. We didn't really have a breath to have to enjoy any break because we didn't want it, because the racing was fantastic.
It's a brilliant advertisement for Formula Ford. Each year the Walter Hayes just delivers time and time again, and yesterday was brilliant, and today, you know, we've started the day with the progression race and we're building up through now to the stages where people start leaving the competition. We never want to see them go, but that's the way, the nature of the competition. You move on and you want to reach the grand final.
And you've done another grand job to get everyone here. We've had over, I think, 100 cars enter for this weekend, which is testament to you to bring all these cars together on the Silverstone National Circuit for a great event.
That's kind of you to say, but it's not just me. I mean, it's a big team effort to get this to work, and every year the Hayes just has that kind of feeling. It's the time of year, it's the end of season. People have a roll of the dice for that one last go, but it is such a coveted award now that drivers from around the world want to win it, and it's a real mark onto their own CV, so long may it continue.
We saw that in the racing yesterday. There was kind of no one leaving anything on the table. They all went for it, whether it be a heat or a progression race or what's to come, the last chance race. They all want to be there. It's a really, really prestigious award to win.
For everybody, it's the global, it's the Six Nations, it's the FA Cup, the Ashes of Formula Ford racing. It's the one big event, and they've been here all week. Testing started on Wednesday, arrivals in the paddock on Tuesday. It's 3 full days of testing, manic racing yesterday, and the whole aim for the whole paddock is to be one of those 36 cars that make the grand final. But there are also finals for age-related cars, so no matter what age of car you drive, there is a chance to have success here, and that's what makes the event so good.
And that's true, because yesterday we had the 2 pre-finals, the Col Hamer trophy, and also the Cesar one as well, and they delivered plenty of great racing. So we've got the 3 finals to look forward to towards the end of the day. All of them are going to be action-packed.
Silverstone was really well known for Formula Ford racing in the 70s and 80s, and those type of cars in the Col Hamer race, and then in the Cesar Memorial, you know, they are the halcyon era of Formula Ford cars, and they add a lot to an event like this, because being able to mix against modern cars in the full competition, but also rewarding those drivers with their own finals. It's one big Formula Ford community.
It's going to be a great afternoon. I'm sure you're looking forward to it as always.
I look forward to it, and I'm worried about it, and I'm sad when it's all over. But let's keep the event moving smoothly for everybody, and look forward to a good afternoon.
James, well done as always, and all your team, well done.
Thank you very much.
There we go, James Beckett, Motorsport, who puts this together, as he said, with all of his team as well. So nice to hear from James this morning. Right, we know we've got another qualifying session on the way. So what we're going to do is we're going to very quickly hand back again to Josh. I think we're going to dash over to the assembly area, because very shortly all the Formula Fords will be heading there, and it'll be a better chance for me to try and grab some drivers rather than hunting around a garage. So we're going to head to the assembly area, but for now we'll go back to the box with Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Matt. The cars for the Historic Sports Car Club Allcomers qualifying session yet to head out onto the circuit. A grid, though, has just been published for the last chance race that is coming up, and we're expecting 30 cars in it, with the top 20 going through to the semi-finals. I think we must have had one withdrawal because Isaac Canto da Silva, who won that previous race, he's going to start 20th rather than 21st as we expected, but it will be Jaap Blijven who will start on pole for the last chance race coming up in about 20 minutes time or so, and perhaps we'll hear from him with Matt Suckling once the cars make their way to the assembly area. So he starts on pole after finishing 4th in his heat yesterday, and he drives 1988 Reynard. He's a double winner of the Ginetta Junior trophy, so a quick driver is Jaap Blijven, and alongside him will be Gavin Wills, and Gavin Wills in a later Van Diemen, the 2002 Water Hayes Trophy winner, so a winner of this event in the past, but he's starting on the front row of that last chance race coming up. Then you've got Jake Shortland in an older Lola, and Craig Curry in an even older Crosley. So just showing the difference of ages of Formula Fords on those first 2 rows of the grid come that last chance race. We'll see something like 35 years of difference. But it'll be those drivers towards the back of the grid that will be working their way through. So a very entertaining race coming up shortly for that last chance to get into the semi-finals for the Waterhose Trophy. But as you can see, cars are on the track for the Historic Sports Car Club closed wheel Allcomers, and diverse is sort of underplaying it, really, isn't it? The differences in cars that will be taking part in this race, which will be the final race before the three finals this afternoon, a 25-minute encounter prior to 2 p.m. It will be followed by the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy, the Col Hamer Trophy, and then the Waterhose Trophy Grand Final at the end of the day. So sort of a nice afternoon slot for these competitors of cars of all ages, and it should make an interesting race. We had an interesting race yesterday for the pre-1990 cars. Some of those are back again, and then some more modern machinery, including a number of Alfa Romeos you can see in your screen there, will be taking part in this. We mentioned Ginetta Juniors. They are our other support race that we haven't seen yet this morning. And the final round of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series will follow the last chance race for the Waterhose Trophy. So we've got 3 groups of support races, and to sort of split up all the Formula Ford action to give competitors the chance to get ready for their next race. One car just going through your shot there, the Ford Escort clone Special Saloon, was on the podium yesterday in the pre-90 race. Steve Barnard's low to the ground Escort, big lock up there from 56, which is one of the BMW M3s, which is a late entry, I think, not on our original entry list. So people becoming part of this event all the time. There's a gorgeous Alfa Romeo 4C, one of the latest generation of Alfa Romeo sports cars, driven by Silverstone instructor Steve Deeks. Just behind Graham Bryant in his Rover V8 powered Morgan Plus 8. Graham, long time competitor at Silverstone over the years, and his son Ollie, I think, just up the road in a Ford GT40. So perhaps we're trying to see that in a moment, because it's great to have such a car taking part in this event, and it's going to be driven rapidly. Just at the back of your shot there, the low slung 1960s iconic Le Mans sports car. I think Ollie Bryant was racing this at the Spa Classic just a few weeks ago, with his dad just behind him in shot there in the Morgan. So great to have a Ford GT40 on this grid. And traditionally, the Sunday here of the Waterhose Trophy has had, there is the GT40 driven by Ollie Bryant, has had BRDC members taking part in races, and Ollie Bryant is just one of those. I think the door has come open on the car, so he's having to head for the pit lane to sort that out. But you can't really get more iconic than a Ford GT40, so great to have that here, and hopefully all is well for him come the race later on. But lots of Alfa Romeos part of this, many coming from the Alfa Romeo Championship, or Mito in there. BMW M3 there, driven by Gavin Dunn. He was a winner here 1 week ago at the 750 Motor Club Championship finals, where he won the BMW Car Club Racing Championship finale. So getting lots of track time here at Silverstone towards the end of the season. But yeah, we look forward to this race a little bit later on. There's Steve Deeks, who's another driver that's raced in the Alfa Romeo Championship this year. He won here at Silverstone in the spring. He's currently 3rd quickest, in which is actually a very competitive qualifying session. Just 0.15 of a second separate the top 3. Steve Deeks across the line there, 3rd quickest. But quickest of all is Barry McMahon in his Alfa Romeo Giulia, former Alfa Romeo champion as well. Got some hatchbacks there just going through, a Metro and a Peugeot 205. And in total, there are 33 cars taking part in this qualifying session. And you've got cars, I think, from the 1950s all the way up to the modern day. And it's become tradition really for the Waterhays Trophy to have this all-comer feel prior to the Formula Ford finals. And this type of race has always been part of this meeting, either with the Silverstone closed wheel all-comer races or with the Historic Sports Car Club run races, as we've got this year. Last year, Will Shriver and Frankie Wilder won the equivalent races. And it's going to be a very, very busy circuit for 25 minutes of racing come this afternoon. But with just 8.5 minutes of this qualifying session to go, means we're only about a quarter of an hour or so away from the last chance for the Waterhays Trophy, with 30 cars set to take part, 10 of those drivers being eliminated from the competition, with just the top 20, which will be going on to the back of the final 5 rows of the semi-finals. The semi-finals coming up prior to midday here at Silverstone, and those last chance race and the 2 semi-finals split by the support races from the Ginetta Junior Winter Series and the Monoposto Racing Club. Good to see Ollie Bryant back out there. We just got him going through short. And then just behind a Peugeot 205. I think very rarely those 2 cars are in the same race. There's Ollie's dad, Graham Bryant. A multiple historic race winner. I think with Ollie at events like Goodwood and the Spa 6 Hours, the most illustrious of historic motor races. There's the Escort Saloon going through. 6th quickest, I think, today for Steve Barnard in 10. He was 2nd yesterday after a really close race with a Sports 2000 car, which isn't here today. Got Ford Mustang, see there as well, which is Keith Wyman's Boss Mustang, with a great big V8 powering that. Just ahead of him, you've got Richard Ford's Alfa Romeo 156. And this qualifying session then will continue over the next 7 minutes or so. As I say, we'll see these cars race a bit later on, and we'll give you full information prior to that and talk you through that race in full. But very shortly we'll be heading, I think, down to the assembly area, because cars are heading there now for the last chance race, which is coming up. And Matt Sucklin's going to see how many of those drivers he can catch up with.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, down here in the assembly area, looking out over the wonderful Silverstone National Circuit, where we're seeing all those magnificent cars from the HSCC Allcomers race, which we'll have a little bit later on for you. For now, though, cars starting to arrive down here in the assembly area, and the first one we're going to talk to is going to be Alex Fors, who is just having a bit of a readjustment in terms of the cars, making sure everything's good and everything's as it should be, making sure he can see everything on his dial as well. And while they carry on doing that, we'll have a quick chat with Alex. Alex, nice to see you here at the Waterhays Trophy. Was this planned or a last-minute thing?
Bit of a last-minute thing. Yeah, thanks to Graham Ridgway, Tom Wheatley, and Terry for making this happen. They've given me the budget to come out here, really. So yeah, last-minute thing. Looking forward to it.
You start in a fairly good position for this last chance race. Of course, the aim for you is to try and remain in the top 20 and get through, but I'm sure you'd love to win it.
Yeah, I didn't know where we were starting until TSO uploaded it this morning. So yeah, just going to make the most of it. More of a test session, really, to get up to speed for the Col Hamer final. Had a few niggles with the car, but hopefully they're all sorted. Looking racy at the end of the pre-final yesterday. So yeah, hopefully make some positions up in that.
It's nice to get out though first thing this morning, isn't it, before the semi-finals get underway, to get a bit of practice under your belt and make sure you kind of know how the car's handling and make sure it goes well for the rest of the day. Yeah, definitely. That's why we're out in this one, just to get up to speed after last night and yeah, get cracking on. So what's the aim then? Are you going to try and go hard and get through it, or are you just going to play it safe? Well, you take any opportunity that we make for ourselves out there and make as much progress as we can. Good stuff. Well, and Alex, good luck for the race as well. Thank you very much for your time. So Alex, who starts towards the front of the last chance race in his Van Diemen racing machine. We're going to go a little bit further back, and we're going to firstly try and have a quick word with Ben Sims, if we can, who is probably about midfield for this last chance race. So we'll see what Ben Sims has to say. He's just another man who's having a quick chat with his his team members, making sure everything's fine, and hopefully he'll be happy to have a chat to us before the race gets underway. Hi Ben, nice to see you here. How's it going so far this weekend?
Yeah, we've had a few issues. Friday we blew an engine, but then we had a misfire in the actual the heat. So we're working our way forward, but the car's running really, really well now. The guys at Wayne Pool Racing have done a fantastic job, swapped the engine out, sorted the misfire out, and we're on full speed now, so it's all going well.
It's a wonderful event, isn't it? The Walter Hayes Trophy gives you a chance to get out there, have a little bit of a play before the end of the year, try and win a prestigious event at the same time, but have some really good racing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's fabulous. Being in a historic car as well, we get to do an awful lot of racing, so it's absolutely fabulous value for money. I can't think why I've never done it before, to be honest, but it's one I always come and watch. So to be asked to drive in it as well with Wayne, it was a great opportunity, and so I'm really, really pleased. It's looking good.
And how's your season gone in the historic championship?
So we won the Classic Formula 4 Championship, so that's gone very well with my own car. So it's been going really well actually. We've had a really great year.
Right, here we go then. Last chance race coming up for you. I know you'd love to make it through at your first go. Top 20 isn't it where you need to be? So you're going to give it your all?
Yeah, I think as long as nothing goes wrong or we don't get tangled up, I think there's every chance of doing that. So yeah, good.
Good stuff, Ben. Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
There we go, it's Ben Sims then down here with us as we listen to some more magnificent cars out there on circuit. Let's head a little bit further back and see if we can have a quick chat with Sam Mitchell, who's in the zone by the looks of it. Sam, you're ready for this, you're geared up, ready to go. How's your weekend been so far?
Yeah, not too bad. I think this is the first time in 3 years I've been in the family Merlin. I'm usually actually in the car that Ben's in, but I wanted to have a go back in this one. Pace is good, but I think it just needs to be a bit more brave on the overtaking. But yeah, I'm very positive as to what we can do today. So yeah.
We've talked about this circuit, how much it lends itself to great racing. It's a perfect kind of circuit for Formula Ford, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's more with this is trying to stay out of trouble, which was really the aim for yesterday. Was really don't get tangled up with anyone, keep it clean for all to do today, and just be there or thereabouts place to be able to make some moves.
Talk about your car as well. It looks magnificent from the outside. What is it like to drive, and where's it come from?
Yeah, so Dad's had this since 2001, so used to race vintage cars, so 1930s cars. It's a Merlin, same as Ben's in front, Merlin Mark 20, and Dad had a big accident a couple of years ago, so it's just been restored, so I've got to be extra careful with it, really.
You're being trusted with it?
Absolutely, yeah.
And what would you be happy with from this, Sam? I know you want to make it through, but do you reckon you can make your way higher up the order?
I think off the start, I think we can get further towards the top 10. However, I know there's a few modern cars coming through, so if we can keep this position going through, then I'll be happy with that.
Good stuff, Sam. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
There we go, that's Sam Mitchell. The other cars we have down there, let's see if we can possibly... most of those cars actually came through the progression race, so we'll probably get to those if we need to before they head out. But let's go back the other way and have a quick chat, if we can, with Matt Smith, who is over on this side of the grid, and I'll see if I can just jump in for a quick chat. Sorry guys, I'm just going to come in for a quick word if I can and have a word with Matt. Matt, you're sitting here nicely composed, ready to go. What are you looking forward to?
Trying to get a good start. Obviously I've been at the back, I'm still learning. It's my sort of first Walter Hayes I've ever done,
okay.
So I'm still a novice, so yeah, but yeah, it's exciting to be up this far at the grid really.
The main question is, are you enjoying it?
Yeah, very much so, yeah, definitely, 100%.
What have you done previously to this?
About 4 rounds with the Super Classics with the HSCC. I just did Silverstone International at the beginning of the season, and then did Donington. Unfortunately, had the engine let go, and then I went to Brands, had overheating issues, and then come straight here. So not a lot really.
What made you want to get into Formula Ford racing?
We prep a lot of Formula Fords and single seaters where I work. So I work for Speed Sport Promotions. So we do a lot of historic racing. I just thought Formula 4 is the cheapest way to go racing for me, basically, and it's affordable.
Certainly is. You've got a great team around you. I know they were kind of helping you, looking after you, making sure the car's all good, and they're doing a good job so far.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, it's been good.
What would you be hoping for, Matt, in this one? I know you want to get through like everybody else, but what do you reckon you can achieve?
If I can hold where I am, just stay. But there's some quick guys behind me, so if I can get through, it would be really nice. If I don't, I don't. I think I'm going to be, well, it'd be nice to think I'll be sort of there or thereabouts to get through, but see what happens. It's still learning a lot, really. That's the trouble.
Doing a great job, Matt. Good luck, and I hope it goes well.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Matt Smith down here then, who's another new convert to Formula Ford racing, which is good. Let's hopefully cross back over without getting run over, and we'll see if we can grab a quick word with Nigel Dolan, who's in one of the modern Formula Fords, and let's see if we can just get his attention. Nigel, sorry to interrupt, just want to have a quick chat with you. You're sitting here nicely composed, ready to go. Talk us about how your weekend's gone so far.
Had a brilliant weekend.
Yeah.
It's gone really well. The only problem, made a small mistake in the heat and spun at Beckett's. I saw a hero moment, the opportunity to go down the inside of Jan Magnussen, but it unfortunately I then ended up spinning on the brakes and sailing backwards across in front of him. So apart from that, it's been a great fun.
So realistically, you should have the pace in this one to get yourself towards the front and make it through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, we're going to try. Yeah, I think it's top 20 that go through, so try not to make any silly mistakes again and yeah, make some progress. But yeah, it's been a great weekend, so really enjoyed it.
Yeah, you've learned from day one, so you hopefully no more mistakes on day two. But yeah, it's a great event, isn't it? How many years have you done this?
We've been doing it probably now for about 15 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we've done it in an 86 Van Diemen, and now we're trying to mix it with the younger kids in the more modern stuff.
What's your best result, Nigel, with this event?
We've never made it to the final. We've had a couple of near misses, but yeah, if we get through to the semi-final, it'll be brilliant. And then you know, the final should be great to watch from the grandstand.
Certainly will. Good luck. Hopefully see you there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There we go. Nigel Dolan then, as he said, he made a slight mistake yesterday trying to get down the inside of Jan Magnussen, which is not a bad thing to be able to say, is it? So we'll see how he gets on in this one. Let's have a quick chat if we can with Nigel. I just don't really want to interrupt drivers. Nigel, right to have a quick chat?
Yeah,
is that right?
This side?
Yeah, of course I can. Let's go round.
The gear plug in that side.
That's fine.
Not this one.
I'll shout. Nigel, nice to see you here. This is the, of course, last chance race, so effectively it's your last chance to make it through. But going well so far. You're quite towards the head of the order, which is good.
Yeah. We were a little bit off pace yesterday, but we've identified that. So our times are coming back to where we should be. So I've not got much of a problem with these guys.
That's a great thing, though, isn't it, about the Walter Hayes? You can have day one where you go through the heats, you then still have a chance on Sunday. So anything that's not quite right, you have a chance to kind of rectify.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've been here before. I've come from the back and overtaken 86 cars in one day. So I know what the Hayes is all about.
Yeah. We just spoke to Nigel, who's behind you. He's been doing it now for about 15 years. How many years have you done it then?
Oh, too many. 25,
really?
26 years.
Okay. But it keeps drawing you back.
Yeah. Well, obviously we did all the British Nationals back there in 2009, which we won and everything. Then I went to the Europeans. So I was out of it for 5 years, 6 years doing the European stuff. I've come back to the UK helping James here with Oldfield and yeah, just having a bit of fun now.
And do you enjoy racing the Silverstone National?
Yeah. It was always one of those things. But say, I'm 57 now, so I've got to start slowing down a little bit.
You're still confident though? You're making it through to that semi-final?
Yeah, I've still got my pace.
Yeah.
I know where we're going.
Good stuff. Good luck. Thank you.
All the best. Thank you.
There we go. Nigel Thompson down here. So as we said, he starts towards the head of the order. Let's have a quick chat over here with Henry Campbell. Again, just making sure that we're not going to get run over. Got the lovely Walter Hayes Trophy sticker on the side of the car as well. And Henry, all right for a quick chat? No, you're all right? Yeah? All right for a chat or not? No, that's fine, no problem. He's going to get himself ready. Leanne doesn't want to have a chat with us either. She's getting herself in the mix, which is absolutely fine. Let's go and have a quick chat with Gavin Wills, who finds himself on the front of the grid. We're not going to have too much longer by the looks of it, because I can see cars have now finished for that session. The course car is on its way in, so Gavin might not be ready for a chat either. Gavin, you're up for a quick chat? Yeah, perfect. Nice to see you towards the front of this the field. You've got the best starting position by the looks of it.
P2s, but yeah, a front row start has got to be helpful.
How did it go yesterday for you?
Not as well as I'd liked. I was a bit uncomfortable in the damp qualifying, but was going forwards in the race, got up to P10, then got a tap that turned me round at Luffield, dropped to 17th, got back to 14th, so I just missed going straight through to the semis, so a bit of work to do today.
But you have got the pace, because it was just an unfortunate incident yesterday that kind of put you out of it. But you've got the pace there, and you're looking to get through unscathed.
Yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed.
And for you as well, we spoke to a few down there that have been here for quite a few years. How many years have you done the Walter Hayes Trophy?
I can't quite remember. I've been out of the car for 16 years.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I competed in the early years, and then the last time I raced was 2007. So I've just come back to it this year, and yeah, so give it a go.
You're going to try and make it all the way to the final?
I'd love to. I'd love to get through. Yes.
Gavin, I'll let you go. The engines are about to be fired up down here because we are shortly to get the race underway for what's going to be the last chance race for the Walter Hayes Trophy. We have a full grandstand for the BRDC members and everyone who's here at Silverstone for this event, and we've now built up nicely to what's going to be a full day of racing. So all the cars down here ready to go. We're looking forward to this one. Are you? Because we're now going to get this one underway as the cars head out onto the track for the last chance race.
Cars then heading out onto the circuit with pretty much a full grid of Formula Ford 1600 cars for the last chance to make it into the semi-finals for the 2024 Walter Hayes Trophy. And as you can see, the grandstand's a lot more full than it was at 9 o'clock this morning, with a lot more interest into this race, because at this point of the competition we will start to lose competitors. The bottom 10 cars from this race will not be making it through to the semi-finals. The top 20 cars then from this race will make up the final 5 rows of the 2 semi-finals, which will come up in about an hour and a half time or so. It's around just under 11 degrees here at Silverstone. It's warmer than it has been some years at the Hayes, but it's not terribly warm. It's very overcast. But it's a dry circuit, so that means lots of race action. And let's have a look at how the grid will line up for this last chance race, with Jaap Blijven, the double Janet Cesar Trophy winner, on pole position in his Reynard, alongside Gavin Wills, who we just heard from, the 2002 Walter Hayes Trophy winner, returning this year in his Van Diemen. Jake Shortland on row 2, he finished 3rd in the Col Hamer last year in his Lola, and Craig Curry is alongside in his Crosley. On the 3rd row of the grid is Alex Fors, the runner-up in F3 Cup a few years ago. He starts alongside Leanne McShane, who's having her first out at the Hayes in the Furman. On the 4th row is Dave Parks and Henry Campbell, they're both in Reynards. On the 5th row is Nigel Thompson, we heard from, the former club Formula Ford champion. He's alongside Jeremy Kane, and then Nigel Dolan and Luke McShane on row 6. On row 7 is Ben Sims, this year's Classic champion. He's alongside Matt Smith. Sam Mitchell is on row 8 alongside Peter Hannum. On row 9 is Gavin Buckley and Melly Zhang. And then on row 10 is Neil Hunt. And then Isaac Canto de Silva, the winner of the progression race. He starts 20th. David MacArthur and James Hadfield on row 11, with Stephen O'Connor and Jan Magnussen on row 12. Row 13 sees Cal Bennett and Ben Tinkler ahead of Damien Ditchfield and Dominic Shepherd. And the final 2 cars on the grid will be Michael Fitzgerald and Adrian Lesac for the 30-car last chance race. And the cars making their way to the grid, with probably the quickest of the drivers going from 20th position back. Isaac Canto de Silva, David MacArthur, James Hadfield, Stephen O'Connor. They will particularly be looking probably to be at the front of the field by the end of this 10-lap race here at Silverstone for the last chance to make it into the semi-finals, with Jaap Blijven then making his way up to pole position, which is on the right-hand side of a shot. On the previous shot, left-hand shot looking behind, the left-hand side of the circuit for Jaap Blijven from pole in his 1988 Reynard, having won the Janet Cesar Trophy for 3 1993 cars in the past, and therefore will be rapid. We just heard from Gavin Wills with Matt, who has had a couple of problems yesterday. Gavin, who back in 2005 was a star of the Midlands champion, but he's been out for so many years, the 4-time Castle Combe champion, the winner of this event back in 2002. When it wasn't a knockout competition, it was the final year before it became a knockout competition. It used to be part of the Silverstone finals weekend for Formula Ford Kent engine cars. So Gavin Wills, could he end up on the podium in this race? It's quite possible, I'd think. He's in a 2000 Van Diemen. The rest of the field starting to line up now as well. Got multiple historic champions on this grid too, including Ben Sims, who we heard from, the 2013 champion, Sam Mitchell just behind him, so they'll both be looking to make it to the semi-final as well. And then, of course, not forgetting Jan Magnussen going from 24th, the former Grand Prix driver and 4-time Le Mans class winner. Not all the cars are there, though, by the looks of it. From the second row of the grid, Craig Curry is missing in his Crosley. Sometimes at this point of the competition, some of the historic drivers elect not to do the Waterhays Trophy races and focus on their own finals coming up later on, which is dedicated for ages of Formula Ford, so for pre-1982 cars for the Col Hamer and pre-1998 cars for the Janet Cesar. But I think pretty much everybody else is there keen to get into those semi-final positions. The green flag at the back, 10 laps of the Silverstone National Circuit. The top 20 is where you want to be by the end for this last chance race. On the right hand side of your shot there, get a good start from pole position for Jaap Blijven. Everybody's got away okay, it seems. And then looking out for those quick drivers from near the back. Gavin Wills, though, goes for the lead. So it's been a long time, I think, since Gavin Wills has led a race here at Silverstone. But he's doing that now. You can see Stephen O'Connor around the outside at Copse Corner trying to gain progress. But it's Wills from Blijven. In third is Jake Shortland, side by side for fourth. On the outside there is Alex Ford, making good progress on the inside, though. Is 148. Dave Parks in the Reynard. The Irishman coming through well there. They head on to the Wellington Straight for the first time. We see Neil Hunt in the middle in his Mondial, but it's Gavin Wills, Matt, that leads the way heading down towards Brooklands.
Yeah, and we've got those towards the back as we saw out in the progression race. So they've had the experience this morning, trying to carve their way inside that top 20 as best as they possibly can. But for now, Gavin Wills off that front row leads the pack through. It's going to be hotly contested. We've got one off onto the grass. In fact, one stop. That's Canto Silver, isn't it? I think that's been hit and collected, and a car there with probably no wheels left on it. So
that's Meli Zhang that's hit him, I'm afraid, in the Merlin. But yeah, Isaac Canto didn't want to be in the earlier race, and this time it's gone very badly for the progression winner, and it's been clobbered unceremoniously. So I suspect this race might be stopped. We'll see what happens though. But it's Gavin Wills who led at the end of the first lap. From Jaap Blijven and Dave Parks. You can see there's not very much left of the Speed Sport Merlin. Ben Sims up the inside of Leanne McShane. Around the outside goes Jake Shortland. They are going to get a red flag. I thought they would with that incident over there between Brooklands and Luffield. And yeah, the Speed Sport shop just outside the venue here at Silverstone, the Mike O'Brien team. But I'm afraid their Merlin has been very badly damaged in that incident on the approach to Luffield. So we knew at this point of the weekend, everybody, that is Meli Zhang out the car, isn't it? So that's really good news, because that car, which is, 50 years old, is very concerning when you have an incident like that. So that's very good to see her out of the car. Hopefully Isaac Canto de Silva is okay as well. And yeah, we thought at this point of the competition, everyone's going to be pushing hard, and you could tell, Matt, on that first lap, people were looking to progress very quickly.
Yeah, it certainly was. We didn't really see what happened to Isaac. Good to see that the other driver is also out in the car as well.
That's Henry Campbell, who's the third person involved. We saw him spin, didn't we? There's Isaac Canto de Silva, who for the second time this weekend's got a corner off the car. But in a slightly different incident to yesterday. So 3 drivers involved. I think Henry Campbell's was separate, wasn't it? So he spun to the outside, and then we saw Isaac Canto de Silva had spun in the middle of the track, and then he got hit by Meli Zhang. So that's 3 more cars out of this competition. At this rate, perhaps everybody that finishes this race might well be going through to the semi-final, because I think we had 2 that didn't start of the 30, and then we lost 3 in that instance. So we're down to 25, and it's 20 cars that proceed. But really, it's Isaac Canto de Silva. That's the big name who's gone missing, a driver who I would think would have made the grand final, all things going well. But he had an incident yesterday where a wheel came off the car after contact, and for the second time, a corner has been broken on the car in what was a pretty violent incident, really, over there on the approach to Luffield, which is really good, Matt, to see all the drivers out of their cars.
Yeah, that is always the main thing. So drivers now clear of the cars, and it shouldn't take too long to recover them. They're quite easy things to lift, a Formula Ford, so they'll be hauled away. Whether any of them get back out for any further racing, probably not, because they're out now, aren't they? So
for Henry Campbell, because I don't think his car's damaged, is that he... well, it's showing up not as a historic car. Well, I thought it should be, because it's an older Reynard, so he might get out in one of the historic finals. Meli Zhang would have done, but that car is, I think, pretty destroyed.
Yeah.
Speed Sport have got other cars, but I imagine that they may bypass that opportunity. And yeah, certainly for Isaac Canto de Silva, he's got no more opportunities. So that is his Waterhays Trophy done. And you say the last chance, there's one car for the pit lane. I can see just out my window. That's Peter Hannum's Nike. I don't know, perhaps because he will be out in the Col Hamer Trophy later, whether he has got caught up in an incident or he's seen what happened to that opening lap and thinks, let's save the car for a little bit later on. And there might be a little bit of a delay, as you say, Matt, depending on how quickly they can get cars away. So team members are allowed onto the grid because more often than not, you do need a team member with a battery pack to start these Formula Ford cars. And we shall see how long this race is restarted over, whether they try to do the full 10 laps again, or if it'll be shortened slightly, because it is a busy day. We've got 10 races still to come up today, 11 in total after the progression earlier, and with a fairly short lunch break as well in the timetable. But the Historic Sports Car Club, who administrate and run this event, they know how to get things back on schedule should we need to do so. So, as I say, we'll bring you that information once we have it. The problem is, Matt, because the positions have changed so much, everyone sort of appeared in sort of a random order to the grid, haven't they? So the grid marshals are working hard to work out where everybody needs to be for what will be original grid restarts. All those positions that changed from the first lap, we sort of forget about them. We go back to the original grid.
Yeah, so anyone who did well to carve their way through will have to go back to where they started. But yeah, only one lap had been completed, but back to an original start. So already up onto the front row has gone Gavin Wills. He was the one who made the best start to get himself into the lead as they headed through across the line. We still don't really know what happened to Isaac to be in the middle of the circuit stationary, whether he got collected into he was stationary. And of course, it's one of those things with so many cars in this race and everyone fanning to avoid, there's always going to be normally one that doesn't see it until the last minute. And unfortunately for Melly Zhang, she was the one who collected Isaac. So those two cars, as we said, pretty much damaged beyond repair at the minute. And Henry Campbell was kind of off on his own, wasn't he? He was out wide, maybe too much speed carried in towards Luffield, and that flung him off onto the grass. Whether he caught the barrier, I'm not too sure in the end, but he is one who will try and restart. We'll have to wait and see. But gradually, the grid is being reformed as we've got most of them there. But as we said, not too long to be recovered these cars, because Melly's car is already on the back of the flatbed. Isaac's is down here behind the other one. That will be lifted up shortly, and Henry's car might be able to be towed actually.
Speedport build a strong Merlin, don't they? Because to have a early 1970s car go through an accident like that and the driver be able to get out by themselves is really good to see, because we've seen big historic Formula Ford accidents in the past where that's not necessarily been as easy of a case as that. So is there just one corner left perhaps on the Merlin? Is both the front wheels missing and the rear right? So that is a hugely damaged car, probably one of the most damaged Formula Fords I've seen for a little while. So that was more dramatic than we needed at this point of the weekend. But there's Gavin Wills, a 2002 Waterhays Trophy winner, twice a winner at the Formula Ford Festival in the Kent class, a 4-time winner at Castle Combe in the championship. But as he was describing to you, Matt, it's been a little while since he's raced one of these cars. He's had the best part of 20 years out, but coming back and sort of getting back into it.
Certainly is, yeah. So he'll be one to watch out for. Got the bit between his teeth, as we say, and he, as I said, got a good start ahead of Yap in that first encounter. He's now got to try and do it again, hasn't he? He's done it one time. He's got to do it for a second time now. So we'll see how he gets on with that. The other thing to say is Ben Sims, another man who has not done the Walter Hayes Trophy before, was absolutely flying, wasn't he, at the start?
Yeah, Ben's massively experienced. I don't know how many historic championships he's won now, whether that be in 1600s, in Formula Ford 2000. I think he's won Formula 3 championships as well. But there's sort of been this bit with the Walter Hayes Trophy that some of the historic people are a little bit worried about if their car gets damaged, which, okay, at the moment doesn't look like a great advert for that. But Ben Sims was saying about how much he's enjoyed being part of this. So it's 2 wheel corners that came off the Merlin. Perhaps helping that he's not having to drive his own car, that he's been invited to drive a Wayne Paul racing car. But yeah, he's super rapid, so although he's not done this event before, he certainly knows how to drive. And went the same in that pre-final yesterday for Janet Cesar Trophy. He came through the field really well, didn't he? I think got 4th in that, so he'll go off 4th tomorrow. And he's on one of the oldest cars on this grid, a Merlin Mark 20. It'll be about a 1971 car, something like that. So that's a car, 83 there, just in the background. We're talking about Ben Sims. So great to have him here, and he was enjoying it, wasn't he? And you say he's very, very quick as well.
Yep, and another man alongside him, Matt Smith, who is here as well for pretty much the first time. He's done a few races in Formula Ford.
And what he was telling you about who he works for, that's his Speed Sport whose car's just been wrecked, so he might have some work to do in the next few weeks to build a new car up.
Yeah, well, at least he's still in the race, which is good. But yeah, as you said, he might have some work to do for himself when he gets away from this weekend. But yeah, Matt's in a good position and will be liking to try and work his way through inside the top 20, which, as we said, is becoming more likely now with 25 cars remaining. Henry Campbell's car was carried away by the Land Rover in a unique way, hauled there as a bit of a boot lid. But Henry's car, I don't think, will be taking any further part in this one. So yeah, we are left with 25, and we've still got those towards the back which made their way through that progression race to look out for as well, because we know there's some quick pedalers in that one as well, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Just looking at Neil Hunt's Mondial there. Then you've got James Hadfield and David McCarthy, who you met earlier. So they're the sort of the two quickest left, aren't they, from the progression this morning. And they could be two drivers that end up on the podium yet and come through the field, because the concern at this stage with a red flag is if the race is shortened at all. There's Jan Magnussen on the left and Stephen O'Connor on the right. And Stephen O'Connor being run by Team Dolan. Bernard Dolan's squad, the former Formula Ford champion back in the late 1980s. And then more historic machinery towards the back. And at the very back, Michael Fitzgerald, who was a bit of a character, wasn't he, in your interview, Matt?
I didn't know one of his programmes, unfortunately. I was far too young. So, yeah, great for him to talk us through his career so far and his car as well, and all what the team do. As he said, it's a good team effort to get everyone in there. As we can see, the BRDC grandstand starting to fill up. As we said, by the time we get to the final later on, that will be absolutely full with people. But it's a prime position here at Silverstone. Great place to watch as the cars come off the Wellington Straight down through Brooklands and in towards Luffield. There's the BRDC Centre with those that are very much privileged to be on the top of that.
There's the Martin Stretton Racing car that's being driven by Dominic Shepherd. Martin Stretton, a massively experienced historic racer, and goodness knows how many races he's won over the years. He's not competing, but running one of the cars on the grid today. Got the Lola there, that's a Neil Fowler Motorsport run car. Neil Fowler himself, he was the first ever winner of the Walter Hayes Trophy back in 2001. But in 2001, the Walter Hayes Trophy was for historic Formula Fords, part of what is now known as the Silverstone Festival. Before that, the Silverstone Classic, probably back in 2001, it was the Coys Festival, and it was Neil Fowler who won the first ever Walter Hayes Trophy. But sort of a different sort of event now with this knockout format for all Formula Ford cars. And everyone just waiting, I think, really for the word for when the green flag lap will get underway. We'll have a green flag lap and then 10 laps of racing. You can see the different shapes as well there, couldn't you, of all the different Formula Fords of different eras, from late 1960s cars right up to modern cars. And you can, especially that Van Diemen on the left of Gavin Wills, much more pointy nose map than some of the earlier cars.
Yeah, so many different shapes, isn't there, of these Formula 4s. Whichever way you look at them, they've changed over the years, but you can see the more modern ones towards the front of the grid in the hands of Gavin Wills, as we said. But some of the historic ones are not massively slow, are they? It just depends sometimes who gets behind the wheel and pilots them, but they can be kind of up there towards the front as well.
Yeah, the driver makes the big difference. Generally, the older cars, because they're a bit more boxy than the modern machines, less aero friendly, it means they're not quite as quick in a straight line, and that's where they lose out as well. They're a bit softer suspension too. So in the wet conditions, which you haven't got this weekend, the historic cars actually come more into their own, and we've seen historic cars do very well in the Walter Hayes Trophy in wet conditions in the past. And probably the pre-93 cars like Jaap Blijven has got, and well, we saw others do very well yesterday, like Cameron Jackson, for example. I'm sure they'd certainly be making the grand final the quickest of those cars that race within the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy. They're just that bit more modern than the pre-82 cars that are in the Col Hamer Trophy. But as James Beckett was telling you earlier, Matt, that's really was the Halican days of Formula Ford 1600. So having those cars represented in their own finals towards the end of the days pretty important, and also they create some great racing as we saw in the pre-finals.
Yeah, definitely. We're looking forward to the finals a little bit later on, but if you weren't with us yesterday, the pre-finals were absolutely entertainment packed with lots of great racing very clean as well. We had a little bit of a red flag towards the start of the final race of the day for the Ginetta Cesar pre-final, but all in all we got through, and as we said, do stay around for them. We know we've got the Walter Hayes Trophy Grand Finals to look forward to, and unfortunately Jaap Belijven has, I think he just struggled to start, didn't he? He's had to be pushed forward to try and get a bump start, but he's now being pushed back into where he should be, but I think he still needs the push because it's not quite started.
Yeah, so when we got that shot, which we're going to get again, his car is replaced by a battery pack, which is a slightly
not a car,
slightly unusual image to see on the front row of the grid. Mechanic moves that. So whether Blijven's going to get into this race or not, very important, of course, Matt, because he won't be in the semi-finals if he doesn't make the start.
Yeah, this is the one, as we said, that we start losing people, so I'm not too sure where he's gone now, but hopefully he has started. If not, he'll have to be pushed back again, and we'll try once more, but Jaap is still struggling to get that car underway, so this could be a big drama for him. This is sometimes the problem when you sit there for a lengthy period of time and you're not in your garage to have a helping hand, but I think everything is now okay. So the countdown continues for what's going to be a green flag lap, and then, as Josh said, a full race distance to commence once again with 10 laps to look forward to of this last chance race. And there is Jaap, who goes off now on his own steam onto this green flag lap with Gavin Wills alongside. We've got the missing Craig Curry, as we know, from row number 2, so he will not be there, but apart from those that were involved in the incident at the end of that first lap, everyone is good to go.
Yeah, that's right. There's Ben Sims into the shot in 83. Probably one of the quickest historic cars on this grid, so we'll see what Ben can do in that Wayne Paul Racing Merlin Mark 20. There is Michael Fitzgerald, the filmmaker from Ireland, at the back in the BM Racing Medina. As he said, his aim is to get through as many races as he possibly can, and a chance of the semi-final is sort of getting a bigger prospect as more cars go missing from this race. And there's no other track in Britain, is there? Silverstone, the different landmarks around the circuit, and the Escapade Village on the run up towards Beckett's is the latest development here at Silverstone. On the inside of Brooklands, what used to be the Bridge Priory Complex on the old Grand Prix circuit, that's, I think, being turned into a karting circuit, so probably when we come here next year, Matt, the Silverstone will look even more different.
There's always development, isn't there? Every time you arrive at Silverstone, there's something else being built, and you can see cars almost 90 degrees to the circuit there as they try and get the best of those tyres up to temperature. So lots of weaving going on, but it's all important to make sure you have the right grip as you head down to the fast right-hander of Copse Corner on that first lap.
For a moment there, Jan Magnussen was just going completely straight, wasn't he, while everyone was weaving? It's that image, wasn't it? Kimi Räikkönen in a Grand Prix once when everybody was weaving about and he was just going straight.
Yeah. Does it make any difference? We're not sure, really.
What is it? He said, I know what I'm doing. And I'm sure Jan would say something similar. So it's what Jan Magnussen can do in the Van Diemen R78. It's been good to hear from him a couple of times already this weekend, and he's looking forward to his Col Hamer trophy final, isn't he? And I think you got a scoop with him as well, because it hadn't really been released what was wrong with Kevin. So I think you might have got so if any of the Formula 1 journalists were watching this morning, I'm sure they were quickly getting that onto the websites. And so we wish Kevin all the best. Hopefully he's better for the next Grand Prix, which I think is a few weeks away. But Jan Magnussen was saying he was loving it, and the other scoop was he said he's definitely coming back, didn't he?
There we go. Yeah.
He's after just one day, really, he's been loving it here. He did do the Formula Ford Festival a couple of years ago in a modern car, but now perhaps going back to an older car where there's lots of fun to be had and lots of racing to be had as well, as he's finding out over the course of the weekend. So cars returning to the grid here at Silverstone for attempt number 2 of the last chance race at the Walter Hayes Trophy. Just to remind you, it's the top 20 that go through to the semi-finals. They will start on the back 5 rows of the semi-final grids, and the semi-finals only about an hour and a quarter away or so. They'll be back-to-back a little bit later on, and that will set the grid for the grand final. But for now, it's to find out who starts at the back of those 2 semi-finals in this last chance race. The red lights will go on, then when they go out, 10 laps of racing will get underway around the Silverstone National Circuit with Jaap Blijven there on pole position. Everybody's got away, And down towards Copse Corner. Gavin Wills has done it again. So Wills leads. In second is Blyhaven. There is Ben Sims. He's just gone round the outside a free car through Copse Corner. He's going to see how far he can get up the grid. But it's Wills that leads. Blyhaven is second. Third is Leanne McShane. She's made a better start this time. Again, a good start from the Reynard there of Dave Parks. Then Alex Ford is up next. Then Jake Shawn. And then Ben Sims is 7th from 13th on the grid. So a great start from Ben.
Yep, certainly is doing exactly what he did first time round. And unfortunately one off there, the number 33 machine. So that's going to be Cal Bennett, unfortunately, who pulls to the side. So he's not going to get any further in this one. So we're down another one. And we're going to have a change for what's going to be 5th place because Ben Simmons has gone through. So another 3 gain, I think that is for Ben, as he enjoys his first time at the Walter Hayes Trophy. And he might get another one before this lap is completed, because there's a bit of a twitchy car ahead of him, which I think was Alex Fors, and Jaap Belavin has been passed furthermore by the 148 machine of Dave Parks, so he's now up into 2nd place. But out front, as we've got a double wave yellow down towards Copse Corner for that car of Cal, but Gavin Wills does come through as your leader once more.
Yeah, one's got to be pretty aware here that there are yellow flags waving, because of course there's some quick drivers still trying to progress through the field. So hopefully everyone saw the yellows. Then they can carry on racing with the greens on the exit of Copse. It's Wills then from Blyhaven in 2nd place, I think. Was it Parks in 2nd, wasn't it? Then Blyhaven 3rd, 4th is Fors, then 5th is Ben Sims. David MacArthur is 11th. So David MacArthur from 21st on the grid is up to 11th. There he is. He's just getting past Leanne McShane, who started the lap in 7th. So David MacArthur has made even more progress on the start of this lap. Here comes Ben Sims again. He's really good on the brakes into Brooklands. So he's up into 4th. He's ahead of Alex Fors, who's done a bit of GB3 racing in the past. Now on the outside of Jaap Blyhaven, who's won a couple of Ginetta Cesar trophy races here in the past. Sims can't quite get past him at this stage. But for the lead of the race, Dave Parks here going really well in the Reynard. He's going after Gavin Wills in the Van Diemen.
Yeah, bringing this gap down, isn't he? We've still got yellow flags at Copse, so he won't be able to make a move, nor will those behind in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, who are very close together. But still Jaap there ahead of what's going to be Ben Sims, and then Alex Fors chasing him, with now up into 6th position what's going to be the number 93 machine, isn't it? So that's going to be Jake Shortland, who is in this 4-way scrap for 3rd place. But as it stands, all of these will make it through to the semi-final. No change down towards Beckett's on this occasion, but out front Dave Parks continues to be the man who is chasing down Gavin Wills, as they all now hit the toe down the Wellington Straight and now start to weave about to try and break that toe from the cars behind. But Ben Sims is the man who continues to be on a move now. He's down the inside line, and that will see him nicely up into 3rd place as Fors tries to go through at the same time as well. As we know, Alex was a late entry to this weekend, but thoroughly enjoying it, and he could be on his way to the semi-final as well.
Yeah, looks like it. He's up to 4th. Him and Ben Sims will be 2 contenders for the Col Hamer Trophy as well at the end of the day, so they're getting to see what each other's pace is like. And Jake Shortland too, actually, in the Lola. He finished 3rd in that race last year. But what about for the win of the last chance? Because Gavin Wills has Dave Parks right in the toe, heading down towards Copse Corner. You could hardly see the Reynard. It was so close to the back of the Van Diemen chassis ahead, but it is still Gavin Wills at lead. David MacArthur is 7th now. James Hadfield is 9th, so a couple of those into the top 10 who we saw race earlier in the progression race. This is only lap 4 of 10, so still plenty of time to go. Out of Beckett's, Gavin Wills up the curb, being chased all the way then by Dave Parks, the Irishman in the Reynard, and then behind Ben Sims start to come back under pressure again from Alex Fors, who darts out of the toe in the Raoul Bazal tribute liveried Van Diemen. But for the lead of the race, it is still Wills ahead. So that more modern car with probably a little bit more edge in a straight line. That stops Dave Parks from challenging into what is Brooklands Corner.
And it was side by side in the background. Ben was under pressure from Alex, but they've stayed as they were for that 3rd position as they accelerate up towards the line. I wouldn't put it past these two catching the leaders, because Dave is putting a lot of pressure onto Gavin Wills, which might just be slowing them down. But every time that they head through Copse Corner, Dave is just having a quick look in the mirror to see what the gap is behind, as we look once again for a great move there. Is that going to be David MacArthur, isn't it? Yeah, up into 6th place now. So the man who was in the earlier race, the progression race, is definitely progressing in the last chance race as he works his way down towards Magnus and Beckett's. Still side by side for 3rd as Ben Sims takes back that place from Alex Fors, but he's going to be a little bit wide on the exit of the corner. So Fors then has the better run on towards the Wellington straight. They get very close in terms of rear wheel to front wheel, but can Alex Fors pick up the toe? He's got to be careful that the cars behind are also looking to make moves as well, as Yap is possibly going to be passed here by David MacArthur round the outside, which now sees him up into 5th place. So David making great progress. He runs slightly wide in towards Brooklands, but has the correct line in towards Luffield, and David MacArthur, as he comes through, will now look to try and make a move on Alex Fors before too much longer.
Yeah, that's right. David MacArthur, who's a front runner in the Northern Formula 4 Championship from a decade or so ago, takes that tight line through Woodcote Corner, trying to get past cars which are 40 or 50 years older than his. He's on the inside of both of them, is MacArthur, and he goes through into 3rd. So he passes both Ben Sims and Alex Fors. Also joining in all of this is James Hadfield in the Medina. He's darting out of the toe in the car that Michael Moyers raced here last year. And Hadfield on the outside, he was telling you, actually doing these extra races is not a bad thing for him because he hasn't raced this car very much at all. So getting more used to it all the time. The Alex Fors Ben Sims battle was fantastic though. They've been side by side, I think, for most of the lap.
Yeah, this one has not relented as James Hadfield now works his way up a further position. He's going to try and get past Alex Fors at the same time as well. So it's the orange machine of James Hadfield, which goes round the outside of 1 at least. He tried to get past the Merlin of Ben Sims as well, but that doesn't quite work in towards Brooklands. But James Hadfield now up inside the top 5 just about. Alex Fors is trying to fight back as best as he possibly can, and he's going to be on the outside line through Luffield, which does eventually mean he loses that place.
Onto the back of the train now is Stephen O'Connor, somebody else that came through that progression race this morning in the Team Dolan RF90 Van Diemen. So let's see if he can get through this battle, which James Hadfield has now completed. O'Connor up the inside of Blyhaven. So Blyhaven from pole, I think it's dropped all the way to 9th now in this race. But that's still enough to get into the semi-finals with the top 20 doing that. So James Hadfield then ahead of Ben Sims. These two have raced in the past together in the historic championship. Then Alex Fors up next in that Van Diemen. Very wide is Sims out of Beckett's. And down the Wellington straight they go. But there are our leaders. Gavin Wills getting away from Dave Parks, and David MacArthur, who set the fastest lap a few laps ago, going after them. But yet again, Sims and Fors are side by side. But Jake Shortland, another driver for the Col Hamer Trophy, is getting amongst them. So these three we'll see, I'm sure, in that lead battle for the Col Hamer Trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, what we've got now, about 7, I think, for what's going to be 4th place. So yeah, as you said, David MacArthur is pretty much gone since he got through into 3rd position. This time round, he's going to do, is it 102 again? Let's wait and see. Yeah, 102.136, which was a second quicker than the leader and almost a second and a half quicker than Dave Park. So David MacArthur is not quite done in this race, as down the inside line tries to go Stephen O'Connor. He'll then possibly run wide through Copse Corner. Very wide there was
Alex Fors, I think. So Alex Fors, I think, wonder if he saw Stephen O'Connor coming on the inside line and gave him space. Because it wouldn't be O'Connor's had an incident already at Copse this weekend. Possibly on his first weekend at Silverstone. Tight line into Copse Corner, don't go well. Ask anyone that was at the British Grand Prix a few years ago, perhaps. Anyway, cars heading down the Wellington Straight. There's Wills, there's Parks, and David MacArthur is pretty much with them now. James Hadfield 4th, 5th is Ben Sims, 6th is Stephen O'Connor, so he did get past Alex Fors after all of that. And then behind Fors is Jake Shortland in the Lola. Unique looking car. That one, the T440, and then not that far behind the pair of them, Jaap Blyhaven and Nigel Thompson. Nigel Thompson, who was very ambitious with his feelings heading into this race with you earlier on, Matt, but he at the moment is sitting there in 10th place. But for the lead, the top 3 are pretty much together now as David MacArthur does the fastest lap, 101.865. And I think Dave Parks knows what's coming here, so he allows David MacArthur to go through. He's up into 2nd.
Yeah, don't fight that one too hard. He's in a good top 3 position there, is Dave Parks, so he lets David MacArthur go through fairly easily. Just speaking about Nigel Thompson, the man behind him at the minute is Jan Magnussen, which is good for him. That would mean he does make it through to the semi-final. So Jan continuing his great progress here at his first ever Walter Hayes Trophy, and we'll keep an eye and see what he can do, although he's a couple of seconds now back from Nigel Thompson down in 11th place. But for the lead, we might have a change before the end, because we're very shortly heading towards the completion of this one. 9 laps to be completed this time round, so it will be on to the last lap for Gavin Wills. But will he be the leader next time through, as David MacArthur gets ever closer up towards the line they come? Can David send one to the inside as they head down towards Copse Corner? He's going to think about it. He doesn't quite have the run by the looks of it, so he sits in tow. He turn through turn 1, but as we saw last time, he managed to pick off Dave Parks down towards Maggots, and he might do exactly the same this time on Gavin Wills, but he has it covered, so MacArthur has to go to the outside, but Gavin Wills is not making it easy whatsoever.
And this battle is all about winning the Chris Mudge Memorial Trophy as well for the winner of the last chance race here. So, and they probably know this is the last chance they could win a race this weekend as well. It's going to be very difficult to come through from here to win either a semi-final or especially the grand final. So Gavin Wills, who's not won a race for best part of 20 years, can he keep David MacArthur behind him? MacArthher, who's starting row 11 and they've touched. They don't want to leave the competition at this stage, and if they do want to win a race, I think they've both survived here, but only just. But David MacArthur then, he's timed it very well. He's come through from row 11 and got there on the last lap. And for second place, it's going to be a Silverstone type finish. They've got to be careful of contact, and it's a wheel-to-wheel at the line. But it's MacArthur that wins it for second. Gavin Wills got back ahead of Dave Parks by just 0.03 of a second. James Hadfield came through to fourth by the end. And in fifth position was Stephen O'Connor, so they both came through too. So 3 of the quick drivers from the earlier race inside the top 5. And there is our winner, David MacArthur, despite that contact at Brooklands as he tried to grab the lead away from Gavin Wills. But MacArthur, who was 9th at the Formula Ford Festival 2 weeks ago, he will be starting in, I think, 27th position for the semi-final later on in about an hour's time or so, so not long until we see him back out. Meanwhile, across the line we have had 4 drivers take the checkered flag, but they will not be proceeding through to the semi-final. So in 21st position was Dominic Shepherd, 22nd was Matthew Smith, 23rd was Michael Fitzgerald, and 24th Peter Hannum. They will not be taking part in those 2 semi-finals, but everybody else who finished inside the top 20 will be, including then David MacArthur, the winner of the last chance race. And everybody will head back to the pit lane and then get ready for those 2 semi-finals, which will be coming up in just over an hour's time. We've got a couple of support races to bring you before more race action from the Waterhays Trophy. But there's the winner then, David MacArthur in the BM Racing Medina. And lining up next to him, Gavin Wills, after their brush into Brooklands on that last lap. But for Dave MacArthur, everything's going okay so far. He got a second in the progression earlier, wins that last chance race, but now it gets very difficult in the semi-final. The main aim, I guess, will be finishing inside the top 18 in that race to make sure he will be in the grand final, but it's important to get as far up the grid as possible if you can. Gavin Wills, who took second, he'll be in a semi-final for the first time in a while. James Beckett just congratulating the race winner David MacArthur. He'll get a Nova Motorsport cap for his efforts as well, and then he will head over to speak to our man in the pit lane, Matt Suckling, who will be asking the questions about how the race went for David MacArthur, passing so many cars, and he will also receive the Chris Mudge Memorial Trophy. So for the presentation and for an interview, here's Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yep, down here with David MacArthur, who we've already spoken to today in that progression race, and we now get you in the last chance race. Before that, we're going to present you with a wonderful trophy, the Chris Mudge Memorial Trophy, presented by Robert Singh. So we'll give you a bit more detail about that in a minute, but a lovely trophy you've just received, David, for that race win.
Yeah, it's good fun. Again, striking the balance of trying to give everyone space, and a lot of respect for everyone that rolls their car off the trailer and comes racing. So it was a good race, and just about got Gavin at the end there. It was a bit tight. I have to watch that again. I thought I'd given him enough room, but maybe not. So we'll have a chat. Hopefully he's all right about it. But yeah, it's a good race.
It's the last thing you want, isn't it? Going on to that last lap with a bit of contact, you want to try and make it through. So it was close, but you got the job done.
Yeah, just about. And car's good again. So we're all warmed up and ready for the semis now.
You were definitely determined to get through the field. You were picking them off like 1 after, 2 after, 3 after.
Yeah, again, it's just that balance between being patient and respectful and getting the job done. So yeah, really happy with my morning's work.
You must be in a positive position now going into that semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, it gets exponentially harder now because most of the field are now in new cars, so I've not got the straight line advantage, and there's some bloody good drivers as well. So be good fun though.
Good stuff. Well done to you. David, let's go and have a quick chat if we can with our third place driver, I think, as Dave Parks is available quickly. So Dave, if we can have a quick chat. Well done. Third place in that race, so that was a cracking one for you. You're in the midst of it towards the end as well.
Yeah, I was felt I was chasing him down all the time, but car started jumping out of fourth gear going through cops, so I was driving one hand through cops, and there's a lot of understeer through there, so trying to keep it all collected, and that he would pull a gap there, I'd make it up again at the top of the track. But look, I'm happy enough. We only picked up the car Thursday. I never sat in it till Thursday, so we've been working on it all weekend. Got wiped out Thursday afternoon, so so I'm happy enough. There's still more time in it. There's more time in me because I've never been here before, so we'll keep plugging away, and hopefully by the time the final comes we'll be a bit more pace.
Good stuff. Well done, Dave. Congratulations. You made it successfully through to the semi-final a little bit later on. So there we go. We've had some great racing so far from the Waterhays Trophy. More to come a little bit later on, but for now it's going to be the final race of the weekend for the Ginetta Junior Winter Series.
So looking forward then. So it's time for the final round of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series here at Silverstone, part of the Waterhays Trophy weekend, with 6 drivers heading into this race with a chance of the title. But Isaac Phelps, who won the 2 races yesterday, certainly the favourite, 14 points clear of Alfie Slater, who is his closest rival, who finished 2nd and 3rd in the 2 races we had here yesterday on the Silverstone National Circuit. My name is Joshua Barrett. A little bit later on we'll hear from Matt Sucklin as well, with this 14-strong Ginetta G40 Junior grid for this Winter Series, which is back in 2024. It took a hiatus last year with so many great champions over the years who have gone on to other things, such as GT racer Adam Smalley, Formula 3 racer James Headley, and going further back, British GT champion Seb Morris, British touring car race winner George Gamble have all been champions in the Ginetta Junior Winter Series for these 100 brake horsepower Ginetta G40s, and the Ginetta brand looking forward to the 20th anniversary season of Ginetta Junior next year with a new Evo package coming in. So it's the last race that we'll ever see for this shape of Ginetta G40 today, and the 3rd and final round of this one weekend Winter Series, where there's a great prize on offer. The champion will get 50% off entry fees to a Ginetta Championship next year, whether they decide to return to Ginetta Junior for a full season or whether they move on to the Ginetta GT Championship. But on pole position, the favourite is Isaac Phelps. I believe he only needs to finish 4th in this race, 4th or better, to become the champion in the Elite Motorsport car for the driver from Hertfordshire. A driver who took 3 wins in the main championship this year and has added 2 to that tally this weekend in the Winter Series. The cars head off onto the green flag lap, so let's have a look how they will line up. The grid set by the results of yesterday afternoon's race means that 35 is on pole. That is Isaac Phelps, the double winner so far this weekend, and he is alongside Alfie Slater. On the second row, the double rookie winner this weekend, Max Cuthbert, and he is alongside Joseph Smith. On the third row of the grid is Colin Cronin, and the first of 2 Red Bull Juniors, and that is Rocco Coronel. On the fourth row, Ethan Carney and James Ellis. And then onto the 5th row of the grid, we have Felix Livesey and Josh Watts. On row 6, we will see Jarrett Clark and Hamish Forrest. And then on the 7th row of the grid is Henry Cameron, and retiree yesterday, the second of the Red Bull Juniors, is the Swede Scott Lindblom, who will be looking to make progress from the back. But the Silverstone safety car will guide the Ginetta Junior drivers, 14 to 17 years of age, up towards the grid, past the BRDC grandstand and the clubhouse just to the left. And looking forward to this third and final race from the Ginetta Junior Winter Series this weekend. And Matt, alongside me, we had some really close, typically close Ginetta Junior racing yesterday.
We did, yep. It was thoroughly enjoyable with some rookies joining us for their first ever races, maybe looking to join the championship for next year. But as it stands, as you said, Isaac Phelps with about 14-point advantage over Alfie Slater. Both of those from different teams. Isaac with Elite Motorsport and Alfie with R Racing. R Racing, we're looking to come here to try and wrap this one up as well, because they've done everything in terms of the main championship, in terms of overall, in terms of the rookie, and in terms of the team's championship as well. Of course, they won it with Ethan Jeff Hall this year, so they were looking to do that, but it might just be beyond them in this one. But we'll see how it all plays out. We've got the two contenders together on that front row of the grid.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if Isaac Phelps is going to play this safe, or if he's going to try and win it from the front. It would be a perfect way, wouldn't it, to win all three races. But the cars are all in position. This is a 20-minute race for round 3 of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series. The 5-second board is being shown to the drivers, with there on the right-hand side of your shot, poleman Isaac Phelps alongside the R Racing driver, second in the championship, Alfie Slater. The red lights go out, away they go. You can see as they dip the clutch, the cars bounce. It's not a great start from Phelps, and he's defending hard immediately from Alfie Slater, who then looks to the outside. He's got his teammate Max Cuthbert in behind him as everyone turns through Copse for the first time of asking. A very defensive line being taken by Isaac Phelps. Alfie Slater in the tow, heading into the Maggots kink. He darts out to the left-hand side of the circuit. He brakes really late. He's drawn up alongside Phelps, but Phelps on the inside line hangs on. And then they turn through Beckett. We saw this in the Ginetta races yesterday. They run very wide, but Alfie Slater has got alongside, and I think he's going to take the lead of the race, Matt.
He will indeed, yeah. So he squeezes Isaac to the edge of the circuit. He continues to do that all the way down the Wellington Straight, but he's just about got his nose ahead now. So he goes through into the lead for R Racing. You've got teammate to Alfie, Max Cuthbert, coming into the mix as well, who also goes round the outside in towards Brooklyn. So they've done what they need to do for now, and I wonder if Max can try and help out his teammate in terms of this Winter Series Championship, because it was going to be a helping hand, but now Isaac has got his way back through into second position. So it's R Racing that lead Elite, R Racing third that then leads Elite again, with what's going to be Joseph Smith there in fourth place, and it looks like Colin Cronin has now made his way up into fifth position as they charge their way through to complete the first lap. Alfie Slater leads the way. Second is just going to be Isaac Phelps as they turn back in towards Copse.
Yeah, that's right. So Phelps going very defensive really in the opening stages of this race. Is that going to allow Alfie Slater just to start to pull away? Well, we shall see. Phelps can't afford to fall too far into the pack. Max Cuthbert has a rookie championship to win as well here. He's involved in a battle with that with Joseph Smith. Everyone runs out wide over the Beckett's bump and then accelerate down the Wellington Straight. But Alfie Slater already not feeling the need to defend, because Isaac Phelps is doing all the defending as he tries to keep Max Cuthbert at bay, and Cuthbert darts to the outside, the racing line for Brooklands, and he's got himself alongside Phelps but not ahead. So Phelps is going to hang on to second this time into Luffield. That's where Cuthbert run a bit wide on the previous lap. And are they coming back to Alfie Slater perhaps as they come through Luffield Corner? Despite all the defending from Isaac Phelps, he's not really letting the leader get away.
Yeah, just wondering if there might be a plan from Alfie to back them up and try and get some other people into the mix to try and help him for more people to go past Isaac Phelps. We'll have to wait and see, but for now Alfie is content with leading this race with 2.5 minutes gone. Alfie turns back down in towards Copse Corner, and there's really nothing to choose between any of them, really, is there? There's Felix Livesey being chased now by the number 4 machine of James Ellis. That car comes from MDD Racing, and then somewhere in the background you'll see the first of the Red Bull liveried cars as well, which is Rocco Coronel, son of Tom, as Max Cuthbert goes right round the outside, not of one but two, but is that far too late on the brakes? No, it looks like it might have worked. 3 wide in towards the corner, very, very, very wide on the exit, and 2 of them are going to be out on the grass. One of those is the Winter Series leader, which is Isaac Phelps, has now dropped him down into 4th place, and he needs to be somewhere up towards the front if Alfie Slater is going to win. So all of a sudden, this race has been turned turned on its head as Max Cuthbert tries to get back ahead of Isaac Phelps, which he does. And up front, Colin Cronin tries to go around the outside of Joseph Smith, and there's contact between those two as another one goes onto the grass, but just manages to save it on the turn through the right-hander of Luffield. And that means that Felix Livesey is going to try and go around the outside in the number 31 machine. But will he be forced wide? Yes, he will, into the gravel. And they're going to have a drag race to the line as Max Cuthbert tries to come back into the mix as well.
It's last day at school here at Silverstone for Ginetta Juniors. I feel this championship might be going to a judicial. Let's see. Down towards Copse Corner, it's Alfie Slater that leads. It's all going on for second, but Joseph Smith is there in his first ever racing weekend, going really well. Round the outside of Max Cuthbert is Felix Livesey, who runs very wide. He's not the only one to do so, though. It's Cronin in third. Isaac Phelps was seventh, so he does need to come through from there if he's going to win this championship. On the inside is Cuthbert. He breaks desperately late to get ahead of Felix Livesey. You've got also in there Ethan Carney, the American, who's going well today. He's up to sixth, and he's just ahead of his teammate, is he? No, because Isaac Phelps has lost more positions. He's also behind James Ellis. So the Cheshire-based driver, James Ellis, also passed Isaac Phelps, who's down to 8th now, Matt.
Yeah, just doesn't seem to have the pace there today, does it? I know he's been off the circuit, but up until that point, he didn't really have it either. He's now under attack once again from one of the Red Bull cars as they turn away in towards Brooklands. That will be Rocco Coronel by the looks of it, as Ethan Carney now is making some good progress in that number 53 machine, which is another Elite Motorsport. As Max Cuthbert is going to be pushed wide surely on the exit of Luffield Corner. Yep, he gets his two wheels into the gravel on this occasion, and then that leaves the door open for Ethan Carney to come through in number 53. So action aplenty in this one. We didn't really expect anything else from the juniors, did we, as they head across the line to complete lap number 4. Alfie Slater doesn't have a huge margin out front, though. He's only got a couple of tenths of a second over Joseph Smith, so he can't rest on his laurels just yet, as Isaac Phelps, you can see there now, trying to work his way back through the order. But yeah, Isaac is a long way down, and as we said, he needs to be higher than where he is to try and claim the championship, and he's going to try and take the inside line now on the number 4 machine. So he goes through on James Ellis, and then before too much longer, he'll find himself back with the man who pushed him slightly wide through that right-hander of Beckett's, Max Cuthbert.
How wide do you want to go at Beckett's corner? Well, James Ellis is on the grass. This is all lively stuff. We've only had a quarter of the race. Slater's getting away because Smith was too wide, wasn't he, at Beckett's, and that's allowed Colin Cronin to get through. They're almost 3 abreast behind. Looking to the inside was Max Cuthbert. That's him losing positions. Well, kind of. He's side by side with Ethan Carney, who I think is having his best race of the weekend. Here comes Isaac Phelps, who knows he needs to progress through the order. He can't quite get the better of Cuthbert there. Then you've got the Rocco Coronel driven Red Bull liveried car, but across the line, biggest lead of the race so far for Alfie Slater. Fastest lap to Isaac Phelps, and if he keeps that fastest lap to the end of the race, that will be a bonus point, which could be important come the end. Confirmation there, the time, at 1:11.899.
Yep, all these points count, and especially with Isaac being so far down at the minute, he will need possibly that extra point to help him out. So he'll carry on his way to try and close down on Max Cuthbert, who he gets closer. And behind, Isaac is going to be under attack now from Rocco Coronel, who sends one to the inside as well there. So the number 23 machine goes through. That's another R Racing car. So again, that might be to help out Alfie Slater, but it was a lovely move down the inside line nonetheless from Rocco, and that now sees Isaac back down into 8th position, as we're going to have possibly a move for 2nd place, as Colin Cronin has to go defensive on the impressive youngster in car number 15, which is Joseph Smith for this weekend. Joseph takes 2 wheels over the inside curb in towards Brooklands, but this is now the battle that we can see further down for what's going to be 5th place. Max Cuthbert ahead of Ethan Carney. Behind them you've got the new 7th place of Rocco Coronel, and Isaac Phelps is still down there in 8th place.
Yeah, it's not going to plan, is it? Actually, I don't think expected to come under attack there from the much less experienced Rocco Coronel. Leaders across the line, 1.1 seconds is the gap. Max Cuthbert in the background there has just set the fastest lap of the race, taking a point away from Isaac Phelps, and he was going for 4th. He was trying to get past Felix Livesey. There's the 2nd Red Bull Junior. Scott Lindblom, the 14-year-old Swede. A car in front runs wide, but for 2nd, it's side by side. Joseph Smith on the inside into Beckett to go past Colin Cronin. Behind, you've got Livesey and Cuthbert, and behind, Isaac Phelps has done a similar move to what Rocco Coronel did to him a lap ago. So Isaac Phelps up to 7th, as the violent Beckett's bump takes a couple of cars very wide, including Josh Watts, the son of former British Formula 3 race winner Danny Watts. He runs in 10th position, graduating from Fiesta Juniors into Ginetta's this weekend. There's Isaac Phelps, who's getting a push, is he not, from Rocco Coronel. His dad did touring cars, so why not try touring car tactics into Brooklands, and he goes through.
Yeah, learning from one of the best is Rocco, isn't he? As he turns his way now in towards Luffield, Isaac was looking to go back down the inside line, and it doesn't quite work. I think Rocco will have the more traditional line on the outside and carry the momentum through. This is now the fight for second place, so Joseph Smith and Colin Cronin. They've got a little bit of a buffer now over what's going to be Felix Livesey in 4th position, and Max Cuthbert still with that quickest lap. He will be getting that extra point, as we said. He's done that so far this weekend on 2 previous occasions, so if he does in this race as well, it would be the hat-trick and the full clean sweep of fastest laps across the weekend for Max, which is very good considering he's only done a handful of races so far this year within the Ginetta Junior series. But for now, Alfie Slater is looking good. Who'd have thought this as they started alongside each other, the 2 contenders in this final race? But all of a sudden, things have gone better for Alfie Slater than they have for Isaac Phelps.
I think possibly he was doing what you were suggesting, Matt, and trying to back the pack up, and then things went very well in his way on positions, at least on the circuit. And it's some side-by-side action here. That's for 4th. That's Felix Livesey still trying to hang on. The driver from Lancashire, who's done a couple of seasons of Ginetta Juniors, just ahead of Ethan Carney, the American, who had some top 10s this year, including a 6th place finish in the main championship, and he's having a decent run. What about for 2nd place? Joseph Smith, the leading rookie, trying to take that rookie title away from Max Cuthbert, and a championship that goes with it, and the best lap of the race. For Cuthbert overall, a 1 minute 11.7. That's 4 tenths quicker than Slater, and of course, for Joseph Smith, he is the teammate of Isaac Phelps at Elite Motorsports. So if there is a lot of team tactics going on in this race, there might be more to come yet.
Yeah, there goes Max back past Ethan Carney, so that will now see him up into 5th place once again. Max Cuthbert isn't out of this. Of course, if he can win and finish ahead of Alfie Slater, he could potentially take the Winter Series title. So there's still something on the line for him as he heads his way now down the Wellington Straight once again. We've got just under half the race still to go as they all fan out, not quite 3 wide, but kind of a diagonal line across the circuit. And Max trying to do his magic now on the back of what's going to be Felix Livesey, who turns his way through Brooklands. Ethan Carney hasn't dropped off the back of Max Cuthbert in that number 34 machine, so we've got this 3-way dice as it stands for 4th place as they accelerate back onto the start-finish line. Joseph Smith there in 2nd place, the blue and black machine, making his Ginetta Junior debut this weekend. So it's a really impressive performance for the youngster as they head down towards Copse Corner. Further back we can see Jarrett Clark just having a good battle there with the non-finisher from yesterday, which was Scott Lindblom. So the Swede joining us as well here this weekend, the 14-year-old, as they once again turn through Copse in this lively battle with Livesey, Cuthbert and Carney.
That's right, battle for 3rd position heading up towards Beckett's Corner, and for 4th position I should say, into Beckett's Corner, led by Felix Livesey. Max Cuthbert now the chasing car, and are they allowing the group for 7th to catch, I wonder, led by Rocco Coronel, but it also features Isaac Phelps, James Ellis and Josh Watts too. What about the lead gap? Well, that's continuing to come down, so I don't think Alfie Slater's bid for a win is sort of done yet, because those behind are catching. What about round the outside for Ethan Carney? He's got 1, he might get 2 positions here, which would be an outstanding move, but no, the door is slammed in his face by Felix Livesey. So Livesey 4th, Carney 5th, but here comes Phelps. It's all sideways up the inside of Rocco Coronel. The Elite Motorsport car on the inside, the R-Racing Red Bull car on the outside. There's more contact as they go out of the corner, so this is a rough race that Isaac Phelps is involved in, and it's not done yet.
No, it's not, is it? Because Rocco still tried to force his way through where the gap was there, but Isaac wasn't really giving it to him. Ethan Carney now looks to the inside of Felix Livesey, and has a moment, he goes sideways. He's going to hit the gravel trap as well, surely. Yep, so he'll be buried in that one at Copse Corner. He needs very little acceleration to get out, but he might do. Nicely done there from Ethan Carney, so that will avoid any intervention from the safety cars. So that wasn't really what he needed and wanted to do, but it does mean that Isaac Phelps gains another position, but as it stands, that still would not be enough.
However, for Alfie Slater, his lead is nothing anymore, so if he loses a position, that could change things. I think he might be about to lose a position, Matt, because Joseph Smith's gone alongside him in toward Brooklands, and Slater breaks too late and he runs out wide up the curbs on the inside, looking for his first ever win. Is Joseph Smith in his first weekend. He's still alongside Alfie Slater around the outside. outside. Colin Cronin, who could win this championship yet, he is involved in this battle too. He's up the inside of Smith, so this is lively stuff from Ginetta Juniors to end the season.
It certainly is. Fox Motorsport run Colin Cronin's car, but it's Elite Motorsport that run Joseph Smith, of course, which is a teammate to Isaac Phelps. So whatever Joseph can do to try and help, he will do. But for now, Alfie Slater does hold on in the lead of the race with 6.5 minutes to go. But now all of a sudden, Alfie has lost the pace that he had earlier on in this race. There's a slight touch there from Colin, who sits in second position, and Joseph gets a good run through Copse Corner. He'll pick up the double toe on the run down towards Maggots, and let's see what he can do about any of these two in towards Beckett's as they all turn through the right-hander. Let's see if they run wide, which they've done on multiple occasions so far, not just in this race, but this weekend. But a little bit tidier there from Joseph Smith compared to the two ahead. And he is now starting to make inroads and good progress, as in the background, Isaac Phelps is still down in 7th position, which is not currently enough points.
But he is in the battle for 4th, and 4th would be, so he's got time to get there. Interesting that Joseph Smith seemed to have the best run out of Beckett's, and he was the only one that actually stayed on the circuit within the defined track limits by Motorsport UK. Although that doesn't seem to be policed, at least in Ginetta Juniors there at Beckett's this weekend. So that's why we're not seeing any penalties. So out of Luffield with, I think, 5 laps to go, with just over 5 minutes on the clock. It's Slater, Cronin and Smith as they complete lap number 12 of the race. Big gap back to 4th, but if Isaac Phelps can get to the front of that group, that should be enough for the championship, I think. Let's have a look what's going on there, because there's contact. Cuthbert's almost on the grass, then he weaves across the circuit. Rocco Coronel, his teammate, might get involved in this. This is all good news for Isaac Phelps, because they're both wide. He's on the inside and he's past both of them.
He certainly is, and James Ellis is going to try and come through at the same time in the number 4 machine, and those two that were fighting were from the same team as well. So all of a sudden, our racing having a fight, they gave away 2 positions to Isaac Phelps, who has now made his way through up into the order where he potentially needs to be. So we'll keep an eye on all of this as they turn their way on towards the Wellington Straight once again. They've still got Felix Livesey ahead, which is in 4th place. So Isaac Phelps now into 5th position as the leaders come off the Wellington Straight once again with 4.5 minutes just over still to go. Alfie Slater is still managing to hold on as well from Colin Cronin and Joseph Smith, but these three are well over 5 seconds up the road for that tantalising battle for 4th place as it stands. But Alfie Slater is doing enough that he needs to do at the minute, but it all kind of depends on what is happening in that second battle, which seems to be unfolding quite a lot over recent laps.
Yeah, that's right. This is a dramatic championship conclusion, even if it is only a 3-round Winter Series battle. But it's actually, if anything, more dramatic than sort of a conventional championship battle. The battle for 6th is on. A couple of the rookies involved in this, Rocco Coronel and Max Cuthbert, they both passed James Ellis into what is Copse Corner. And Felix Livesey there in 4th. He is 6/10 ahead of Isaac Phelps. And Isaac Phelps therefore 6/10 of a second away from what I believe would be good enough. 4th place, so hopefully Matt might get confirmation from Ginetta in the Parc Ferme area after the race, just to see if their points tally up with what we think is happening here. But down the Wellington Straight they go. What about for the lead of the race? Because Joseph Smith is coming around the outside of the pair of them, but Alfie Slater is hanging on in the Paragon and Bayliss Harding livery Ginetta G40. It's Colin Cronin in 2nd. In 3rd position is Joseph Smith, who's got the fastest lap currently in this race, and everyone keeps fighting as hard as they have been over the last few laps. I doubt that fastest lap will go over the last 3 laps of the race. It's 27. Alfie Slater doing everything he can to try and win this championship by leading the race.
Yeah, he just needed to go out there and win, didn't he, and not really worry about what else was happening, because he can't change anything that's happening behind. Still not there as Colin Cronin goes almost sideways in towards Copse Corner, but just trying to fling it to off-put Alfie Slater as much as possible. And now Joseph Smith, he's always got a good run through Copse Corner, which gives him really good momentum down towards Maggots, and he gets alongside not just 2nd place but almost alongside the leader as well. He's going to be on the outside line, which is not really where you want to be, because I'm sure he'll be ushered wide by Colin Cronin as they all once again head over that white line. Does he find the grass? Yes, he does. He has a little bit of a bump over the grass, but still good acceleration, almost keeps it in and stays alongside, but he's down to 3rd, and in the background off wide goes Isaac Phelps, which is not good news for him. He was trying to challenge to get his way through, and those 2 places he did gain from our racing, they've now both gone back through. So Alfie Slater, he possibly, we're going to have to work out the points, but he could possibly lose these 2 points, 2 places as it stands, and could still take the championship if Isaac Phelps finishes where he is.
Well, not necessarily, because it could go to Colin Cronin. He could end up winning this championship because he's only 6 points behind Slater coming into this race. There's 5 difference between first and second. There's also a fastest lap point up for grabs as well. So this is all very, very dramatic stuff. 2 laps to go for the Ginetta Junior Winter Series weekend. It's Alfie Slater that leads. To the outside looks Joseph Smith, looking for his first overall podium. Could he even get a first overall win on his first weekend in Ginetta Junior Winter Series competition? Isaac Phelps ended the lap in 8th. Down towards Maggots and Beckett they come. Slater defending. Have a good look in his left-hand side mirror to see where they are. They are very close, I think, is the answer. But they are behind, which is the important thing for Alfie Slater. But up the curve, Colin Cronin is going to draw up alongside Alfie Slater here. They've got the long run all the way down the Wellington Straight, and that could bring Joseph Smith involved if he doesn't drive up the grass.
Which he does. So down they go, the Wellington Straight once again with just over a minute to go. Alfie's now trying to fight with Colin Cronin. He's got Joseph Smith to worry about as well. He is right in his toe down towards Brooklands. Colin's going to try and hold on round the outside, which if he can would be the preferred line in towards Luffield, but he's out wide. He's going to just avoid the grass on that occasion as well. And this is a tremendous defence from Alfie Slater, who's had a great season within the main championship, but for now he's going to try and wrap up the Winter Series for himself, and also, as we said, try and do the clean sweep for our racing. He could afford to fall to second behind Colin Cronin. If Isaac Phelps stay where he is, that would mean that I think he'd lose out by 1 point with Colin Cronin, and Isaac Phelps by just a handful. But as they complete this lap, Isaac Phelps comes through in 6th position. Still not good enough if Alfie Slater continues to win this race.
I think it... Yeah, if he wins the race, yes. Oh, and a spin for Rocco Coronel, so that's going to change things again. We're going to have to change the spreadsheets, I think, on the last lap to see exactly what happened. The best case scenario for Phelps is he gets to 4th, because we think that would be enough. Into Beckett's, and the lead's all changed, hasn't it? So Colin Cronin has gone through. Could he win this championship yet? Joseph Smith is second. Alfie Slater is down to 3rd all of a sudden. Not sure if we saw quite how that happened, Matt. We're trying to work out the points, trying to watch the racing. Phelps is 5th, which I think with Cronin leading would be okay. We'll check that after the race finishes where everyone is, because this race is not decided yet. Joseph Smith on the attack. Here comes Alfie Slater through Brooklands corner up towards Luffield. They all rattle the curbs on the inside. Cronin keen to try and win this race. Colin Cronin did win at Donington Park, so this would be his 2nd ever Ginetta Junior race win. Could this even bring him the championship? It's certainly going to bring him some sort of prize, I suspect. But through Woodcote corner, it's Colin Cronin who will come through to win the final round and the final race of the season for Ginetta Juniors. 2nd for Isaac Phelps, 3rd for Alfie Slater. But where has Isaac Phelps got to? As they come up across the line, absolutely side by side. He is 5th at the line, which I think should be enough, but let's check the points. So it's 20 points for Phelps. Slater in the end got 3rd and 26. Cronin, though, got 35 for the win. And that means it is, we provisionally think, Matt will hopefully get confirmation from Ginetta, that it is Isaac Phelps that wins the championship. 2nd for Colin Cronin and 3rd for Alfie Slater. So 90 points for Phelps, 85 for Cronin, 82 from Slater is my provisional maths. There's potentially more to think about that race as well, because quite a lot happened in it. Matt is hopefully going to have a word with the driver to see what they thought of that. But that was absolutely dramatic stuff from the Ginetta Junior Winter Series. The winner of the race, Colin Cronin, so congratulations to him. He only led the last lap, I think. Not much more than that. He got past at Cotswold. There, we think, the champion of the Winter Series is number 35, Isaac Phelps. It was the 2 wins yesterday that really helped him, because today went wrong in almost every way. But getting up to 5th position, which you may not know yet, was enough, only because Alfie Slater lost the lead on the very last lap. He led pretty much all the race up until that point. So absolutely dramatic way to end the season for Ginetta Juniors with this Winter Series for the first time here at Silverstone. So the cars make their way down into the pit lane. There's the race winner, Colin Cronin, with Alfie Slater parking up next to him.
So exciting.
And out the car then, Colin Cronin, the Irishman, wins part of the Waterhouse Trophy weekend in Ginetta Juniors with a last lap pass. The 16-year-old for Fox Motorsport then coming out on top. So big congratulations to Colin Cronin. Also, congratulations to our rookie winner, who was second overall. Great result from Joseph Smith as Jamie Stanley of Fox Motorsport comes to congratulate his driver on that race win. More team congratulations going on, unsurprisingly, for Colin Cronin after such a good result. He gets a Pirelli winner's cap as well from Ginetta. And lots of discussions going on after that very frantic race, just to see exactly what the championship results perhaps are. But for the race win, that one is Colin Croning's, and that's confirmed on our timing screens by just 0.15 of a second. And I think he is about to have a word with Matt Suckling down in the pit lane.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, down here with Colin Cronin, who takes the final Winter Series win of the weekend. Colin, that was a fantastic race, battling with Alfie and Joshua towards the end there. That was brilliant.
Yeah, really entertaining race. Alfie got away at the start. Then me and Joseph worked together to catch him, and then with two laps to go, it was proper scrap. And then last lap, I just got under Alfie and then defended from there.
Did you kind of know the championship could be on the line as well, where everyone else finished? You were kind of in the mix?
Yeah, I knew I had an outside shot, but it was just the main objective was try and win, and that's all we could do, and we done it.
You happy with the weekend and looking forward to next year?
Yeah, happy with the year. Hoping to go on kick off next year and see what we can do with it.
Good stuff. Go and celebrate with Fox Motorsport team. We've done a tremendous job there. I'll have a quick chat as well with Joseph Smith, who finished in second. Joseph, come and join us. Your debut within Ginetta Juniors. What a tremendous job you've done this weekend. You must have enjoyed the whole racing, but especially that one as well.
Yeah, it was really great. I mean, it was really close at the end. One of us could have won it, but Cronin came out on top, and congratulations to him.
You were trying everything, weren't you? Every move in the book to try and get round the outside, down the inside, but the gaps weren't really kind of coming to you.
Yeah, it was tricky. They were all on the white line and, yeah, trying to find a slot to get in. So, yeah.
You enjoyed your weekend, though?
Yeah, really enjoyed that.
Good stuff. Well done, Joseph. Many congratulations to you. And over here, Alfie Slater. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with him. He's just with the R Racing team at the minute. And Alfie's Alfie, do you want to have a quick chat? Unfortunate, mate. You've done a grand job this weekend. You did everything you could in that race, didn't you, to try and win, keep yourself out front. The pace was there, but it's just unfortunate for those last couple of laps.
Yeah, it was a difficult race. I mean, I think I did quite well at the start, managed to get a gap. It's just so hard with the toe around here because they're always going to catch you. It's not if, it's when. And then last lap, I just made a mistake and that just cost my race.
Your teammates were trying to help you. I think are racing down the backs with Max and Rocco. They were having a good fight to try and keep Isaac at bay to help you out. But as you said, just those unfortunate things towards the end. But head high and look forward to next year.
Yeah, we're going to try again next year.
Well done, buddy. Congratulations on a podium for this weekend. Unfortunately, our champion, by the looks of it, is not down here, a provisional champion in the Winter Series. Isaac Phelps has been pushed through. So there you go, a word with our top three in the final race of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series for 2024 as we hand back now to Josh with the full result.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, a dramatic way to end this season for the Ginetta Junior Winter Series on day 2 of the championship. Let's have a look at how those results finished. And so it was Colin Cronin, the race winner by 0.15 of a second for Fox Motorsport. He was delighted with that. Second to Joseph Smith won his debut weekend. Alfie Slater, understandably disappointed not to come away with the championship, but he's, I think, the only driver who's on the podium in all 3 races. 4th for Felix Livesey. 5th, we think, the champion, Isaac Phelps. Keep an eye on Ginetta's socials to get confirmation of that. 6th for Max Cuthbert. 7th for James Ellis. 8th position went the way of Hamish Forrest. 9th was Josh Watts, and then in 10th position was Henry Cameron, our top 10 in the final round of the Ginetta Junior Winter Series. Everybody made it home in the end, including the all 14 drivers in the Ginetta Junior Winter Series. Ginetta will be back in action next year. 2025 starts at Donington Park in April, so tune back in next season for the Ginetta Championships, which will return for 2025. But now from Silverstone, we hope you've enjoyed the Ginetta Junior action. It's been cracking racing, especially today, but for Ginetta action, we'll be back next year. But here at Silverstone for the Waterhays Trophy, racing continues. We're coming up in a moment with race 13 of 20 this weekend. So there are still 8 races to go, including the one we're about to see, which is the first of 2 races today for the Monoposto Racing Club. And the Tiedemann Trophy Championship will be concluded today at Silverstone with this doubleheader for single-seater racing cars up to 2 litres. The hospitality units, the grandstands, the BRDC clubhouse are full of people, part of this Waterhays Trophy weekend. Keen to see all the different racing with the Formula Ford 1600 Waterhays competition, as well as the support races. And in this Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy Championship, it's Will Cox that comes in to the championship finale as the leader. He has taken the win all 4 races in the Classic division, and there are 3 cars in that class this weekend, and he is the quickest of them. But more cars in your class, there are more points on offer, and that could help the likes of George Lyne, who is second best of the drivers here this weekend in the points. He is 8 points behind Will Cox, but he's on pole position, not just in the F3A class, but overall as well. And he has won all 4 races in the Tiedemann Trophy, the sort of the autumn-based Monoposto Championship, after winning at Donington Park and Oulton Park as well. Terry Clark, he's also in championship contention. He's in the 2000 class. He's won 3 of those races this season. Alex Bagnall also in contention. He's won the 1600 class 4 times. And Julian Hoskins, I think the other driver in mathematical contention, twice a winner in the 1800 class in this Tiedemann Trophy sort of mini season that the Monoposto Racing Club have. The cars will shortly be heading out onto the circuit, I suspect. And we have 19 cars here this weekend. The majority are Formula 3 cars, split sort of into 3 classes really. The F3A and the F3B are the 2 main classes, split by age. So the F3A cars, some of the more modern cars from a sort of a decade and a half ago, and then the F3B cars from the late 1990s and very early 2000s. And then in the classic class, there is at least a couple of Formula 3 cars, including Will Cox's Rolt RT3, the early 1980s machine. But there's also motorbike engine cars in the Moto 1000 class. And there are also Formula Ford-based cars as well in the 2000, 1800 and 1600 class cars for perhaps Zetec or Pinto-engined cars. And there's also sort of other machinery as well, including a couple of Formula Vauxhall machines from the early 1990s. So it's a great mix of sort of junior single-seaters. Some people are more excited than others to be on television. Or maybe they're watching something else. I'm not quite sure. But something dramatic is happening somewhere, I think, Matt.
Yeah, I'd love to know what they're watching, because it seems like fun, doesn't it? Maybe they are watching the pre-event to the Waterhays Trophy, which is going to be exciting as we work our way through the afternoon. So yeah, they're probably being paid well as well over there in the escapades, aren't they? That's probably why they're so happy. Anyway, yeah, looking forward to this Monoposto race. Qualifying was very close, wasn't it, between the top 2? I think it was just 0.02 of a second less than that separated the top 2 on the front row. So this is going to set us up for a fantastic first Monoposto race of the day here at Silverstone. And as Josh said, mainly F3 cars here, which will be rapid around this Silverstone National Circuit. Still, as of yet, to be ushered onto this circuit. Just a slight delay for some unknown reason.
It's a 20-minute race as well for Monoposto. So I'm going to do a lot of laps around here. 53 seconds were the lap times that George Lyne and Tony Bishop were doing in qualifying. 2 sort of long-time Formula 3 drivers, so big aero cars. It's great to have Formula 3, 2-litre Formula 3 machinery back in England via the sort of the historic type of cars from Monoposto. And these cars at the front of the grid really built between 2008 and 2011. I think it was 2008, so a Dallara F308 like the top 2 drivers are using that. I think Daniel Ricciardo won the British Formula 3 Championship in back in the day, and particularly in that era Matt, towards the end of British Formula 3, where so many star drivers came through that championship.
Yeah, it certainly did. It kind of fell away, didn't it, in the latter stages of the Formula 3 Championship as we kind of knew it. But yeah, all through the 90s and early noughties, we had some fantastic racing from the F3 Championship, and good to see that those cars are still around, still being driven by people who have acquired them, and I'll be looking forward, as we said, to continuing that streak in this weekend's action for the Tiedemann Trophy, which is separate for the main championship. We've got spectators out there having an early lunch by the looks of it, and as we said, a fairly mild day for the time of year, early November. Rain has stayed away, which is good. We had a few spots yesterday which didn't really amount to anything in terms of any on the track, but there were just a few spits of rain. But I think for a good final festival that we have coming away later on, it would be nice if it is dry, because it does give, or seems to give, better racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly around here with the big slipstream opportunities. I noticed when you were speaking to Jason Smith earlier, he was in a t-shirt. Obviously coming from Ireland, yeah, that's all fine. Others, though, they need their woolly hats, don't they, to keep warm around here at Silverton. A big thank you to the marshals, always at this meeting. So many marshals turn out, and more often than not, they work so hard to try and keep racing under green flag conditions. I don't think we've, not to Kirsty, I don't think we've actually had a safety car, have we, over the course of the weekend yet? We more go to red flags for major incidents, and otherwise we are able to keep the racing underway, and that's a big part thanks to the marshals. So a big thank you to all of you who may watch perhaps this live stream back in the week. We very much do thank for all your efforts yesterday and today. Spectators, perhaps on the Monoposto paddock, I think that's inside Cops, getting a view of the racing that's about to come up, because the Monoposto Racing Club cars are exiting the pit lane or the assembly area and onto the circuit, and they will go onto a green flag lap with different eras of Formula 3 cars there in the short. I think you had a 90s car, a 2000s car, then the 1980s car, 44 Will Cox, the championship leader in the Rolt RT3. I think a similar car to what Ayrton Senna would have raced in the British Formula 3 Championship back in the 1980s. Then further back on the grid, you've got the smaller capacity cars, including Alex Bagnall's Formula Vauxhall Junior, the Junior single-seater championship, which I think Dario Franchitti came through in the early 1990s. I think that's one of the only non-winged cars on this grid. The cars, though, immediately, like the Formula 4 1600s do, go onto their green flag warming-up lap. So I think we'll be able to take a look at the grid to see how they will line up for this 20-minute race for the Tiedemann Trophy Monoposto Racing Club Championship to round out the season. This is the penultimate race of the year. So it's George Lyon on pole in the Dallara F308, and alongside Tony Bishop, the F308-11 Dallara. Along the second row is James Williams and Neil Harrison. Harrison on pole in his class in the older F398. Then on the third row of the grid is long-time single-seater racer Malcolm Scott, and alongside him is Nigel Howard. On the fourth row is Kevin McClurg and Will Cox. Will Cox, championship leader in his Rolt. On the fifth row is Felix Baggott and Charlie Hart, who's on pole in his class in the Learstone. Terry Clark, another class pole sitter, as well as Julian Hoskins on the next row. On row 7 is the former Alfa Romeo champion Tom Hill, and he starts alongside Richard Biles. And then you get Jamie Malloy and Edward Guest up next. Alex Bagnall, another class poleman, is alongside David McCullum, and then David Spencer completes the 19 car entry for this, the first of two races today for the Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy. Safety car will follow the cars to the line, but hopefully it won't be needed for this race, which will be over a lot of laps, I suspect, in the 20-minute duration. And very nearly George Lyon lined up on the wrong side of the grid, because here at Silverstone, the pole position side, the odd number side, is on the left-hand side of the circuit. And unlike most British circuits, but it's an FIA Grade 1 circuit, and therefore pole position is always on the outside line for the first corner, but it is a 1-by-1 staggered grid, much like you see in Grand Prix racing. And 51 then, George Lyon on pole. 53.235 seconds was his pole position time. You'd think, going off the qualifying times, this race would be between him and Tony Bishop. At the back of the grid, the Reynard, another Formula 3 car, the 1988 car, will line up at the back. Just behind a Jedi and a Formula Vauxhall, so a real mix, sort of a junior single-seaters this is. So it's great to have this here at the Waterhays Trophy. We're about to get 20 minutes of racing underway with George Lyon on the right-hand side of your screen, and the left-hand side for Tony Bishop. As away they go, not a good start from third for James Williams, but he got away, and it was a good start from Tony Bishop. I don't think he's quite been able to beat George Lyon, though, into Copse Corner. And then they head off down towards Maggots, and indeed, Lyon is held on. Bishop is second. Third, a good start from Neil Harrison. On the inside line there is James Williams, gaining a place back after a poorer start. Also involved in that battle, I think, was Nigel Howard, maybe Charlie Hart, who made a very good start in the Learstone motorcycle engined car. But I think everyone through the first few corners safely, Matt.
Yep, indeed. And yeah, as you said, good start there from Neil Harrison. Finds himself in third place already. We've got the battle pack going on for fourth as James Williams sends some daredevil moves in towards Maggots and Beckett's, and also one there in towards Brooklands as well. So he now finds himself in what's going to be fourth position as the rest of the pack turn their way on towards the start-finish line to complete lap number one. And then the next of the trains is going to be led through by, as you said, long-time single-seater runner Malcolm Scott, but he's got pressure from behind at the minute because you've got Hart and McClurg right there, one of them in a different class, the M1000, the other one in the F3B class, which is the same as Malcolm Scott as it stands. But out front, George Lyon getting a slightly sluggish start. He kind of almost bumped it as he went down towards Copse Corner, but already at the end of that first lap, he's extended over Tony Bishop to 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, Charlie Hart impressed in there. He's just got past Malcolm Scott, but the motorcycle engine car may not have the legs in a straight line. The Learstone, the Irish-built chassis. I think Charlie Hart from Ireland as well, not to be confused with the ex-Ginetta Junior driver, I believe. Down towards Brooklands Corner. He's ahead, though, of that group of Formula 3 cars, and there's tyre squeal and a spin. It's Tony Bishop who's off. He hasn't quite rolled into the gravel. But that's a big drama from Tony Bishop. We thought he might be able to take the battle to George Lyon. Well, that isn't going to happen anymore, Matt.
No, George has a quick look in the mirrors as well to see where Tony is. He couldn't see him in the distance, so Tony will hopefully rejoin once he's got that car fired back up. I think he's just coming across the line now, and Tony Bishop, is he coming through? No, not as, there we go, he's across the line in 10th position. So yeah, it's fallen a long way back, but it does now mean that he's going to be a hard charging Tony Bishop to try and potentially get himself back into second place. But it does now jump up the order. Neil Harrison into second, who has a pretty good fight going on at the minute with the third place car, which is James Williams. So that's where he started, and there was a bit of a hand gesture there to James, maybe to say, you got on through, you are probably quicker than me, and I'd rather follow you than you hassle me. So off he goes, and James Williams now into that second place.
Yeah, they're in different classes. And obviously Neil Harrison must be looking more for a class win here. He made that pretty obvious by waving through his competitor. The bigger, more modern 2011 car of James Williams goes then ahead of the 1998 machine of Neil Harrison. Harrison, a Vauxhall-powered car, as most of the modern cars are, as a Volkswagen-powered car for James Williams. For fourth, though, good graph ongoing. And I think Kevin McClurg has got himself up ahead of Charlie Hart. More battles behind, and that includes Tony Bishop coming back through the order. He's just got the better of Terry Clark's Van Diemen, I think, and he's about to pass Nigel Howard in a similar Dallara, and he swoops around the outside into Maggots. He's ahead by Beckett, so up into 8th position, I think, for Tony Bishop.
Yeah, shouldn't take him long, should it? As we said in qualifying, he was only a few hundredths back from George Lyon, and probably about a second and a half quicker than those behind them on the second row of the grid. So Tony already making light work of a couple of cars as he works his way now down in towards Brooklands. The next car on his list will be Malcolm Scott. He's just worked his way past there by the looks of it. The 75 machine of Tom Hill, who's had a cracking start actually. Came from 13th on the grid, already inside the top 6 or 7. As I said, just being passed there by Tony Bishop, who now ticks another one off. So through on the inside he goes of Malcolm Scott. I think he'll be ahead then of Charlie Hart by the time they get down towards Copse Corner. But Charlie's going to fight this one, isn't he? He's going to try and defend on the inside towards Copse, but inevitably Tony Bishop will go through. And that's 3, I think, done in the space of about a short straight.
I'm not sure if all is well with Neil Harrison. We saw him wave James Williams through a lap or so ago. Now he's done a much slower lap, and there was a very rough-sounding car pass in our commentary box. And I think that probably was the Harrison car. So car 10, Neil Harrison potentially in strife here. and that means those behind will be catching very rapidly. You can see car 10 there, she's lost 2 positions in the straight line. I wonder if Neil Harrison might be for the pit lane map.
Yeah, real shame for Neil. Was running really strongly, wasn't he, and did a good job this morning in qualifying. But yeah, Neil Harrison, will he dart off into the pit lane? He's still running, not the speed he probably would want to do, and I think they're going to carry on. But we'll hear that rough sounding car coming through very shortly, as now Tony Bishop works his way past Kevin McClurg by the looks of it. Yeah, so up across the line goes Tony in that all-black Dallara in towards Copse Corner, and he's now going to have the next one to try and chase, but that's a good 10 seconds up the road. So of course it gets harder as you get closer to the front, and next on the list is James Williams, as we have this good battle going on. But Neil Harrison, as we said, now starting to falter, so he's been passed by Charlie Hart, he's passed by Malcolm Scott, and he'll probably be passed onto the Wellington Straight as well by Nigel Howard. And I think you're right, Josh, I think that one might have to head for the pit lane, as we've had a spin there for the 83 machine of David Spencer.
Yeah, that's right, that's the Reynard, the 1988 Formula 3 car. In the days when it wasn't all Dallaras that dominated Formula 3 as it became later on, particularly in this country. There is a good battle which involves Tom Hill, the multiple Alfa Romeo champion, who's moved into single-seaters I think for this year, and he, as for the pit lane, is the Harrison car with, could well be running on 3 cylinders, it sounded that way. But just ahead of Tom Hill there's a good battle for what is 5th position, which includes Charlie Hart and Malcolm Scott, I think, and through the left-hand kink at Maggots up towards Beckett, possibly that battle, although all being caught as well by Nigel Howard. So a good battle developing for 5th position here, out of Beckett, down the Wellington Straight. The Learstone motorcycle engine car still ahead of the 2-litre Malcolm Scott driven Dallara with the Vauxhall engine. But it is still Hart then in 5th, and possibly about to start lap traffic, I think.
Yeah, well in amongst them now is the race leaders, and Malcolm Scott, he seems to have had a second win now, doesn't he? He had a bit of a slow start, just dropped himself down the order, but all of a sudden he's going to try and take the fight to Charlie Hart as he works his way through to complete lap number 7. Further up the field, no surprise, Tony Bishop on his recovery is now the quickest man on the circuit with a 53.828, so not too far off what he did in qualifying this morning, about half a second as it stands. But of course this was a time which he tried to get out this morning. Now he'll have a fully laden car with fuel and everything, and of course in a race situation it can be slightly different, but he could be on for another quicker lap this time round, because he is the best of anyone through Sector 1 and Sector 2. That's off the Wellington Straight. There comes the man in 4th position, which is Kevin McClurg. He is having a bit of a lonely race at the minute, 6 seconds off the back of Tony Bishop, and around about the same gap up the road from Charlie Hart as it stands. As Tony Bishop goes through, he did indeed go even quicker there, now only a 10th off what he did this morning in that qualifying session.
For McClurg, he just put a lap on Richard Biles in the Formula Vauxhall Lotus, the winged junior single-seater from the early 1990s. You had the Formula Vauxhall Juniors, the non-winged car that's also on this grid, and then you had the Vauxhall Lotus Championship, which were slightly quicker cars and with wings. And really that was Vauxhall taking on Ford in the junior single-seater ranks, because Formula Ford we had, of course, and Formula Ford 2000, and then Vauxhall thought they'd have a go themselves. They had the 1600 junior category, and then they had the bigger engined Lotus derived cars as well, and so it's interesting to sort of have both of those on this grid as well. There is 45, I think, Felix Baggett. He's got a Toyota powered Dallara from 1999. He's running in 11th position, which is 4th within his own class. But there's our race leader, George Lyons. He has lapped him already, so I think everyone up to about 10th position has been lapped, with that 11th place car now 1 lap down. I think one of the Fern GP run cars who run a handful of these Dallaras in Monoposto. There's the car which we think's got the engine problem, the Vauxhall engined car of Neil Harrison, which is a real shame for him, Matt, because of course he would run in 2nd when things were going well earlier.
Yeah, he's back on his way, whether that to be into the race once again or down to the end of Parc Fermé, but we'll see if Neil and just get back out there, just give the car a little bit of a test session effectively before what's going to be race 2 later on this afternoon. Here is possibly a fight going on down towards Copse Corner. This is the number 34 machine in McCallum, as they're about to be lapped by the ever quicker Tony Bishop in car number 9. So Tony, in fact, is almost now with James Williams. He's got about 1.5 seconds, I'd say, before he catches him. And last time round, he was 3 seconds quicker than James Williams, although George Line is still the quickest out there on that last lap with a 53.7. So I think Tony's going to have his work up against him to catch George Line, but if he can get into second place, that would be good enough for him. We've got Neil Harrison, who is back out there, gets out of the way nicely of the 2 quickest cars coming through in second and third. He also tries to get out of the way of the other car, which is trying to lap him as well as they turn their way in towards Luffield Corner. That being the number 61 machine of Julian Hoskins in his Vector TF912, which heads up now towards the line. But for what's going to be second place, Tony Bishop tries to go to the outside. That then is very quickly cut off, so he goes back to the inside line. And Tony Bishop, I think, will very nicely, no, he won't, be into second place. So James Williams is definitely going to fight this one by the looks of it.
Yeah, his best lap, it was 2.5 off of Tony Bishop. He's done a 53.3, replicating those qualifying times. But he's not going to make it easy. After watching many Formula 3 races over the years, it's they're not the easiest cars to overtake him. But if you have got a pace advantage, it certainly should be possible. And he's having a go. Blue flags flashing, blue light panels flashing at those ahead, but for Tony Bishop, the first car he wanted to pass is that of James Williams, and round the outside of Brooklands Corner he successfully does that, and then he's immediately into the traffic around the outside through Luffield. That's safely done, but for Tony Bishop, he must be ruining that mistake on what, lap 2 or 3 there at Luffield when he spun, because he had the pace to take it to George Line for the win. Yeah, if he gets some clear laps, he probably will be quicker than George Line, but he's got what's going to be 15 seconds now to try and claw down on the race leader, so he'll be hoping that the traffic is better for him than it is for the race leader. But we'll see how close Tony may be able to get within this race with what's going to be 8.5 minutes now to go. James Williams down into that 3rd place. Kevin McClurg yet to come across the line, which he'll do any second, but he will find himself some near enough 40 seconds back from the race leader. But Tony Bishop now with his clear air continues to make his way forward. Let's see if James Williams can try and stay with him as well. That'd be nice if James can kind of ride on the coattails of Tony and maybe be in effect there to challenge towards the end. But as it stands, Tony is on his way now with the quickest lap of the race, as we said, set a few laps ago now, 53.3. Last time round with that move, Tony Bishop did a lap time which is about a second slower. This time through is about a 1/10 of a second slower than what George Line is currently doing out front. Yeah, George Line 15 seconds ahead. I think Tony Bishop was up to over 20 seconds, wasn't he, when after his spin? So he has caught some time. This is the battle for 5th position, I think. Possibly Charlie Hart round the outside of Malcolm Scott, was that? And 18 is the car behind. It was a lap car, wasn't it, in the end? No, that's a battle, isn't it? Oh, it's a battle. Right, it was battle for 6th and 7th rather than 5th and 6th. That's right. So rather than Charlie Hart trying to gain a position, he's under threat, isn't he, from Nigel Howard? Yeah, a couple of red and white cars in this, so James Williams is one of those. We've got that one of Nigel Howard as well, so it does become a little bit confusing when quicker cars are lapping the slower ones and trying to work out which one is doing what. But yeah, that was a good fight going on for 6th and 7th place. Tom Hill is still comfortably in 8th position, as we have the fight here between the number 51 machine, which is George Line. He is the man putting the cars a lap down now, some of them going a couple of laps down, others just the one by the looks of it, as Charlie Hart is going to be the next one who is ticked off by George Line. But yeah, still got this good fight going on between these two cars. So you've got the number 19 machine of Charlie Hart, which turns his way now in towards Brooklands, and right behind him Nigel Howard in his Dallara F310, which is just on the rear as it stands, and Charlie will try and get a nice slipstream from the race leader as they come towards the start-finish line for them. The completion of lap number 14. The gap last time round between this battle for 6th and 7th was 0.4 of a second. It does go up slightly now to half a second between the two of those. Yeah, they're not far behind Malcolm Scott, so as traffic plays its role, that could change, but Hart is certainly under pressure from Howard in all of this. You've got the motorcycle-engined car ahead of the Volkswagen-powered Formula 3 machine of Nigel Howard out of Beckett's corner. with these races being 20 minutes, a bit longer than Monoposto races I think generally are. 15 means they are still over 5 minutes of the race to go. To the inside for Howard, he breaks later, should have a bit more downforce I think in the F3 machine, but the Irish built Lee Stone is still ahead of Charlie Hart. Out of Luffield corner, they accelerate to the line. The lead gap down to 13 seconds now, I see. So Tony Bishop continuing to chip away at George Line, but it's just too late, I think, Matt, isn't it? With only 5 minutes of the race to go.
Yeah, George might have just backed off slightly in the lead, and also had quite a bit of traffic to deal with on that previous lap as well. But of course, Tony might come up amongst that before too much longer, as Nigel Howard has gone through on Charlie Hart. So the move has been done finally for 6th position, but can Charlie fight back in towards Beckett's corner? I don't think he'll have the pace now to stay with Nigel ahead of him, so that one could be sorted for 6th place. Still Charlie Hart though leads within his class. The M1000 is what he is situated in for this weekend. He's only got probably one other challenger in that class, which is the 34 machine of David McCallum in what's going to be the Jedi, which came off the back of the grid. But David's made good progress as well. He's come up from, as we said, about 18th position now into what's going to be 13th place.
Also looks like the Neil Harrison problem has been resolved, because now he's back out, he's doing personal best lap times, so that's good to see as George Line is working his way through the traffic, including that Jedi Mark 6 of McCallum, who moves aside for George Line, who checks over in his left-hand side mirror to see that he's ahead of the Jedi that we can see on our screens now, running in 13th, as you say, made good progress from qualifying this morning. And that Superbike powered machine. Just ahead, 61, Julian Hoskin, who's in the Vector TF93Z, so originally a Z-Tech Formula Ford car, and that though has grown some wings since, has made modifications since the original car. It's a very wide car, that as well, making it look unique on this grid. There's the Reynard, the 1988 Formula 3 car, driven by David Spencer, who moves aside for Tony Bishop, I think they're in 2nd place coming through, who's continuing to push on. Starts up the inside into Cop's corner. Gap now down to 10 seconds to the race leader.
Yes, last time through again, Tony Bishop was about 2 seconds quicker than George Line, but now George is responding, just gone and done his personal best through sector 1. But yeah, Tony Bishop, he's trying everything he possibly can just to try and stay in the kind of 10-second realm of George Line, but it is definitely coming down. But as we've been saying, I think it's a little bit too late now with just under 3 minutes to go, as stepping aside there for the race leader is Nigel Howard, so he lets him go through fairly easily. Howard still there in 6th position after making that move on Charlie Hart, but he's only 2 seconds up the road from Charlie, so we'll have to wait and see if Charlie can fight back in that Boxer machine towards the end of the race. But Tony Bishop, let's see what he can do on this occasion. He's dropped a little bit to George Line in sector 1 and sector 2, so I think this will be a slower lap for Tony Bishop. No, it came good in the end. He was probably fractionally quicker than George, but nothing really to worry, I don't think, the race leader in car number 51, who has done a faultless job to stay out front. He might have had the challenge from Tony Bishop, as we said, but it was that what looked to be unforced error which put him off the road on the exit of Luffield. But as you said at the time, Josh, it was good that he didn't roll further backwards into the gravel.
That's right, yeah. So we've been able to enjoy this sort of charge back through the field. For George Line, he's really just had to deal with lap traffic and not too much more. With 2, maybe 3 laps to go, they're lapping the 54s. There's a minute and 50 left. There will be 2 more laps of the Silverstone National Circuit, I think, for George Line in that leading car, the Volkswagen-powered Dallara from 2008. He will have the car to lap there of Alex Bagnall, the Vauxhall Junior, and down into the right-hander there at Beckett, accelerating down the Wellington Straight. Formula 3 cars of this era in period wouldn't have raced on the national circuit. They would have been on either the international circuit or the Grand Prix circuit of the time, but Formula 3 did race, I think, back in the 90s on the national circuit when the final complex was a bit different to what it is now. Brooklands and Luffield has been the same for a little while now, but it was a much sharper corner at Luffield than what it is nowadays. But for George Line, I think just one more lap to go. So a 22 lap racing still. And just to show what he can do, George Line sets the fastest lap of the race on lap 21, a 53.144, which is a couple of attempts quicker. Well, it was a couple of attempts quicker than Tony Bishop, but Tony Bishop has retaliated and immediately changed the fastest lap. You can see the graphic change as we were talking about it. Tony Bishop sets the new fastest lap, a 53.010. So as the fuel loads come down, the cars get lighter, they get a bit quicker.
Certainly do, yeah. So both of those drivers leaving their best till pretty much the last laps here at Silverstone on the national circuit. This is the first of two races we have for Monoposto here today. There's Neil Harrison on his charge back through the field, but after losing quite a few laps, he is going to finish down, by the looks of it, in 19th place. But for Monoposto race number 1 here at Silverstone, it will be a lovely drive from George Line to take the checkered flag in race number 1. He'll have to wait about 10 seconds before we see Tony Bishop through next up, but that was a good recovery drive for the number 9 machine.
Yeah, that's right. He dropped down to something like 10th position, I think, didn't he, in that spin at Luffield. There he goes, flashing through the short past the checkered flag. Tony Bishop 11.7 seconds behind at the checkered flag. Lots of class winners as well. F3B went to Kevin McClurg. M1000 went to Charlie Hart. The classic class, that went to Will Cox, which is good for his championship. The 2000 class went to Terry Clark. The 1800 class went to Julian Hoskins. And the 1600 class to Alex Bagnall. So a multi-class discipline in the Monoposto Racing Club here at Silverstone. But a race win for 51, George Line. So congratulations to George on that win by 11.7 seconds here at Silverstone. And as Matt described, he will be back, as will all the others, for their second race, which isn't actually that far away, about an hour and a half or so until Monoposto will be back out. We have 2 Waterhays Trophy semi-finals, though, to come before that. And I think shortly we'll be able to hear from our winners with Matt, who's just popped outside, and shortly George Line will be down there. I suspect we'll hear from Tony Bishop and James Williams as well, our top 3 drivers. The only 3 drivers actually to finish on the lead lap, such was the pace of those later Formula 3 cars from a decade and a half ago. There's our winner, 51 George Line. And we've got second and third down there as well already, Tony Bishop and James Williams. But the Langford Line Motorsport car, the race winner of George Line, slick racing tyres. That's the only category here today racing on slick racing tyres, but Slicks and Wings single-seater suggests that's absolutely what they are on today. Perhaps a challenge really to get them up to temperature on a day like today, but some quick lap times in the end. 53.0 seconds, the fastest lap from the second place driver, Tony Bishop, to the right there. But for George Line, he didn't need to get the fastest lap. He controlled the race really after that early spin for Tony Bishop. So helmet comes off our race winner. In the background here you can see the third place driver, James Williams. He had a good drive to bring home an overall podium as well. All these 3 drivers in the F3A class. And heading over to Matt Sutcliffe is George Line. So I think we'll be able to join Matt now.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, down here with race winner George Line. Well done, George. Good race there. It seemed pretty easy because we lost Tony Bishop on that first lap, so we thought there'd be a nice little battle between you, but he left you to your own devices.
Yeah, I think it's the wind was really different around the lap. So the first 2 corners was loads of grip, and then the last corner was really interesting with the back stepping out a bit. But yeah, good race. We had a bit of problem with the oil leakage in qualifying, so managed to sort that out. And yeah, engine was obviously running perfect for them. So big thank you to everyone in the team.
It's always quite exciting around the Silverstone National Circuit. Lots of traffic for you to deal with, so you have to make sure you place your car in the right position.
It's a busy lap, yeah, because there's always another corner coming up, so there's not a lot of time to rest. You think 20 minutes isn't that long, but I'm knackered, to be honest.
Happy with that result then? Looking forward to doing much of the same in race 2?
Yeah, not sure where I think the grids are where your fastest lap time are. I'm not sure if Tony got a better lap time or not, so it might be starting second, so it might be a bit of a race in the next one, which should be interesting.
You did the best lap on the you did your best lap on the last lap from home, and then Tony did exactly the same just after you, so he gets the quickest lap there.
Okay, there you go then. So we'll see how we get on in the next one.
It's going to be a good battle though. George, well done. Congratulations on the victory. Let's have a word with James Williams, who finished in third. James, third place there for you. How was that one in race number 1?
Yeah, good. Not quite fast enough for the boys at the front, but it's a good race.
We saw you battling with a few people though. It's always nice to find some people to play with.
Yeah, no, definitely some of the back markers forget about mirrors, but it's all good fun.
So third place in race number 1. Do you reckon you can push yourself a little bit quicker and get up with those two?
No, not quite, but we'll try.
Good stuff. Well done, James. Congratulations on third place, and then we'll go and have a quick word with Tony Bishop and find out his thoughts on how that race unfolded. And I'm sure he was happy with his speed throughout the race, and we'll see what his mistake was caused by. As George said, the win might have been a cause for that. Tony, if you can come and join us. It was a great qualifying. We saw you and George on the front row. We were looking forward to a good battle. Then what happened down there at Luffield?
It's just it's a very short lap to get the tyres warm, and I'd understeer going in turn 1. And I was quite close to him and just tried to get a good exit out the last corner, and it just span round, just flipped round. And then I had to wait for everyone to come past me. Still had it running, but then couldn't pull out in front of them. So a bit of fun afterwards.
We very much look forward to your charge through the field, which you did a great job of, up to second place, which is nice.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was going good. Yeah, and times we got there, we should be doing regular. So just got to get it warmed up properly.
You did the quickest lap as well, right towards the end, so I think that puts you on pole for the second race. So, all being well, get the tyres up to temperature. We could have a good battle between you and George.
Yeah, we'll try and make it interesting.
Good stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Tony Bishop there, who finished in second place. So more Monoposto to look forward to a little bit later on. We've got Walter Hayes Trophy action on the way in terms of the semi-finals in just a few minutes' time. But first, we'll have the results of that race with Josh.
So let's take a look at the results, if we can, of the first Monoposto race. It was George Lyon who won by just over 11 seconds from Tony Bishop, with James Williams coming home in third. Kevin McClurg was a class winner. He was fourth ahead of Malcolm Scott, with Nigel Howard in sixth. Charlie Hart, the best motorbike engine car, in seventh ahead of Tom Hill. Will Cox, the Tiedemann Trophy Championship leader, he finished ninth ahead of Terry Clark. And that completed the top 10 in the Monoposto Championship race. A bit further back was Felix Baggott and Julian Hoskins, David McCullum, Jamie Malloy, Eddie Guest, Alex Bagnall, Richard Biles, David Spencer, and despite a pit stop he made it home as well, was Neil Harrison. So all 19 cars took the checkered flag in the first of 2 races today for the Monoposto Championship. Coming up next, though, here at Silverstone, as Matt just suggested, we have the 2 semi-finals. So 2 12-lap races for the Walter Hayes Trophy semi-finals to set the grid for the grand final. So 2 exciting, super important races coming up next here at Silverstone. So semi-final 1 coming up next. A full grid of 36 Formula Ford 1600s will contest both of these semi-final races, with the top 18 cars going through to the grand final, and where you finish inside that top 18 is the row that you will start on for the grand final, and 12 laps will decide the grid, with the 2 heat winners from yesterday, or 2 of the 4 heat winners from yesterday, on the front row of the grid. Rory Smith and Michael Eastwell, both drivers looking for their first Walter Hayes Trophy win this year. Rory Smith's best has been a 7th. Michael Eastwell has been twice second over the last 2 years. He just wants to go one better, and he did a good job by winning his heat yesterday, which puts him in a good position. But this race is going to be hard fought, I'm sure, with some quick drivers perhaps starting a bit further back, but so many fast drivers in the front positions, with other podium heat finishers yesterday: Jason Smith, Hugh Esterson, Tom Nippers and Tom MacArthur, all on this grid as well. We'll see if we can bring you the grid in detail for semi-final 1 of the 2024 Walter Hayes Trophy. And it will be then Rory Smith on pole position in the BM Racing Medina from 2018. Rory Smith, the double Formula Ford Festival winner, starts on pole. Then alongside Michael Eastwell, the double runner-up here at the Walter Hayes. On the second row, Jason Smith, a race winner in Ireland this year, alongside Hugh Esterson, who finished 4th at the festival 2 weeks ago. Tom Nippers starts on row 3. He's been a race winner in United Formula Ford this year, alongside Tom MacArthur. On the 4th row, the 2 South Africans, Mikhail Bezaidenhout and Julian van der Wart. On the 5th row, Ben Cox and Kieran Atwood. On the 6th row, Will Liston, the best of the historic class cars, the Australian, starts alongside another South African, Robert Falk. On the 7th row, it's Ben Tilley and Cameron Jackson. On row 8, the former Formula V champion, Ben Maludi, starts alongside the American Connor Willis. Peter Lucas, another Australian, starts on row 9 alongside Sam Street. If he's there, he had a big crash yesterday. Andy Gosling is on row 10 alongside Chris Acton. Row 11 will see Jacob Toffs, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Am champion, alongside Rick Morris, the 1982 SO Formula Ford champion. He's in his 70s, but he's still going strong. On the next row, we have James Colburn and historic Formula 1 champion Matt Wrigley. On the next row, we have Bob Hawkins and Rob Wainwright. And then our last chance race winner, going from 27th, David MacArthur, is alongside Dave Parks. Stephen O'Connor and Alex Fours will be up next, ahead of Jaap Blijhaven, and Jan Magnussen's back again. He starts 32nd. And then towards the back of the grid is Leanne McShane, Gavin Buckley, Jeremy Kane and Damien Ditchfield, are all going to have a big effort to have to put in if they're going to make the grand final and be inside the top 18 in this race. But you don't really want to finish 18th. You want to finish much higher than that, because you want to be as far up the grid for the grand final than is possible, and there's so many potential podium finishers, I think, on this grid. Maybe some a bit further back after problematic heats yesterday, and some of these drivers here at the back, they're going to be rapid. Can Jan Magnussen make the grand final? Can he do what would be 5 races in a day if he can make it? There he is in the Duckham's liveried Van Diem, the replica livery of his Formula Ford Festival winning car from 1992, but this a 1978 Van Diemen that he is in, and starting way back on the grid. It's going to be difficult to get into the top 18, but staying out of trouble from there might be one of the ways to get up there over the 12 laps of the Silverstone National Circuit. You can see in the middle of your shot there the Black Royale of Rick Morris. Rick, who beat Ayrton Senna here at Silverstone over 40 years ago in a very similar car to that. He'll be looking to get into the Hayes Grand Final. Starting from 22nd, that's certainly a possibility. But it's Rory Smith on pole position in the BM Racing Medina. His best result here was 2 years ago when he finished 7th at the Water Hayes. He wants a lot more than that this year, though, alongside Michael Eastwell, the 2018 Tourist Trophy winner. He's there, but the car behind him has got a problem. That's Hugh Esterson from the second row of the grid. He's waving his arms about. I think he's lost the engine of the Ammonite Motorsport Ray, desperately trying to get attention. His arms have stopped waving, so does that mean he has managed to fire up the car? No, I don't think it does. This could mean a delayed start. It could mean the end of the weekend for Hugh Esterson. Someone that did so well last year. The Marshals, I think, going to have to push the car off the grid. So huge drama from Hugh Esterson, who had such a good day yesterday, finishing second in his heat. The older brother of former winner Max Esterson in a very similar car to that. Looks like he's out of it. The team will try and get him to go from the pit lane. But you can see panic stations from the Ammonite crew. There's a green flag at the back, so I think we're ready to go for 12 laps of semi-final 1 action. We're missing Hugh Esterson, but I think the rest are there with Rory Smith on the right-hand side of screen as the pole man. The 5-second board has been shown. Next up will be the red lights. The revs are rising on these Kent-engined Formula Ford 1600s. The lights go out, away goes the race. Loads of wheel spin from Eastwell from the inside, so I think Rory Smith will lead on the way up towards Copse Corner. Good start from Jason Smith to go second from the second row of the grid. So the Irishman up into P2. Wide is Tom MacArthur. He's trying to get past Michael Eastwell and has done it. He's up to third. So Eastwell's down to fourth. Fifth is Nippers. Sixth is the next of the KMR cars, which I think will be Zuidenhout. But Farouk Beckett for the first time. Eastwell's car sliding around a lot of notice there in fourth. Not a good start from him, Matt, from second down to fourth.
It certainly is, yep. So the first time for many of these out on circuit 4 today. So they're going to try and make sure they've got everything. Oh, and there's someone off in the background.
Matt Wrigley spun. Not sure who the other car is involved, but Matt Wrigley's Merlin got turned round, or the other car's got broken suspension. It's Jacob Toffs, then the Porsche Sprint Challenge Am champion. So Jacob Toffs out of it, I think, in the Duckham's liveried KMR Spectrum. So it's all drama as expected on lap 1 of the race, but it is Rory Smith that leads. Jason Smith is there in second position. They battled in their heats yesterday, and I think enjoyed driving around with each other and having a good battle, so they won't mind being at the front together. Then MacArthur, he made a great start from 6th. He's up to 3rd. Eastwell is next, then Nippers, Then Julian van der Waart, he's made a good start in the Miguel. He's up into 6th position. Jason Smith, he's waving at Rory Smith, telling him, go forwards, don't defend. We'll work together to try and pull away at this stage of the race.
Yeah, they worked well together yesterday, as you said now, and they want to do exactly the same in this one. So Rory and Jason Smith are your top 2 as it stands. Tom MacArthur is also putting his hand in the air there to possibly say, let's try and work together to catch the top 2. In fact, no, that's probably because there's a car and a yellow flag waving. So that car of Jacob Toft's needs to be recovered. So wouldn't be surprised if we see a safety car at the end of this lap. Jacob is out, which is always good to see. He wasn't really pleased with the incident and the person involved, but unfortunately for that car and Jacob, the weekend is now done, because after this, as we know, 18 make it through. The rest are done for the day in the main Walter Hayes Trophy final.
Not if they think they can recover it from there, because we're not going safety car as of yet. Yeah, the marshals think they can recover that off the circuit. We see that so many times here at the Walter Hayes Trophy. Great work from the marshals to keep racing elsewhere. Rory Smith then leads. Second is Jason Smith. They are getting away from Tom MacArthur and Michael Eastwell, but Tom Nippers in 5th has done the fastest lap on that lap, so he's trying to move forward. Julian van der Waart in 6th. But Zuidenhout is 7th, Atwood is 8th, Wolf is 9th, the best historic car is 10th. That's Cameron Jackson. Michael Eastwell right on terms with Tom MacArthur as they turn through Beckett. There will probably be a yellow though on the exit of this corner.
Yeah, let's wait and see, but they won't be passing down the Wellington Straight on this occasion. The car has gone. Great work from the marshals as always, so we can get back into a racing momentum now as they head under the bridge. Tom MacArthur is going to have to defend from Michael Eastwell, who sends one to the inside very late, but he's going to go through a Brooklands corner, and Michael Eastwell squeezes his way through, so forget about helping each other out. Michael Eastwell just wants to go for this in the KMR Sport machine as he works his way now into this 3rd position, and he knows and he needed to do that as soon as possible, because otherwise they would have lost more ground to the top 2, and straight away Michael Eastwell gives the... Oh, we've got someone else off there.
Stephen O'Connor, who we saw go well earlier. It's Dave Parks, 2 drivers who came through the progression earlier. I think have been caught up in incident. How many is that for Stephen O'Connor in the last 2 weeks here in England? A few, I think. Anyway, Rory Smith and Jason Smith are going away, but I think Eastwell knew he was quicker than MacArthur, so wanted to get past him to go after the 2 in front. So it's the BM Medina that leads. Second is the Dolan run car of Jason Smith, then the KMR car in 3rd position of Michael Eastwell. This lap 4 of 12 in semi-final 1 for the Walter Hayes Trophy. And onto the Wellington Straight they go. There are still yellow flags here as the marshals try and get that car into as safe place as possible. And that's sort of eliminating an early overtake on the Wellington Straight. I think you can pass into Brooklands. Of course, there are more yellow for the incident potentially that Dave Parks was involved with. But there's 45, then Rory Smith into Luffield with Jason Smith in 26. They're all sliding around these Formula Fords on grooved Avon tyres. They don't provide huge amounts of grip, but that's the whole beauty of Formula Ford racing. Not too much grip, lots of racing action, and across the line the top 2 continue. I think Matt to pull away.
Yeah, you can see how hard Michael Eastwell is trying to work to catch up with the top 2. He is pulling away though from Tom MacArthur in 4th place. Tom Nippers is still with them as well in 5th position. Then we've got a little bit of a gap back to Julian van der Waart in what's going to be 6th place, but he's then under a little bit of pressure from Bezuidenhout at the minute. So we've got some good battling out front, but as we know, there's only going to be 18 of these drivers that make it through. We're not yet at half race distance. We're on lap number 5 as it stands within this first semi-final, and let's see on this occasion, no, yellow flags are still there, so there'll be no lunges from anyone on the run down towards Brooklands. So that means that Rory Smith is safe for the time being, as there was a move looking to be made a little bit further back, but I think they'll eventually see yellow flags and back into their positions they go. But Rory Smith looking good, did a fantastic job yesterday to win his heat, and he's out front in this one with his good old mate Jason Smith there in 2nd place.
Hugh Esterson did get into the race, but it's best part of a lap down, so I don't think he's going to make it into the grand final unless something really weird happens. Leaders across the line. It's Rory Smith. I don't think he's fully trusting that Jason Smith won't attack him, will he? Is he? Because he's defending a little bit, heading down towards Copse Corner, and he's just set the fastest lap, in fact, the race leader Rory Smith at 1:01.588. Big battle here, though, for 7th position. Michael Bezuidenhout just ahead of Kieran Atwood, who's trying to attack. And you've got Cameron Jackson trying to come through too in the much older Van Diemen from 1990. You've got on the inside line there Robert Volk, the multiple South African touring car champion. He goes past Kieran Atwood on the inside. Cameron Jackson tries to follow him through. Jackson doing a great job in the Janet Cesar car to be inside the top 10, a pre-1993 machine, well up the overall order. That car was in the wards yesterday, but Cameron Jackson, the multiple historic champion, drives it really well, and he's on the back of this real battle pack, which includes really three South Africans, because they're just behind Julian van der Wart. Then you've got Mikkel Bizardenhout, and you've also got Robert Volt. So three South Africans altogether. Not something you say very often here at Silverstone.
No, grouping up, aren't they, to try and put the attack on those around them. So off across the line they go once again. We've got a good battle going on just ahead of them. I think that was the car of possibly Tom Nippers, who might be under some pressure now. Or is he putting the pressure on? I think he is, yeah, on Tom MacArthur, because across the line they were separated by 82 thousandths of a second. That was Hugh Esterton, I think, on his way down the Wellington Straight. And this is Nippers under pressure from Tom MacArthur, or vice versa. It's Nippers who's putting the pressure on the 117 machine, but he can't find his way through. So Nippers doesn't really want to be delayed in this. Of course, the higher you finish up in a semi-final, the better grid position you have for the final as well. So every single position does indeed matter, as I think the yellow flags now have disappeared from Brooklands Corner. So it does mean we have got some more overtaking places within the Silverstone National Circuit now as it stands, but still Tom Nippers cannot find his way through there. So he has to wait for another few corners before he gets back into the tow on towards the start-finish line as the leaders head through to complete lap number 7. It's still Rory Smith ahead of Jason Smith by a couple of tenths of a second.
Up into 18th is David MacArthur. So the driver who came through the progression race first thing this morning looks like he's going to make it through to the grand final if he stays there inside the top 18 over the last 5 laps of the race. Into Cop, plenty of battling going on, including for 4th. That's Tom MacArthur, that's Dave's brother. Oh, and Leanne McShane's out in the Furman. That's another Formula Ford that's lost a corner over the course of this weekend. The right rear corners. Well, it's not completely left the car, but it's certainly not pointing the way it should be. But there's Tom MacArthur and Tom Nippers in 4th and 5th positions, through and out of Beckett's and onto the Wellington Straight for lap 8 of 12. Luffield will be under yellow flags this time. Not sure if Brooklands is. It is, I think. So yellow flags potentially for Brooklands Corner as well to cover the Luffield incident. And they turn their way up into that point now, do Tom MacArthur and Tom Nippers. But Michael Eastman's really pulled away from these two, but can't quite catch the lead in 2 Smiths.
Yeah, quite a few drivers haven't had many places to overtake in this race, have they? Because of all the incidents we've had and yellow flags, but they've done well to scrape their way through. Michael Eastwell still pushing on hard in this one. He was fractionally quicker than the 2 ahead of him last time round, as Tom Nippers now tries another move onto Tom MacArthur in towards Copse Corner, but that doesn't quite work, as Kieran Atwood is now under pressure by the looks of it inside the top 10 on the run down towards Copse Corner.
You saw David MacArthur coming through there. He's up into something like 17th position, but side by side for 4th. Tom Nippers around the outside of Tom MacArthur. They're absolutely side by side, the two Toms, wheel to wheel. Nippers is just nosing ahead as they head down the Wellington Straight. Marshall's trying hard to get the Furman out the way that Leon McShane had her incident in, so there'll be yellows coming up shortly for the leading group, but Nippers has done it. He's ahead of Tom MacArthur up to 4th.
There's another battle catching up with this as well. Julian van der Wart is the man leading that charge, so the number 171 machine with Mikkel Buzendijk in there as well. So they are the next two. There they are in picture now as they work their way on towards the start-finish line.
This the battle for something like 19, so these are the drivers not qualifying, I don't think, for the grand final. That includes Jan Magnussen, who's coming through the field. He's caught Andy Gosling. They had an altercation yesterday in the pre-final. You've got Rob Wainwright in this battle, as is Alex Fours. James Colburn's in the middle of it, so 5 cars battling. I think for 19th, if one of the top 18 have a problem, one of these could well qualify later.
Yeah, we've got yellow flags at Copse briefly there, so someone would have probably had an incident very briefly, but yeah, these guys are 4.5 seconds back. From 18th place as Jan Magnussen has a little look again at Andy Gosling in towards Copse Corner, but of course that move would not get him into the 18 that he needs to be. But as you said, Josh, there'll need to be some incidents ahead or some problems for those to get in. But for now, we're having a good scrap here for what's going to be 17th and 18th place. Ben Maludi, former Formula V racer, is one of those drivers within that mix, and the other one being the number 17 machine as well, which is Peter Lucas, who is having a good old scrap down the Wellington Straight on this occasion, and not too far away from, by the looks of it, David MacArthur, who's done that incredible job from the back up now into 16th place.
Yeah, that's right. So good battles are going on. Up front, the gap's still 3/10 of a second. Remember, Jason Smith said with 2 laps to go, he would start challenging Rory Smith. So let's see if there's a battle for the win and for the front row for the Waterhays Trophy. That's going to be contested then over the next lap and a half. Rory Smith led the whole race up to now, but is this the point where Jason Smith challenges?
Let's have a look then. I don't think there's going to be a yellow flag at Brooklands on this occasion. So straight away, Rory Smith is into his defence mode, where he goes from one side of the track to the other, which means Jason Smith can go for the outside line to try and get the best run into that. But of course, what they've got to be aware of as well is the man behind, Michael Eastwell, who is starting to close lap by lap every single time. He's taken 1 or 2 tenths of a second out of those two ahead of him. So Michael Eastwell is another man we cannot rule out of this equation as well, because Rory Smith comes through onto the last lap of semi-final number 1. He's looking good, isn't he, as he works his way to the final a little bit later on. He's got his mate, as we said, Jason Smith around him. These two have been the class of their heats and their finals in terms of semi-finals so far, but Michael Eastwell wants a bit of the action as they turn their way through Cots for the last time.
Yeah, so up towards Beckett. We had a big challenge on that previous lap into Brooklyn, but Jason Smith just run a little bit too wide, but he wants to be on the front row of the grand final, that is for sure. His dad never was a star here in previous years, but Jason Smith, who had a differential problem before qualifying yesterday, they got that all fixed in record time. Can he win the semi-final? He's having a look to the outside of Rory Smith up towards Brooklyn's corner. Michael Eastwell would like to get involved if at all possible, but Rory Smith, who's led every moment of this semi-final, turns his way into Luffield for the final time with Jason Smith and Michael Eastwell finally there, but a little bit too late, you'd have to think. These will be the 3 podium finishers. They will start on the front 3 rows for the grand final later on. But it's Rory Smith with a lights to flag victory here at Silverstone in semi-final 1 of the Waterhays Trophy for 2024. Jason Smith was second. Michael Eastwell was third. Best of the rest will go the way of Tom Nippers, I think, who takes 4th. Tom MacArthur was just 5th, ahead of Julian van der Watt. Michael Zudenhout, his teammate, was 7th, and Robert Volk 8th. 8 thousandths ahead of Kieran Atwood. With Cameron Jackson, the best historic car, 10th. The rest of the cars coming through that will qualify, I think they've all got through safely. So you've got Cox, Liston, Tilley, MacArthur, Willis, Acton, Maludi and Peter Lucas, the Australian. The final car to go through this group across the line will be a reserve for the grand final, so they may get in if others have problems for any reason. And the best of those was Andy Gosling. He took 19th, beating Jan Magnussen by 65 thousandths of a second. There'll be 2 drivers battling for the Col Hamer trophy at the end of the day, just before the grand final. But there's Rory Smith then, the winner of semi-final 1. This Waterhays trophy's just going a little bit better than previous ones for Rory, and certainly better than the Formula Ford Festival went 2 weeks ago. A win and not quite a fastest lap, because on the very last lap Michael Eastwell took that away as he closed in on these two with a big toe, but lots of pace in that BM Racing Medina Sport machine of Rory Smith, the race winner of semi-final 1 here at Silverstone. Let's see if we can have a look at the results before we have a chat with him. It was a 0.16 of a second victory over Jason Smith in second. Third for Michael Eastwell, 3 manufacturers in the top 3. Fourth was Tom Nippers, ahead of Tom MacArthur and Julian van der Watt, the first of 3 South Africans, with Michael Zudenhout and Robert Volk behind. Ninth was Kieran Atwood, and Cameron Jackson was 10th, the best of the older cars, so he's going to have a busy afternoon. Ben Cox was 11th, 12th was Will Liston, the first of a couple of Australians that will get through to the grand final. Ben Tilley was 13th, 14th for David MacArthur, who's been in every race so far today, 15th for Connor Willis, 16th for Chris Acton, Ben Maludi and Peter Lucas, the final 2 cars to go through. The next few will be reserved for the grand final. Andy Gosling and Jan Magnussen. So Magnussen might not quite get to do every race today, but nearly all of them. Rob Wainwright was next up ahead of James Colvin and Bob Hawkins. Alex Ford, Sam Street, was great to see him back out after that big crash yesterday. Gavin Buckley, 26th. The big disappointment will be Hugh Esterson after stalling on the grid. He only managed 27th. Jeremy Kane was the finisher, as was Damien Ditchfield. We lost Jaap Blijhaven towards the end to the pit lane. Other retirements included Rick Morris, Stephen O'Connor. He'll be disappointed not to make that final. And then that lap 1 incident there was between Matt Wrigley and Jacob Toft. Toft particularly would have been keen to make it into the final, I am sure. So a dramatic semi-final 1. And we are about to hear with the race winner, Rory Smith, with Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, down here with Rory Smith. Rory, it's quite hard to win races in the Waterhays Trophy, but so far this weekend you've done it twice now.
Yeah, I mean, again, credit to Jason. I think he played a pretty smart race there. I think he was just hanging on the toe, but he knew that the 2 of us were sort of breaking away from Michael behind. So I saw that he'd clocked that, and I started trying to do the best I could to just get the lap times in. Popped in a 1:01.5 in my which no one's done all weekend, so that shows we got the speed. So yeah, happy enough with that.
It's always a kind of precarious place to be, isn't it? Because you want to battle hard for the best result, which gives you the better position on the grid, but then you don't want to take yourself out of a semi-final. So you have to play it right, but I think you played it perfectly there.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I've done this event enough times to realise how it works. Like, you got to be front three in the semi to put yourself in a good spot for the final. So we've done that. Yeah, and it bodes well for the rest of the day.
Looking good for the final now. Looking forward to it.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I think we genuinely are the quickest out there. So if I can just drive smart and convert it as I did just then we should be on for a good one.
Good stuff. Well, I'm Rory. Congratulations to you. Let's go and have a word with Jason Smith, who's over here. It's having a quick chat with the Team Dolan people as well. Jason, we did hear from you earlier. You were going to kind of strike 2 laps to go. You tried your best there, but Rory was playing the game of trying to keep you behind. So you gave it a good shot.
Yeah, that was it. Look, Rory had tremendous pace. He didn't make one mistake that whole race. I was hoping he would. I was just going to sit there, and we pulled away from Michael and the guys behind. So no, I was happy with the race. We improved on the car again, and yeah.
It looked like in the early stages you were kind of trying to work together. I think the hand came up from someone to say, let's try and pull away.
Yeah, exactly the same as in the heat. We knew what to do and we just went. So that was it. Puts us in a good position for the final. We know my start was good. I got another person off the line there, so yeah.
What were you thinking when Michael came into the mix as well with about a lap to go?
Yeah, when I went wide in Brooklands, when I just braked too deep, and there's just not a lot of grip out in Brooklands to make a move. And then once I seen him on the last lap behind me, I didn't really want to do anything stupid. I knew I was in a good position, good on the second row. So.
Good stuff. Well done, Jason. Good luck for the final later on, which is coming, of course, towards the end of the day. And we'll have a quick word as well with Michael Eastwell, who did well in the heats, of course, yesterday and did well in that race as well. Michael, well done. We saw you come in. You made it your prerogative early on to get past the third place car because you wanted to catch these two, which were pulling away.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, and we did that, which was great. But yeah, they'd already got away a little bit, and they used their heads. They weren't scrapping. I was hoping they'd have a bit more of a fight earlier on, but they didn't. But look, we're in the top 3, and we'll start somewhere decent for the final. So happy about that.
Well, exactly. You know, you've done the thing you needed to do, is to get through to the final, which is now ticked off. That's good. You're on, I think, the 3rd row for that final, and you can still make progress. So it's all about that start, all about keeping out of trouble, and just trying to make your way forward again.
Yeah, absolutely. You just never know in this race. I mean, 2019, I started, I think, 10th, got knocked off to 27th in the first corner, and I finished 6th by the end of the final. So you just never know with this one. So we'll be starting 5th or 6th, and that's the main thing. We're in a decent position to see where we can go from there.
Still happy with the pace over the car?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it's like, especially the last lap, I think was pretty good. But yeah, pace overall through the race was pretty good. The car's good. As I say, they broke away, towed each other around. It was tricky to catch up. But yeah, no, it was good. Good position for the next one.
Well done, Michael. Congratulations on 3rd place. So a good starting position for that Walter Hayes Trophy final a little bit later on, with the top 3 down here. They're all very happy, and of course the top 18 that make it through are also going to be happy for that final as well. Semi-final 2 is on the way next, so let's get set for that one as we hand back upstairs to Josh Barrett.
We start to prepare then for semi-final number 2 of the 24th running of the Walter Hayes Trophy here at Silverstone. And this time it'll be the other 2 heat winners that will start on the front row of the grid, Andrew Rackstraw and Chris Middlehurst. Rackstraw, who was 3rd in the event last year behind Michael Eastwell. The person who finished ahead of Eastwell, though, was Chris Middlehurst. So last year's podium finishers on the front row of semi-final number 2. Some track clear up necessary, though, before we are able to release the cars. And for Andrew Rackstraw, he's got a teammate perhaps to work with, because Clayton Cole KC Enza Smith, his South African teammate, will be starting just behind him, making his Walter Hayes Trophy debut this year as the runner-up in the South African Formula Ford Championship this year. Luke Cooper, another podium finisher from the heats, he's up there too. His teammate Rob Hall, they both got podiums yesterday for Swift Cooper. Both Castle Combe Formula Ford champions, as is Felix Fisher, who was on the podium too for TM Racing and his Ray. But there'll be people further back to watch out for. Alex Walker, for example, for Wayne Paul Racing, the sometime British GT racer. He starts 11th, so he should be rapid, I should think. What about Joey Foster? He starts 17th, the 4 times winner of this event. He'll be looking to move forwards after a very problematic day yesterday in the Pirate Motorsport Furman. So watch out for him from 17th. And then the drivers who progressed through the last chance race, Gavin Wills, James Hadfield, they'll be coming through from row number 14 on this grid. So lots of anticipation awaiting in the hospitality units overlooking the assembly area. And also the just to the left of there, the BRDC grandstand and the BRDC clubhouse as well, serving drinks, I'm sure, and food. We're coming up to lunchtime as well to the BRDC members, but many of those have worked their way up to the top floor to watch the action. It may be a bit chillier outside, but there's a better view up there. And as you can see, the top of the clubhouse absolutely packed. It's one of the sort of big events, I think, for the British Racing Drivers Club. The end of season Waterhays Trophy event at Silverstone. And they will all be looking forward to this second semi-final to find out the other 18 spots that will be on the grid for the grand final, which is due up just after 3:30 here today at Silverstone. We are running pretty much on schedule at the moment, so we'll see how the afternoon goes. There's the BRDC grandstand, and that is pretty much full up now that we've got to semi-final action overlooking Brooklands and Luffield on the big action spots here at the Waterhays Trophy. And I wonder over the next 12 laps around that part of the track what may happen. The cars then being released from the assembly area, led out by the South African Andrew Rackstraw, the Porsche Carrera Cup race winner this year in this country. He revealed that to us here 1 year ago after he finished on the podium of the Waterhays Trophy. He said he'd be back for a full season in this country, and he has been, but he's not just back for Porsches, he's back for Formula Ford action here at the Waterhays as well. He's been sometime a United Formula Ford competitor too, and been a multiple winner there this season. Just going through shot there, Alex Walker, the runner-up in the Castle Combe Championship this year. He's going to be moving forwards, I'm sure. The multiple GB4 Championship race winner too. Alex Walker will go from row 6, but a bit further back from there is Joey Foster, the 4-time winner of this event, the most successful driver at the Waterhays Trophy. He starts 17th. He won here 2 years ago. He won here a couple of decades ago. Most experienced driver and the most successful, but he's got lots of work to do from row 9 of the grid. We'll be able to bring, I think, that full grid to you in just a moment as the cars head off onto their green flag warming up lap. So it's Andrew Rackstraw on pole for KMR, and his Spectrum, the driver who finished third last year. But he's alongside last year's winner, Chris Middlehurst, in the Team Dolan Van Diemen. Casey Enser-Smith, another KMR Spectrum, starts third alongside the Swift Cooper of Luke Cooper. On the third row, his teammate Rob Hall starts alongside Felix Fisher's Ray. Jonathan Kotick, another Team Dolan car, he starts 7th alongside the family-run Ray of Charlie Mann. Row 5, Anthony Amato in his first Waterhays starts alongside another Castle Combe champion, that's Adam Higgins. Alex Walker will be looking to move up from 11th, he's alongside the American Jason Pribble in his Ray. Nathan Ward, the best of the historic cars in his Swift, he starts 13th alongside Alex Ames, with Andrew Schofield and Richard Tarling, the former Formula Farm Audi champion, up next. Joey Foster, the 4-time winner, starts 17th alongside multiple historic champion Callum Grant. Ian Campbell and Lewis Fox, they'll be looking to move inside the top 18 over the 12 laps. Darwin Smith will look to do similar, I'm sure. He starts 21st alongside Drew Cameron. Then we get Mark McKenna and Pascal Monberon. Tom Hawkins, Joe Ahrens are up next. Then the last chance front runners, Gavin Wills and James Hadfield. Ben Sims, Jake Shortland, Nigel Thompson and Nigel Dolan are up next. And then towards the back of the grid, on our final page of grids will be Sam Mitchell, Ben Tinkler, Luke McShane and Neil Hunt making up the 36-car grid for semi-final number 2. So cars make their way up towards the grid, Matt. Looking forward to another dramatic Waterhays Trophy semi-final, I'm sure.
Yeah, we certainly are. That was a great first one, wasn't it? And lots going on, and the 18 that made it through are the happy ones. And of course, with this one, it's exactly the same. We've got 18 going through, and the other 18 will be unfortunately out of it for the final. So they all start to line themselves up. Andrew Rackstraw and Chris Middlehurst there on the front row. Joey Foster, of course, we know is one to look out for. He's right on the fringes, down in 17th place. But as we saw at the Formula Ford Festival final, he made his way through, and then, of course, got embroiled in some incidents towards the end of that race. But it's been now, I think, about 24 hours since he was last on track, because that's how long ago we saw Joey Foster out in heat number 1. He's had to wait all afternoon yesterday, all morning today, but he is ready and geared up to go, and one I'm sure that will be making progress through the field.
Yeah, we'll watch out for the progress of the Furman then of Joey Foster going from 17th. He won't just want to be qualifying in the top 18. He'll be wanting to be as close to the front as he can get. He said to you yesterday, there's only one position that matters, and that is first. So to be able to be first in that grand final, you really want to be starting probably inside the top 10. So top 5 position for a semi-final. I imagine that might be the aim for Joey Foster here at an overcast Silverstone, but dry, importantly, which means we get some great slipstreaming action. There on the front row, 2 podium finishers from last year. Andrew Rackshaw from pole on the right-hand side in the Australian-built Spectrum, run by Kevin Mills Racing. And alongside him, Chris Middlehurst in the Team Dolan, run Van Diemen. Chris Middlehurst, who won this event last year, former Formula Renault champion, former National Formula Ford champion as well. Then you've got Casey Enter-Smith, the newcomer to the Water Haze, alongside multiple Coombe champion Luke Cooper, who almost won his heat yesterday but lost outright at the end. The 5-second board's already been shown, so that means we're about to get the red lights on, which happens now. The lights go out quickly, the race gets underway. It's a good start from Middlehurst, an awful start from Enter-Smith on row 2, so he's going to be dropping down the order a little bit, but it's Middlehurst that leads. Rackshaw second, third is Cooper. I think Felix Fisher's made a good start up to 4th. There's Darwin Smith trying to progress round the outside at Copse Corner, but it is Middlehurst. Rackshaw and Cooper have made good starts. They're getting away from Felix Fisher and Rob Hall down towards Beckett's. Big lunge around the outside from Enter-Smith, trying to make the most of that corner after not getting the start to plan. He's got lots of work to do over the course of this 12-lap race. Luke Cooper there in 3rd position, chasing after the top 2. I imagine there might be less working together in this race. Andrew Rackshaw round the outside of Chris Middlehurst. They are wheel-to-wheel immediately. Middlehurst in the Van Diemen. Rackshaw in the Spectrum, tries to go right round the outside. He's got a bit of oversteer, but that will give him the inside line for Luffield. And Andrew Rackshaw will reclaim the lead at the final corner.
Yeah, just nice racing room there between the two of them. So Rackshaw back to the lead of the race as Middlehurst led for about 3/4 of the first lap. But now the South African goes to the head of the field once again. Middlehurst second. Luke Cooper, who had a good Formula Ford Festival final on the podium, sits there in 3rd position now. And up into 4th place is going to be that of Felix Fisher from the 3rd row of the grid. So he's very much on a charge as the top 4 now start to break away from the rest of the pack. You've got Charlie Mann next up in the red number 20 machine, which sits there in 5th position. And then Casey Enter-Smith is on his way back through after a bit of a slow start into 6th place as it stands. So 1 lap ticked off. Top 4 looking good as they work their way for the 2nd time now onto that Wellington straight.
Very good start from Charlie Mann to be 5th. He started 8th. So he's made great progression up towards the lead battle. Fisher looking to the inside of Luke Cooper. 2 long-time protagonists at Castle Coombe. They're behind Chris Middlehurst and Andrew Rackshaw, though, and this is bringing the next 2 in. That's Charlie Mann and I think Casey Enter-Smith, who's got himself ahead of Rob Hall. Hall out wide. I think that was Anthony Amato behind him. And then Joey Foster. He was 12th at the end of the first lap. He might be inside the top 10 now. And Joey Foster, they're making really good progress, as we thought he might do in these early laps in the Furman. But Chris Middlehurst in the tow of Andrew Rackshaw up towards the line, up towards Copse Corner. It's a very different race to the earlier one when we only had just 2 cars in the lead battle. This time it's many cars in the lead battle, so they can't really afford to work together. There's Foster up the inside of Adam Higgins, and that puts Joey Foster up to 11th, Matt.
Yeah, certainly does. He had a moment there yesterday, didn't he, through Copse Corner, which dropped him down the order. So Joey Foster doing well to make progress as we thought he would do. But as Josh said out front, we're having more cars now added to this lead battle. So we're up to about 6 or 7 by the looks of it. On the back of them at the minute is the 56 machine of Jonathan Koitek as they work their way again down the Wellington straight. But it's Andrew Rackshaw who is the man who is not really defending on this occasion. So he's happy to stay on the outside of Chris Middlehurst. Tries to throw one to the inside in 2nd place. Luke Cooper still 3rd. 4th place as it stands is going to be Felix Fisher, but now he starts to feel pressure from behind as Casey Enter-Smith goes round the outside there of Charlie Mann, but Charlie's going to make that car very wide and almost force him out wide on the exit of Luffield Corner. But for now it is still Andrew Rackshaw that leads the way as he crosses now to complete lap number 3. Quickest in the race is going to be, well, it was the race leader, now it's going to be all the way down in 7th place, which is the number 82 machine of Alex Walker.
And Walker up from 11th on the grid. He just got past Jonathan Kotick, so he's the one now latching onto the back of the lead group. But that has split because Felix Fisher's started defending hard from Casey Enter-Smith, who's ahead of Charlie Mann now, and that is allowing the top 3 to get away. And Alex Walker's past Charlie Mann too, so Walker up to 6th now as they come out of the Beckett's corner. There's Felix Fisher being chased by Casey Enser-Smith, who went really well yesterday, a podium on his debut. But Chris Middlehurst is going for the lead. He's on the inside of Andrew Rackstraw, who darts back to the racing line. Middlehurst really out of shape as he braked as late as he dared for Brooklands corner, but he managed to avoid Rackstraw's car. So still in the same order with Luke Cooper third as they turn their way through Luffield and head on to the next lap very shortly. This is the end of lap 4, about to start lap 5, and Middlehurst certainly looking racy to try and get the front row for the final. But Luke Cooper right there having a really good Water Haze up till now, and then Felix Fisher super defensive in 4th, allowing those in front to get away. And he's involved in that battle with Casey Enser-Smith and Alex Walker and Charlie Mann, Jonathan Kotick there as well in that secondary group. But it's Rackstraw that still leads on the way up towards Beckett.
Yeah, and Casey Enser-Smith in the background has got through, so he'll now lead the next train to try and work their way onto the lead trio once again, as Felix Fisher for now doesn't really have the speed that he wants, so he's sitting in there in 5th position. Now up behind them is going to be the car of Alex Walker. Charlie Mann is still there, as well as Jonathan Koitek, as they head again down the back straight. But Rackstraw is holding the middle of the road this time as Alex Walker in the background tries to dart to the inside line. Round the outside was Casey Enser-Smith to try and hold on to that 4th position, and he does, but Felix Fisher definitely seems to be the cork in the bottle at the minute, because everyone who gets past him is starting to pull away. So I think Alex Walker, before too much longer, will want to do exactly that and try and get up the road before Casey Enser-Smith is too far ahead.
There's no love lost between Felix Fisher and Alex Walker after their Castle Combe Championship battle this year, so that could be interesting to watch. But for the lead, Middlehurst up the inside of Andrew Rackstraw, wheel to wheel through the corner. Rackstraw slides well wide out over the curb, and Middlehurst is through. So Chris Middlehurst takes the lead on lap 6 at Copse Corner, and Luke Cooper's going to try and follow him through. So Rackstraw's having to fight on the outside line. He's got his wheel sort of back alongside Middlehurst. He's sideways again. That means Rackstraw's out wide over the curb, and alongside him comes Luke Cooper. So they're side by side. This will allow Casey Enser-Smith, who's just set the fastest lap, to close in. So it's back to 4 for the lead, but with a new race leader for now, Chris Middlehurst.
Yep, certainly is. And here comes Casey Enser-Smith as well, down the inside line to make it 3 wide, but round the outside goes that car, which was in 2nd place briefly there, but what a move that was. So Chris Middlehurst was leading off the back straight down towards Brooklands, but all of a sudden Rackstraw goes back to the lead. Casey Enser-Smith into 3rd place, but a smoke from the back of Luke Cooper's car possibly as well. But Rackstraw was not happy being down in 2nd place, and straight away he sent for the move, which got the job done, and he goes back to the head of the field. So he now goes through. I think Felix Fisher is still dropping down the order. He's into 6th position, possibly 7th by the time they get down towards Copse Corner. So this is not looking good for Felix Fisher as it stands, as we go almost 3 wide once again for the lead. It's going to be 2 wide in fact for 2nd place, as Middlehurst tries to hold on for Casey Enser-Smith, and he does manage to achieve that, but he's got to look in the mirrors because Luke Cooper is right there as well.
Casey Enser-Smith, I think he's one of the stars of the weekend. That braking moving to Brooklands, I thought was going to take all 4 of them out, but instead he just gained a position. That was pretty mighty. So Chris Middlehurst now under pressure, and we know how late Enser-Smith is willing to break into Brooklands. His time is on the outside. Alex Walker's catching them all, so now he's cleared Felix Fisher. He's able to catch those in front. But has Andrew Rackstraw got away from Chris Middlehurst? Possibly so. Middlehurst 2nd, 3rd Enser-Smith, 4th is Cooper, 5th is Walker. Then a small gap back to the battle between Jonathan Kotick and Felix Fisher. And I think you're right, Kotick ahead of Fisher. Joey Foster into the top 10 with the fastest lap, a 1:01.679 up to 9th. Joey Foster halfway through the race.
Yeah, I think he's going to make a move on Felix Fisher before too much longer as well. You can just about see him in the background. It's that dark green machine which turns through now, just ahead of Charlie Mann by the looks of it. So Charlie's now starting to drop down the order after a good start from lower down on the grid. He now has some work to do to try and stay inside the top 10 as best as he possibly can, as Alex Walker now dives to the inside of Luke Cooper. We'll be very careful in these cars not to interlock wheels, because as we've seen, one small movement in the wrong direction can end your race, and that is exactly what you don't want in this semi-final, because only 18 go through to the final later on. And Casey Enser-Smith again trying another move. He went inside outside. Chris Middlehurst did exactly the same to try and defend, and that means that Casey cannot find his way through. So we stay as we are, but all of this is maybe just allowing Andrew Rackstraw to pull away as Charlie Mann and Felix Fisher go side by side through Luffield. But what's happened to Joey Foster? I think he's just dropped down a few places there, so possibly a slight mistake for him on that lap.
We think he might have had a spin at Brooklands for Joey Foster, so That could well drop him out of qualifying position. It's not gone to plan. The Waterhays Trophy for 2024 for Joey Foster. Behind, there's a good battle. Adam Higgins up the inside of Jason Pribble, the American. Got Anthony Amato in that as well. It's Andrew Rackshaw's lead gap starting to come down again because Chris Middlehurst going after him. Cooper and Walker, this isn't a replay of the previous lap, but they are side by side again as they go through Beckett's corner for 4th and 5th. Both drivers who have battled this year in the Castle Combe Championship. Foster is 16th, so he's still in a qualifying position to be back ready where he started, and that was not part of the plan for the 4-time winner. Middlehurst, is he defending or attacking here? It's hard to tell. He's got the two KMR Spectrums. They're almost 5 abreast behind, so this could get messy if everyone's not careful. You've got Darwin Smith, who's made great progress. He's just passed all of them pretty much, but he's on the outside now, with Jason Pribble. They bang wheels as they head in towards Luffield Corner. Darwin Smith started 21st in this race. He's nearly in the top 10.
Yeah, I was going to say outside the top 20, wasn't it, for Darwin? So he's now making good progress, just like Joey Foster was doing. But as you said, he's still in this mix. He's just on the tail, actually, as they come through now. So he's behind this 7-car train, which he probably doesn't want to get involved in too much because that could be a little bit disappointing for him as well. But of course, the higher you get up, the better you start for the final. So if he can make his way through safely, I'm sure he will do. But hopefully Joey Foster hasn't got too much damage on that car as this fight now works its way down towards Maggots and Beckett's. There comes the number 57 machine to the inside as well, which is Ian Campbell. He squeezes his way through nicely. There's a few run out a little bit wide there on the exit, which they've pretty much been doing all weekend long so far. And the one he's up against is going to be the Adam Higgins 111 machine. So off they go once again. Darwin Smith looking to make a move on the run down towards Brooklands. As up front, we've had a change here, which sees still Andrew Rackstraw in the lead, but Casey Enser-Smith has now gone through on Chris Middlehurst. We've had a shuffle towards the front, and we're going to have a couple of laps to go with more off. Darwin Smith is one of them.
And Adam Higgins the other. So Darwin Smith, who'd made so much progress in that race. Adam Higgins frustrated. Another Castle Combe champion on this grid. He's out of it though. And for the lead, the two South Africans are side by side. There's contact between Alex Walker and Chris Middlehurst. Was that as he looked up the inside. Enser-Smith, I don't think, could quite get round the outside of Rackstraw. He has got the fastest lap though, Enser-Smith. There's 2 laps on this race to go. So are the two South African teammates going to work together, or are they both keen to start on the front row? Super late on the brakes is Rackstraw as he turns into Beckett. Luke Cooper's got 4th back from Alex Walker after he went wheel banging a moment ago. Jonathan Kotick is the 6th car involved in this battle. And here comes Middlehurst. He's alongside Enser-Smith. Not quite. The KMR Spectrum stays ahead. Then Enser-Smith looks at a toe off of his teammate Rackstraw, who's led most of this race. Down towards Brooklands Corner. The American at the back of the group. He sort of had a quiet race, Jonathan Kotick, but he's been getting on with it. Then there might have been yellow flags there. That's why we saw no challenges, because they're getting Adam Higgins' car out of the way. Meanwhile, James Hadfield, who was in the progression this morning, he's got himself into the top 18, so he's had a good race.
Yeah, good progress for him. So James Hadfield is up there. Joey Foster is back up there. Unfortunately, we've lost Darwin Smith, as we said, but as we head now onto the last lap, Felix Fisher is going to be under some pressure from Charlie Mann, who went well yesterday in the heats to get himself onto the podium, but probably a little bit further back than he would have planned to be in this second semi-final. But for now, he is going to be in as he sits with inside the top 10 as Chris Middlehurst tries to fight back on what's going to be Casey Enser-Smith. But as it looks, it's going to be the teammates that are going to be finishing in 1st and 2nd places. And don't rule out Luke Cooper as well. Got on the podium in his heat yesterday. He'd love to do the same in this semi-final as well.
So Brooklands and Luffield and Woodcote to go. And not sure if we're clear of yellows here. Perhaps we are, because there's some challenges going on for second. But Enser-Smith has held on. Round the outside comes Alex Walker of Luke Cooper. Can he sneak up the inside into Luffield? Maybe. He keeps coming, but Luke Cooper is there in 4th. But ahead of them, it is Andrew Rackstraw, who is going to take semi-final number 2 in a dramatic race. For 2nd place, though, it could well change, because Chris Middlehurst is trying to draw off alongside Casey Enser-Smith. They are side by side, but it looked like Middlehurst was ahead. Everybody else comes through side by side. Andrew Rackstraw wins it then. Casey Enser-Smith, his teammate, 2nd. Chris Middlehurst is 3rd. 4th is Luke Cooper, Alex Walker 5th, and Jonathan Kotick 6th, all separated by 1.3 seconds. Who is going to be in the qualifying positions, because it's much tighter for 18th this time. And 18th goes the way of Nathan Ward. So Nathan Ward is the last person to qualify for the final by less than 0.2 of a second from Tom Hawkins, who misses out. But Andrew Rackstraw there, the South African Formula Ford champion from 3 years ago, is the race winner in semi-final number 2 here at the Waterhays Trophy. The Invest Chem sponsored driver, Andrew Rackstraw, the winner. He was a winner in Porsche Carrera Cup at Thruxton earlier in the year. Can he be a Waterhays Trophy winner? Well, he's done everything right so far. Winning his heat, he's now won his semi-final as well, but it didn't come easy. not least because his teammate Casey Enzer-Smith is sort of the new star from South Africa coming onto the scene. He was the runner-up in the South African Formula 4 Championship this year, was Casey Enzer-Smith. He's not the best at getting the car off the line, but he's fought through really well to come home second. I'm not sure here at Silverstone when we last had a 1-2 for South Africans, but that's what we've got today. One car that's had a drama on the final lap of the race, I'm afraid, out of Luffield Corner, as the leaders go past, is that of Dominic Shepherd. But I think we're about to have a look at our results. It was the Rackstraw that won it by 7/10 from his Spectrum teammate, Casey Enzer-Smith. Chris Middlehurst perhaps disappointed after leading to drop to third. Luke Cooper was fourth. Alex Walker fought through well to fifth ahead of Jonathan Kotick. Felix Fisher and Charlie Mann faded to 7th and 8th. Jason Pribble, the second American in the top 10, was 9th ahead of Anthony Amato, going well on his Hayes debut. Ian Campbell's having a good day. 11th position is a great result. Joey Foster disappointed, I'm sure, with 12. Alex Ames was 13th, the first of the historic cars ahead of Callum Grant. Drew Cameron qualifies, as does Lewis Fox, James Hadfield and Nathan Ward. Missing out, and therefore reserved for the final, will be Tom Hawkins and Andrew Schofield. Gavin Wills fought up to 21st ahead of Pascal Monbaron. Joe Ahrens, Mark McKenna, Ben Sims, Jake Shortland, Nigel Dolan, as well as Nigel Thompson, Sam Mitchell and Ben Tinkler. They were all finishers, as were Neil Hunt and Luke Machine. Dominic Shepherd retired at the end. You had the incident between Darwin Smith and Adam Higgins, and Rob Hall, he went missing as well halfway through the race. But a very dramatic second semi-final. So the grid now pretty much set for the grand final here at Silverstone, which will come up just after 3:30. But for now, we can speak to our 3 semi-final podium finishers with Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, down here with race winner for the second time this weekend, Andrew Rackstraw. Well done, Andrew. You get your semi-final trophy there, and cracking race that was. Wonderful to watch, as always. Did you enjoy being part of it again?
I loved it. Obviously, you like it more when you're at the front end, but with that comes with lots of hard work. Around here in the slipstream, you just can't get away. So you're just hoping that the guys behind fight. But I'm super happy with my other South African 1-2, so that's super nice. And yeah, it's all to play for in the final. I think everyone's taking it easy and not risking too much. But I think in the final it will be all-out war, and we'll be going for the top step. So yeah, let's see what we can do.
Some good moves out there as well, some good pace around the outside, and of course Chris was challenging you, Casey, as you said as well. There's a long line of people trying to take that spot away.
Everyone's here for the same reason, teammate or not. Everyone's here to win. That's what everyone's here to do. It only happens once a year, so I think the aggression, it will be quite intense in the last race. But yeah, I hope whoever wins, hopefully me, but whoever wins, I just hope it's a good, hard, clean fight. You never like winning off of the track, so yeah, let's see what we can do.
Strong pace from you so far this weekend. As we know, you finished third here at the Walter Hayes Trophy last year, so you'd love to go to the top spot, as we mentioned yesterday, but it's looking good at the minute.
It is looking good, and like I always say, KMR just do an absolutely immense job to get this car on pace, and it's not only one car that's quick, it's every single car that they're running. So a huge hat off to them, and yeah, I wouldn't want to win it for any other team.
Good stuff. Well done, Andrew. Good luck for the final later on. So that's Andrew Rackstraw, your semi-final 2 winner. We'll have a quick chat as well with Casey in just a short while, but we'll head over and first off try and get a word with Chris Middlehurst. He's doing his interview as well, so we'll dive in with one of these guys very shortly. Chris, come and join us. Well done, third place in that race. It was second for a time. It was first for a time as well, but some good, clean, hard-fought racing, which is what we want to see.
Absolutely, yeah. Clean racing from both the KMR cars there. Just couldn't quite stay ahead of them, unfortunately. I just didn't quite have the straight line speed, without the toe. The actual race pace was very strong. I think I was stronger than the pair of them, but once Enzer-Smith got, behind me, I knew it was going to be very hard because it's two KMR cars against the one team Dolan, and it's hard to attack and defend at the same time. So I think I managed it pretty well. Could possibly have stuck it out a little bit later on the brakes into Brooklands, but you brake a little bit too late and you end up locking up and going inside of someone. I thought, well, just save that for the final. I think we're starting in either 5th or 6th, so good position to start the race. I think we've got a race car under us that we can win, even the dry, so just got to get a good start and just go for it.
As we know, of course, you're the champion from last year in the Walter Hayes Trophy. There's lots on the line in these races because one small mistake, one moment with interlocking wheels, it can just kind of end it all, can't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's a trophy race. No one's here to come second at the end of the day. People obviously might like to finish on the podium, but the idea is just to win the event. There's no championship involved, things like that. So for me, as car number 1, I've only got one aim, and that's to win again. I know it's going to be very difficult, as it always ever is, but I think we've got, like I say, a really great car underneath us to do that. I just got to just kind of, see how the race pans out. The first couple laps are going to be pretty frantic. It's just probably the cars behind you as well, and the cars in front are very similar match pace. So got a great start in that one to get in the lead. So fingers crossed I can do that again, and let's see what happens. At this stage, you just don't know what's going to happen, but there's always action, there's always people crashing into each other, and you kind of not got to be involved in anything really. At the same time, you've got to make moves. You've got to get through the pack, and you've got to try and get out there, because if you can get in the lead and break the toe, jobs are good.
And 15 laps for the final might seem like a lot, but they do disappear quite quickly, don't they?
Yeah, I'd rather it be at least 18, 20. I think it's quite a short race really when you kind of get into it. Only being just over a minute a lap, it does go literally just go like that. So who knows, in the future they might extend it. But I think everyone's got the brand new tyres for the final, so we're all going to be pretty evenly matched. But yeah, I just can't wait to get back in the car. It's going to be a long few hours waiting.
Chris, well done. Congratulations on your result there, and good luck for the final as well. So, Chris Middlehurst, we'll have a quick chat as well with Casey Enser-Smith, who finished in second place. Casey, well done. It's been a great weekend for you so far. As Andrew said, it's nice to see the 2 South Africans in first and second place, and you must have enjoyed that fight so far this weekend.
It was been a really good fight. The second race I was a bit slow off the start, sleeping quite a bit, but then I dropped down to 7th and I just managed to get up to 2nd, and it was an amazing race, close racing. Not stuff I'm really used to, but it's awesome racing. Yeah.
We have to say we're very impressed with your moves off the Wellington straight, round the outside there, trying to chuck it to both of those guys who were ahead of you. That was a really good move.
Because I wanted to make up places so I could catch up to Andrew, and it was only a chance I had, so I had to take the gamble, and it paid off.
You must be really happy with the pace you've got, both you and Andrew. The car seems strong, the pace is good, and the final's now the last thing for you to achieve.
Really happy with the pace. I do think there could be a little bit more in the car, but it's keeping up with everyone else, so it's good enough.
You enjoying your time at Silverstone so far?
I'm loving it. It's amazing.
Casey doing a tremendous job. Good luck for the final as well.
Thank you.
There we go. Casey Enser-Smith down here in the pit lane, along with Andrew, and also for Chris as well. Right, we're going to be doing some more work down here in the pit lane very shortly, but for now let's hand back to the box and Josh Barrett.
Thank you, Matt Suckling, speaking to our top 3 from the second semi-final of the Waterhays Trophy. So we know now that it will be Rory Smith and Andrew Rackshaw that will start on the front row for the grand final, which comes up in less than 3 hours' time here at Silverstone. Due off just after 3:30. It may go a bit earlier should situations exist, though, so do stick with us on the Waterhays Trophy live stream. The second row of the grid will be Jason Smith and Casey Enser-Smith, who we just heard from. So lots of Smiths at the front of the grid. Then Michael Eastwell and Chris Middlehurst will be on row 3. Row 4 will be Tom Nippers and Luke Cooper. Then Tom MacArthur and Alex Walker will be on row 5. So that's our top 10, provisionally, of the grid for the Waterhays Trophy for 2024. Racing will, though, be continuing here at Silverstone, not too far away, because the Monoposto Racing Club's Tiedemann Trophy finale is due off in about 20-25 minutes' time. So not too much longer, I don't think, until racing will resume. In that time, we will catch up with some of the personalities in the Waterhays Trophy. We have 5 races, though, this afternoon. After Monopostos will be the Historic Sports Car Club Allcomers closed wheel race with a great variety of cars, from Le Mans sports cars to tin top hatchbacks. Then we have our 3 finals for the Waterhays Trophy, starting with the pre-1998 cars in the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy final. That's due off around 2:30. That will be followed by the Col Hamer Trophy for pre-1982 cars, and then finally the Waterhays Trophy Grand Final due off just after 3:30. So that's how the afternoon looks here at Silverstone, so do stick with us very shortly. And I think right now Matt Suckling is ready to speak to some of the people down in the pit lane here at Silverstone.
Yeah, we are indeed down here with someone who's not racing this weekend, but always nice to see him about in the paddock, which is Tom Mills. Good afternoon, Tom. How's things going so far this weekend?
It's going pretty well. We just had a 1-2 for the team in that semi. Michael Eastwell just finished 3rd, so in the final we'll have a car on the 1st row, 2nd row and the 3rd row. So yeah, I think that's about as clean as you get a semi-final. We actually brought 5 cars. We lost 1 in that semi due to contact, but yeah, 4 through to the final. That's pretty good.
And of course, you're used to all this sort of racing in terms of Formula Ford, and of course your career stepping up to GB4, and then of course making an appearance in GB3 this year as well. So you've been a busy man on both sides in terms of looking after the team and also driving as well. But you've enjoyed your season?
Yeah, so my season's been a lot quieter for the driving point of view for myself, but yeah, working with the team KMR Sport with their GB4 drivers, and then I did get the chance to drive the GB3 at Brands Hatch using the prize money from the GB4 Championship the year before. But yeah, I started here in Formula Ford, did the Walter Hayes 2 years in a row, 21 and 22. I was close to winning it in 22, I was in the lead for a second before contact. But yeah, so it's just Formula Ford is such a great place to start, isn't it? You saw some of the action today. The wheel-to-wheel racing is something you just can't get in a car with a wing. No. So that really helps when you do get a chance. As soon as you get a wing on the car, you have one chance to make an overtake. If you just get the right run, you have only one chance to make it happen. So this, you get multiple laps of trying to get the moves done. So it's very good for your racecraft, all the mechanical grip you get to use. So yeah, what an amazing event.
And in terms of Formula Ford racing, of course, as you said, you've been through it for a couple of years, and you've progressed your career into quicker machinery in terms of single-seaters. But Formula Ford effectively is for everyone, isn't it? Because whether you're later in life and you want to have a bit of fun, or if you are someone young coming into the sport, it's a good way to start your trade in the motorsport ladder.
Yeah, exactly that. I started as a 16-year-old racing against people I'd watched as a kid here when I was only about 5 years old, watching Joey Foster race, and I got to race alongside him. So you get to go up against the best of the sport who have been here for many years, against very mature drivers. So you learn how to mature quickly as a 16-year-old, whereas in some other formulas where you all jump in as 15, 16-year-olds, sometimes it takes a few more years to mature as you all drive in the same sort of way. But yeah, like I said, the way you learn to drive and race in these categories against the people who are of a different age is amazing. And the grid size just shows that it's literally for everyone to have a go. You all get a good chance of having a good race, and yeah, it's not just for youngsters, it's for everyone.
And that's absolutely right, because this weekend we've got the likes of Jan Magnussen, of course, who won the Formula Ford Festival many years ago. He's done very well in Le Mans racing in terms of GT cars. In your team, of course, we've got Andrew Rackstraw, who's, of course, been racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup of Great Britain this year. You've got the other end of Casey Enser-Smith, who's coming in and looking to progress his career. So you've got a few of those on your team, and they all seem to be doing really well, as you said, top two in that semi-final.
Yeah, Casey and Michael remind me a bit of myself. They're 16, doing their first Walter Hayes Trophy. Luckily, I had the experience of the UK and the tracks when I did my first one, but they're doing an incredible job. Both of them are doing so well. And then this slightly more experienced Andrew and Michael Eastwell, they've done it a few times. This is Andrew's third, and must be his 7th or 8th, I think. Always came up one short. He's been one up for the last 2 years, Michael has. So yeah, it'd be good to have a go. And like I said, so many cars in the top. It's going to be a good battle for the last 15 laps.
And your team seem to have the pace, as we said, as well. So they've all done really well, as you said, 4 through into that final now. So what would you be happy with? I know you'd like a 1, 2, 3, 4, but is that realistically possibly? Maybe.
It's possible. Don't think it will happen. I think there's very strong contenders. Rory Smith, Middle-earth was fast in that one. So yeah, I think they'll be looking in their mirrors just as much as looking forward. But yeah, we're hunting in numbers. 3 of them up there. I don't mind which one wins as long as it's one of them.
And in terms of you now, of course, we know we've got a couple of hours until the final gets underway. So for the team, what will be happening? Will there be some work being done to the cars to make sure they're fine and ready for the final?
Yeah, complete re-prep. Got to have them singing along. They've ran faultlessly for this is the 5th day of running now, so let's hope it doesn't go wrong in the last one. A few of them struggled with the starts in the last one. Casey had a poor start, so we're got to review that and hopefully not let that happen again.
And in terms of you for next year, as we finish this interview, you're looking forward to getting back to racing. Is there anything in the pipeline? You probably won't tell us, but anything on the cards?
I just say, as I've said every winter, budget. So hard. Like I said, the only reason I got to do the GB3 race this year was using the prize money from GB4. I'd love to keep progressing. This year was a year off just to get funds back together. So I've got no idea what I'm doing next year, but I've just got to keep putting my face out there and keep doing what I can behind the scenes.
Tom, always good to see you in the paddock. Good luck for next year. Good luck in the final as well, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Tom Mills from KMR Sport, who is, as we said, preparing quite a few cars here this weekend with the South Africans, who did a great job in that previous semi-final, and of course with Michael Eastwell in that previous race as well. So good luck to all of them and all the teams and drivers that are taking part in the rest of the Walter Hayes Trophy final, which we look forward to a little bit later on this afternoon. Prior to that, we have a second race for Monoposto. We have the HSCC Allcomers race, which will be an eclectic mix of cars, pretty much like we saw yesterday, but a few modern cars probably will be into that one as well. So we'll see how that all unfolds. And then, of course, it's the build up to the Walter Hayes Trophy final, because before that we have the Ginetta Cesar Trophy, and we also have the Col Hamer Trophy to look forward to as well. So here's a few of the drivers we can see in the garages just doing what they need to do, either preparing for the final, or of course, as we said, for the prior races before that as well. We've got Gavin Wills, who is down here. We had a brief talk to him prior to that earlier race. So see if I can grab Gavin as well for another quick chat. I seem to be hassling you today, Gavin, but how was that race for you that we saw you out in earlier on? It was energetic and went the way kind of you wanted, I'm sure.
Yeah, the last chance race was good. So yeah, it got me into the semi. Gave it a bit short, come up a little bit short, so it's a shame, but I'll get to watch the final.
Which is going to be quite good, because always here at Silverstone, the Walter Hayes Trophy final delivers plenty of action. The heats have been good. All the races, I think, have been so good this weekend. But yeah, watch it with bated breath, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I mean, it's full of talent, really quick, good young guys up there, so it'd be a great one to watch.
Good stuff. Well done, Gavin. Good luck for the rest of the weekend and the rest of the year. But Gavin is now done for his chance within the Walter Hayes Trophy final, unfortunately. But as he said, he worked his way nicely through. This is the garage we were in earlier. There's Melly, who unfortunately had that accident in her race a little bit earlier on, and that car unfortunately is a little bit battered and bruised. That will be taken to the workshop, and Michael O'Brien will be the man who did say to us earlier on that he would like to get out in the Walter Hayes Trophy. So maybe next year that could be something that we look forward to in 2025, and we'll see what his career will provide next year as well, in terms of possibly some British GT racing. We saw him out with Army Motorsport at Brands Hatch just a couple of months ago, so he'll be looking forward to trying to do a bit more GT racing, I'm sure, whether it be in the UK or within international racing. I can see someone is lurking. I'm not too sure if he's going to have a quick word with us. Rich Randall is here on duty this weekend. He's just kind of watching over the Walter Hayes Trophy. Rich, you're going to come and join us for a quick chat. I know you're trying to avoid me as much as possible. We know you're the man who does a lot in terms of PR for GB3 and GB4. We just spoke with Tom Mills, who got the chance to race in GB3 earlier this season. With the budget, of course, he won from GB4. But it's nice to see you here, because this is where many of the people who find themselves in your championship have started their career.
Yeah, I'd come for a day out, to be honest. But yeah, no, it's a great event, and the amount of cars in it just tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it? And the level of competition is fantastic. And you're right, yeah, a few drivers from this will go into GB4 next year, hopefully. There's a couple of teams from the GB4 paddock who have got a presence here today as well, all at the front, I see, so which is good to see. But yeah, no, it's a cracking event, and enjoy myself.
And it's nice to see some of those youngsters that we might actually see in the championship going forward, because they're making the trip over, whether it be from further afield or here in the UK. They're all kind of trying to make a name for themselves here at the Walter Hayes Trophy.
Yeah, and it seems like a really good platform to do that. There's a lot of exposure around it, obviously with the live stream, which you guys are doing. Yeah, of course, it's a really good opportunity for these guys to come and learn the circuit, I suppose, learn how British racing, how it goes, and maybe move on for next year.
And in terms of GB3 and GB4 for next season, we know the calendars have been announced. There's a lot of international flavour in GB3, which is going to be good, isn't it? Because again, for those youngsters who are making their way through the ladder, they are looking to aspire to be in Formula 2, Formula 1 one day, and they're the sorts of circuits you're going to next season.
Yeah, so the international parade with GB3 grows again next year. We actually end our season at Monza in October, so just under a year's time. Sorry. Yeah, we're also going to Zandvoort, Hungaroring again, which is a really good addition this year. Spa, obviously, we go there every year. We're here twice. Then we do Donington and Brands Hatch as well. So they're all Grand Prix circuits of a nature. And then GB4 as well. We'll follow the British GT paddock pretty much everywhere in the UK. So it's going to be a really exciting year next year. New cars for both championships. The new GB3 cars currently out testing in Italy now. That's really impressive. And the GB3 car that we've known over the last 3 years is going to be detuned slightly to go down into GB4. So that's going to be a really exciting season for both championships, and hopefully we'll see some of the guys who are here today in the GB3 or GB4 car sometime soon.
Yeah, some great talent here this weekend. Rich, enjoy the Walter Hayes Trophy final. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
There we go, Rich Randall, the PR man for GB3 and GB4. Right, cars are coming down into the pit lane. We need to get out of the way, so what we're going to do is head for a short break here at Silverstone. We are now into lunch, but very shortly, as we said, we're going to look forward to the second race for Monoposto, and we then start to build up to the Walter Hayes Trophy Final for 2024. See you shortly.
So we're ready to get the afternoon of racing underway here at Silverstone for the run-up towards the grand final for the Waterhays Trophy. But first we have 2 support races before the 3 finals. We have the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy race around 2:30. That'll be followed by the Col Hamer Trophy and then the grand final. The build-up to it, though, all begins with Monoposto and the final round of the Tiedemann Trophy here at Silverstone. A trophy which started earlier in the autumn at Donington Park before going to Oulton Park, and now here at Silverstone. Wilcox the favourite for the championship, 7 points ahead of George Line, with Terry Clark and Alex Bagnall in mathematical contention too, but Wilcox certainly the favourite after winning the classic class in all 3 races so far this season. But for the overall result, it was George Line who won this morning in a Formula 3 dominated front order. He won by just under 12 seconds from Tony Bishop, and then James Williams came home in 3rd. Tony Bishop had a spin in the earlier race, but very similar lap times between him and George Line, so hopefully the first few laps on cold tyres go okay for the pair of them. We could have a good battle for the race win for the final Monoposto race of the season. Split into 6 or 7 even classes this weekend. A couple for Formula 3 cars, a class for classic cars, and the class split by engine capacity for 2 litres, 1800s, 1600s and 1 litre motorbike engined cars as well. And we're racing on the Silverstone National Circuit, so short laps, 20 minutes of Monoposto's makes for about 22 laps. That's what we did this morning, with lots of traffic to deal with as well, with the range of cars that compete in this sort of single-seater all-comers race before a closed wheel all-comers race which will follow it before we look forward to those 3 Formula Ford 1600 races that end the day. Cars are due out at any moment, and then we have this exciting afternoon to look forward to. My name's Joshua Barrett, Matt Suckling alongside me. Matt, sort of all building up over now for the next couple of hours. Looking forward to that grand final for the Waterhays.
We are indeed, yeah. As you said, just a couple of races for the support action, and then we get into our finals with 3 in a row to end the weekend here at Silverstone on that national circuit. Everything has been done now to see people through into the final or not. Those that have missed out, as we heard from in the pit lane, will be very much looking forward to watching it from the sideline, because it has been some really good racing, as always, this weekend for the Waterhays Trophy. Still quite chilly here today when you're out there, of course, in the elements, but all in all, the conditions are dry, and that should set us up for 5 cracking races that we have coming up here this afternoon.
That's right, and Monoposto out first. The cars are leaving the assembly area with these mainly slicks and winged cars, single-seater racing cars. The grid set by the best laps from the earlier race, and not the race results, but the best lap set in the race, which actually means the grid looks slightly different to the race results, as Tony Bishop set the fastest lap in race 1, a time of 53.010. So he starts on pole in the Dallara F30811 alongside the race 1 winner George Line in the similar car. On the second row is James Williams and Neil Harrison, who had engine dramas in his F398, an older car than those ahead. And then on the third row of the grid is Cavan McClurg and Nigel Howard, with on row 4 Malcolm Scott, and the only motorcycle engine car, only 2 motorcycle engine cars I should say, Charlie Hart, the first of those. He is though. Will Cox looking to win the Tiedemann Trophy title. He's on pole in the classic class, and he's alongside Felix Baggott. On the 6th row is Tom Hill and Terry Clark. Clark, a class pole sitter too. Row 7 is David McCullum and Julian Hoskins, with on row 8 Jamie Malloy and Edward Guest. Then towards the back of the grid we have Richard Bowles and Alex Bagnall, with David Spencer making up the 19-car open wheel all-comers race for the Monoposto Championship here at Silverstone. Over the last 3 years now, Monoposto have run these open wheel races, part of the Waterhays Trophy. George Line won both races last year, and he continued that form in race 1 here at Silverstone. He won both races back in 2011 as well, did George Line, so he certainly has the pace around the Silverstone National Circuit. Matt, I wonder if he can make it 4 wins in a row at this meeting.
Yeah, we did expect, didn't we, that Tony and George were going to have a good battle in race number 1, but after that first race we found out that Tony was unfortunately with not enough temperature in his tyres, so hopefully this time he's put a lot of warmth in there, and of course around the national circuit it is a little bit hard to do that on the one green flag lap they go. But yeah, George Line possibly has the speed to take a double victory here this weekend, but Tony Bishop I'm sure will have something to say about that as they head off onto the start of this race. Just a bit of readjustment there for Tony, making sure everything's as comfortable as it can be. Let's hope he gets a good start and then can, as I said, take this battle to George Line to give us a good 20 minutes of racing between the two of them and the rest in the other classes as well.
It's lunchtime at the BRGC.
Oh, see you soon.
We're nice and warm in there, Matt, I suspect. Perhaps that's where you should do your pre-race interviews. So it's certainly toasty in there. I'm not sure how much they'll be focusing on this next race, but that's what we shall do. The final round of the Tiedemann Trophy Monoposto Championship race. Looks like Malcolm Scott may be missing from row 4. There was a car missing a little bit further back, but everybody else seems to be there, with on the right hand side of the picture Tony Bishop on pole then for Monoposto action at Silverstone. George Line, the race 1 winner, on the left hand side of the screen as the green flag is waved at the back as everyone's in place. The 5-second board is shown. 20 minutes of Monoposto action to conclude their season. Some people go in before the lights even were on, but they're on now. The lights go out, the race gets underway. Some get away better than others, some don't get away very well at all, it has to be said, but everyone is going now, and it is the poleman Tony Bishop that leads into Copse Corner. George Line slots into second, and those two, they've got a pace advantage really over the rest. They're absolutely together. Was George Line had his arm out the cockpit already, so maybe things didn't quite go as they were perhaps expecting on the run down towards Maggots and Beckett's, but it is 9 that leads, so that is Bishop ahead of George Line. But one car that hasn't gone very far is Charlie Hart in that Lee Stone Irish-built machine. But for the lead, round the outside, George Line, a mighty effort on the brakes. Can he go right round the outside of Tony Bishop? They're wheel to wheel up towards Luffield. On the inside line is George Line. On the outside is Tony Bishop, and that was a really bold move, Matt, to get the lead.
Certainly was, yep, and it looks like Tony has tyre temperature to try and hold his lap together here, so no mistakes on the first lap, but Tony will try and fight back on George as they come across the line to complete lap number 1. There's double wave yellows down towards the first corner because Charlie Hart's car is being recovered by the marshals, so reduce speed and effectively be prepared to stop is what the double wave yellows do mean within motorsport racing. There's also an arm out the window there from Julian Hoskins by the looks of it, just to tell people not to overtake him as he worked his way through Copse Corner. But yeah, great fight out front already between George and Tony, but it is George Line that leads the way. Tony Bishop sits there in second. Looks like Neil Harrison is having a much better race this time round. Of course, he had his gremlins in the first race as away from the car goes Charlie Hart to a place of safety. And then behind Neil Harrison, we have James Williams by the looks of it, and Kevin McClurg, who is the one who was a little bit jumpy away from the line by the looks of it, but he is at the minute there in 5th.
And there was a change for third into Brooklands there as James Williams went ahead of the faster started Neil Harrison in the B class lead in F3 machine. But across the line, George Line certainly stronger on colder slick tyres. He's got a 1.8 second margin over Tony Bishop. So a strong pace from our leader. May have not led immediately, but George Line certainly does now. Battle a bit further back, Nigel Howard in 6th position is being chased by Tom Hill, the multiple Alfa Romeo champion. Something very different race in a Formula 3 car. This for Tom, a 2002 machine he's in today. Nigel Howard just ahead in a later 2010 car. But they're a battle developing for 4th position because Kevin McClurg, who's sometime a Formula Ford racer, he's chasing after Neil Harrison, and that is a battle for the Class B lead. So for 4th position is also a battle for the Class B lead, which is potentially of interest. The rest of the field heading down the Wellington Straight, these different shapes and sizes of single-seater cars. There's the 2000 leader, Terry Clark, in a Van Diemen. That's a former 750 Motor Club Formula 4 car, as it was known back in the day. Now fit into the 2000 class. not sure if all is well with the Reynard. A bit of movement in the front wing on David Spencer's car, I see. But there, just going through shot, Will Cox in the Rolt RT3 in 44, the driver who's on terms to win the Tiedemann Trophy for this season. He leads the Classic class, Matt, and I think that's all he needs to do.
Yep, having a good run, isn't he, is Will Cox, so he carries on his way. There goes the Jedi through shot as well. That's the car of David McCallum, and then we see the Julian Hoskins machine as well, which is having a nice run towards the rear of the order as it stands. This is a good fight as it works its way down off the back straight. This looks to be the 45 machine, doesn't it, which is going to be the Baggett car, but I'm looking to see, yeah, Kevin McClurg has received a penalty because I think he's about 10 minutes ahead of the red lights going on, so he probably deserves that. But I think he might have had a car issue because he was jumping away from the line and maybe was scared of losing the power there, so there might have been a reason for Kevin doing that, but unfortunately he has received the penalty, which is going to be 10 seconds added to his end of the race time.
That's right. Tom Hill, he lost out to Felix Baggett, as you let us know, the change for third in the class, and that has allowed Terry Clark to close in the Van Diemen. The Van Diemen from 2000. So originally, I think, a Formula Ford chassis, but then had the 2-litre Pinto engine put into it. And then, as I said, running what was known as Formula 4 at the time, and he will go ahead of Tom Hill. So Tom Hill was quick at the start, but then seems to lose a few positions as the race goes on.
Yeah, quite impressive how he went in the early races. He has a lock-up now in towards Luffield, but he has just lost that place, as you said, down in towards Brooklands. Is that Malcolm Scott? Yeah, so he wasn't where he should have been on the grid, but Malcolm has started this race possibly from the pit lane and finds himself now up into 14th place, make that possibly 12th actually, because he's going past these two cars now as he works his way towards the line. Yeah, so it will be 12th for Malcolm Scott by the time he gets to the end of this lap, with a quarter of the race now gone. Malcolm Scott's pace is 1 minute 0.9, which might seem ahead of the next two cars, but then he might struggle to catch up with those inside the top 10.
Yeah, just past the Malloy car, as you say. That's a Formula Renault chassis from Tatus. From a couple of decades ago, Formula Renault, which was so popular at one stage, particularly the year after Kimi Raikkonen won the championship and went immediately to Formula 1. So then everyone thought, yeah, we need to be in Formula Renault, and I think Formula Renault that year had about 40 entries, which I think included Lewis Hamilton, who went through the British Formula Renault Championship. So good to have one of those cars on the grid. There it is, 66. Jamie Malloy, who's just ahead of Julian Hoskins, who's in a Vector. A TF93Z, the Z for Zetec, a Formula Ford chassis, but from the days sort of after Kent, the Kent engines that are in the Walter Hayes were the thing to have for British Formula Ford. But this one's grown some wings since it would have raced in period. It's got some sort of wide side pods on it as well. And there goes Malcolm Scott. He's got past Tom Hill now, I think. So is Tom Hill really starting to lose out? He's also behind the Jedi. He's lost 2 positions, I think, at Copse.
Yeah, so he did a 106.841, which was a really slow lap for Tom, because his pace should be around about the 1 minute mark. So that was a lap time which was about 6 seconds slower for some reason. So Tom Hill, by the looks of things, is not too happy with this car as it stands, as he's about to be lapped by the race leader there, George Lyon, who we'd almost forgot about. He's been up front and he's managed to extend his lead now, actually, over Tony Bishop to 2.3 seconds. So not quite the close battle we were expecting, but we know Tony, if he doesn't have too much traffic, he can set some good lap times. So wait for this race to unfold as we head into the second half very shortly. But blue flags now being waved for those slower cars ahead of George as he powers his way towards the line once again. 53.562 is the best lap so far from him. This time round it does a 53.7, which is just a couple of tenths off what he had previously done. Tony Bishop still there in second, who goes through into Copse Corner now. He was about 0.3 of a second slower than the race leader on that previous lap. But yeah, Tony Bishop at the minute just within 3 seconds.
A couple of cars have pitted in this race. Richard Bowles in the Formula Vauxhall Lotus has presumably retired, and now Tom Hill has also pitted. I think there might have been a mechanical problem with that car. That's why he was not on the pace that we may have expected. So there's George Lyon. I think he's lapped Malcolm Scott now, who's up to 10th. George Lyon 2.6 seconds behind. Have another look at the Tatus, the Formula Renault machine, driven by Jamie Malloy, that sits there in what would be 12th position. And he's shortly about to be lapped by James Williams in the 2011 Volkswagen-powered Dallara. Out of Luffield corner, accelerating through Woodcote corner, but well clear of those behind, which include there Nigel Howard, who is in 6th position in the race in his 2010 Dallara, another Volkswagen-powered car. He is 8 seconds behind this battle for 4th position, which has been, I think, split by a back marker possibly, yeah, because the gap was under a second, it's now over a second. As very, very wide goes the chasing car, which is Kevin McClurg, who we know is going to get a penalty, but he's not that far behind Malcolm, behind Neil Harrison, the two cars battling in Class B of the Formula 3 division. Two cars of a similar era, the 1998 car for Harrison, 2004 car from McClurg. And although McClurg's got that penalty, Matt, on the circuit, they're quite close together.
Yeah, certainly are, and I think as it stands, Kevin would only lose the 1 position to what's going to be the number 18 machine of Nigel Howard. So if he can extend beyond 10 seconds up the road from Nigel, then he won't lose a place whatsoever, but he will have to fall back further from Neil Harrison as it stands, as there goes the number 42 machine of Alexander Bagnall. Nice to see that Van Diemen out there in this Monoposto race as well.
Yeah, that's a former Vauxhall Junior specification of car, the type of car that Dario Franchitti started his racing career in back in the early 1990s. Sometimes we see Dario Franchitti at the Walter Hayes Trophy. He's a big supporter of this event. But up front in this Monoposto race, heading into the second half, the lead gap developing over from George Lyon over Tony Bishop to over 3 seconds. So Bishop lost mainly out on those early laps with cold tyres, but seemingly, I think now that George Lyon knew that we were sort of in a race all the time, he's pushing on. But there's our potential champion of the Tiedemann Trophy, Will Cox, in the Vauxhall-powered Rolt RT3, a 1980s Formula 3 car. Rolt dominated the Formula 3 scene in the time. And famously, RT3s had that battle in the 1983 championship between Ayrton Senna and Martin Brundle. A really competitive season where they famously clashed at Alton Park, I think it was, where Ayrton Senna and Martin Brundle both retired. Though I think in every other race, they won every single race that season. And for Will Cox, he's in 8th, just ahead of this car here, the 9th position Van Diemen of Terry Clark.
Yeah, so he's just put a lap on the number 83 machine of David Spencer, so that's good to see that car still going okay, down in 16th position. Unfortunately, Tom Hill is into the pit lane now, so that was a few laps ago, but Tom is a retiree after doing fairly well in race number 1, but unfortunately for the former Alfa Romeo driver, he is going to take no further part in this one, which is a shame, as George Lyon comes down in towards Brooklands once again. Gap between him and Tony Bishop has just slightly extended, 3.1 seconds now between the two of them, but George Lyon still does hold the quickest lap of the race, although Tony Bishop on that previous lap was coming back to the attentions of George by about 0.3 of a second. So as I said, this is probably not over just yet. Tony can still see George in his kind of eye line as they cross through now for the completion of lap number 13, and the gap does extend now to 3.2 seconds, but for the next lap or so, I think there's going to be fairly clear track ahead of them, apart from the car they're just about to lap in towards Maggotts and Beckett.
There goes Malcolm Scott. He is still there in 10th position. Is he catching those ahead? Yeah, he is. He's about a second quicker. He's 3.6 seconds back after starting from the back of the grid, possibly from the pit lane. He's just lapped there the Reynard Formula 3 car from 1988 of David Spencer. But there's Malcolm Scott, the former Formula 4 champion with 750 Motor Club in that championship when it ran over a decade ago now, before firstly MSV took over the Formula 4 championship, and then obviously later being the sort of the FIA registered championship, running on the British Touring Car Championship package. They've just been lapped by the third place car, which is James Williams in the Volkswagen powered car, so he's now also passed Terry Clark's machine, but Terry Clark being caught all the time by Malcolm Scott for 9th position. Scott about a second a lap quicker, Matt.
He is indeed, yeah, 3.6 seconds back on that previous time round, but we're going to get a new gap on this occasion, which is pretty much halved, 1.8 seconds, as Malcolm Scott there does his own best lap of the race down in the 57. So Malcolm is definitely on a charge as Will Cox continues to lead the classic class, and he is with just another opponent in that now, because Eddie Guest remains down in 14th place, but unfortunately we did lose earlier on Richard Biles in his Reynard FVL, so he is out. But Will Cox, as it stands, looking good for the Tiedemann Trophy for 2024. If he just remains where he is, continues on and gets a nice class win, that would be good enough for him with just over 6 minutes to go. But the Kevin McClurg machine now past Neil Harrison, so he has got that job done. He's just done it on this lap actually, down through Copse Corner by the looks of it, as George Lyon, the race leader, tries to squeeze his way past some traffic in the background. So George now goes through, he's on to lap number 16. As Neil Harrison and Kevin McClurg continue to fight. But we know that Kevin has got this penalty, but can he get 10 seconds up the road in the next 6 minutes?
And that's all for the F3B class lead as well. So a good battle between the pair of them. They're being lapped by George Lyon, who pretty uncompromising in the traffic in this one, trying to get away from Tony Bishop, which he managed on the previous lap up to 4 seconds. With 5.5 minutes of the race to go, he crosses the line again. Obviously a slower lap with the traffic means the lead gap down to 2.7 seconds. Over a second quicker was Bishop, and now Bishop's got to deal with all that traffic that George Lyon was there. Some sparks fly from the back of the Vector of Julian Hoskins as he run out wide up over the curves. Very low to the ground car, this. I say originally a Zetec Formula Ford, but it's been modified quite substantially really since then. He leads the 1800 class, as he would do, I think, because he's the only entry in it. Now been lapped is Neil Harrison, so the 5th place car has been lapped by the 2nd place car. Tony Bishop goes through, and then Bishop will have to also lap Kevin McClurg, who was just up the road. There's the Formula Renault Tatus, that's still going in 12th position. He was involved in a battle with Julian McCloy, Jamie McCloy was involved in the battle with Julian Hoskins rather, but then we saw Hoskins run wide. Jedi sort of jumps out the way of Tony Bishop, who continues to go after George Lyon. The gap 2.8 seconds with something like 5 laps to go.
Yeah, it was out to 4.1 seconds just a couple of laps ago, so Tony's still making inroads into the race leader, so I don't think this is done just yet, but of course it'll all come down to possibly traffic once again. And Kevin McClurg, I think, has got a problem as he slows himself onto the Wellington straight. So yeah, he had that 10-second penalty anyway. Don't know if he's made a mistake or if there is a mechanical issue. I think he's still fairly slow down the Wellington straight. So Neil Harrison will on the track pick back up his 4th position, and then not too far behind we should see also the number 18 machine work his way into the equation, which should be Nigel Howard. And there you can see it doesn't look right. Is there some suspension damage possibly on the left rear?
Yeah, certainly the car was handling really foully because he was really having to fight at it. So something, I think you might be right, Matt, wrong with the left rear. Was that whether that was contact in traffic or if something has just broken? Not sure, but that's a shame for the driver who had just taken the lead of the class in that 2004 Dallara F3 machine. But he's for the pit lane, so that will promote the rest upper spot. Lead gap back out to 4 seconds. So George Lyon loses a bit in traffic, but then he gains as Tony Bishop loses time there on lap 18 of the race. Through goes a 3rd place car. 20 seconds further behind is James Williams. Down the Wellington straight. Lap the Formula Renault again. Jamie Malloy's now a couple or maybe 3 laps down. Round the outside goes Williams. And then he'll have a further car to lap in a moment or two. But there's our F3B leader. That is Neil Harrison. So he'll be pleased, Matt, after the problems in the earlier race, which caused a lengthy pit stop.
Yeah, more of a reliable Dallara this time round, which is good for Neil. And just going to be off the podium positions as it stands. So Cesar in a comfortable 4th position, but he will be winning his class by the looks of it, which, as you mentioned, is the F3B class for Neil. James Williams, who we spoke to after that first race, is a man who's going to be set for the podium again at this rate. did ask him the question if he could take it to the top 2, but he was very honest and said, no, I don't think there's going to be a chance of that. So James has had a fairly lonely race, but still it's going to be a nice way to end his season with a podium as Neil Harrison works his way through for the completion of lap number 19, so he is effectively 2 laps down, isn't he, to the race leaders. James Williams, I think, will be still on the lead lap of George Lyon and Tony Bishop, and that gap still stays about 4 seconds as George Lyon very shortly will come through to potentially start the last lap. It's going to be close, 90 seconds left on the clock, so he might squeeze 2 more out of this one as he comes down in towards Brooklands with a bit more traffic to lap as well.
Yeah, we did 22 laps this morning, but I think this has been a faster paced race. So he may get 23 in. He's coming up to lap for the Anson, another Formula 3 car in this race, the Edward Guest driven car. The Rolt goes the other side. So you've got various eras of Formula 3 machinery there all in one shot, which is good to see. And 3 different chassis manufacturers showing what Formula 3 racing was like back in the day before it came all Dalaras, sort of in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then Formula 3 a very different championship nowadays. No longer a 2-litre open formula as it once was. Gap comes down to 2.3 seconds in the traffic, so George Lyon will be aware of that. He'll be wanting to keep Tony Bishop at bay. You can see Bishop in his mirrors, although single-seater mirrors aren't the easiest things to see out of, that's for sure. But these 2 Volkswagen-powered Dalaras then turn into the complex, what I think will be for the penultimate time.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go, so George should just scrape through with 1 more lap, but Tony Bishop is getting closer and closer. A bit more traffic to lap for George and for Tony on this next lap, and then they should probably be clear, I'd say, as Malcolm Scott is going to be the next one to go a further lap down, but George has to sit behind him in towards Copse Corner, so we're now 2.6 seconds between the top 2, so that gap just growing ever more. Clock has now ticked to 0 though, and George has a little bit of a look in his mirror as he works his way down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Another car to be put a lap down as well, but all of these drivers being very respectful, making sure they adhere to the blue flags, let the quicker cars through, and George Lyon is, as you suggested, Josh, going to be on for another double here this year at Silverstone.
Yep, so back-to-back domination at the Waterhays Trophy Open Wheel Allcomers race, courtesy of the Monoposto Racing Club. And I think he's won all the races outright in the Tiedemann Trophy as well. He won at Donington Park, he won at Oulton Park, and he's going to win both the races here at Silverstone as well. Checkered flag goes out. George Lyon, the winner again in Monoposto at Silverstone. Tony Bishop makes the point by getting the fastest lap on the last lap into the 52s. The first time we've seen that this weekend, but it was a little bit too late. The gap, probably the smallest it's been all race, at a second. There's Will Cox. He's punching the air. He's the Tiedemann Trophy champion for 2024, and he knows it. Well done to Will Cox in the Rolt RT3. He's absolutely delighted with that. He won the classic class in every race as well, but as he had more entries over the course of the Tiedemann Trophy autumn season, he beats George Lyon to that point score. Rest of the field make their way to the checkered flag. Third position has gone the way of James Williams. Other class winners, by the way, well, Neil Harrison was a class winner, as was Will Cox, Terry Clark, Julian Hoskins and Alex Bagnall as well. And I think they've pretty much all taken the checkered flag. Another punch of the air there. So lots of people very pleased, it seems, with their race to conclude the 2024 season for the Monoposto Racing Club. Here at Silverstone, part of the Waterhays Trophy weekend, again for 2024. Marshals will go to work to get the track ready for our final support race action here at Silverstone, which will come up shortly. But the results for Monoposto was a win by 1.1 seconds by George Lyon over Tony Bishop, with James Williams in third. Neil Harrison took fourth, ahead of Nigel Howard. Sixth went the way of Felix Baggott. Seventh was Malcolm Scott, despite starting from the pit lane. Eighth, the Tiedemann Trophy champion, Will Cox. Ninth was Terry Clark. And 10th was David McCallum. 11th was Jamie Malloy. He finished ahead of Julian Hoskins, albeit a couple of laps down on the overall leader. 13th was Edward Guest. 14th went the way of Alex Bagnall. And 15th was David Spencer. Retirees, Kevin McClurg, Tom Hills was a retirement too, as was Richard Wiles, and almost off the start we lost Charlie Hart. And as I say, it's one more support race to come here at Silverstone for the Historic Sports Car Club Allcomers. And then we will look forward to our 3 finals here at Silverstone for the Waterhays Trophy for 2024. Before that, though, Monoposto race winners are with Matt.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, down here with George Lyon, who was a double winner this weekend at Silverstone. I think you've won all the Tiedemann Trophy races this year as well, George, so it's been a pretty good year for you.
Yeah, that was a really, really fun race, to be honest. We changed quite a few things with the car. I wasn't convinced it would be better, but it was definitely a lot better, especially at the start. It really switched on. I think we went the wrong way. The tyre pressures seemed to fade a bit towards the end. Yeah, happy it's 20 minutes, not 25 minutes, I think. But yeah, really happy with the result, obviously.
That gap was changing all the time between you and Tony. It was kind of lurking there, about 4 seconds, then back to 2. But as you said, you kind of managed it with the traffic as well.
Yeah, some of it is just how good you get to run through the traffic, and then the other thing, to be honest, I don't think the pace we had today was that good, but just at the start the car just switched on really well, and because it's so cold, it's quite important really to get out the first few laps, and then when you hit the traffic it sort of evens it out with us. So yeah, it was a good race, enjoyed it, and yeah, really pleased with the result.
And no mistakes. I think you kept it on the track there. As you said, it is a cold day today, but everything went well, and looking forward now to some more racing next year.
Yeah, hopefully same again with the Monoposto. Really enjoyed it this year. It's been our first year in the championship, and yeah, it's been fantastic.
Good stuff. Well done, George. Congratulations on the 2 victories in Monoposto here today at Silverstone. We'll then have another quick word with James, who finished in 3rd place. You were very honest, James, after that first race to say you wouldn't probably catch the top 2, which was true, but still a good 3rd place in that one.
Yeah, no, a bit happier this time. We managed to make some more time up, so like I say, just steady progress, and hopefully next year we can have a bit better go.
And who else did you find to play with in the early stages? I know you pulled away towards the end, but anyone to play with?
Not too much, and the back markers are a bit kinder with us this time, so it's it's a good race.
Good stuff. Well done, James. Congratulations on your 3rd position, and then we'll have a word. You can see how hot George Lyon's car is there. It's smelling quite hot, and it looks quite hot as well. So yeah, George has worked hard, and then Tony Bishop is the next man we're going to have a quick chat to as well. Tony, looks like you worked hard there, but no mistakes on that first lap, so well done to you there.
No. Went the other way actually, probably a bit over cautious, and George got me sort of thing, and then he maintained it from there. But we pushed it on, we made him work, that's for sure, and we got in the 52, so I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, I think, as I said to George, the gap was kind of fluctuating, but of course that was the traffic. But you tried your best to stay with him.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you see the traffic and you think, oh, it's just, you know, he's got away with that one and he's got away with that one, but he'll probably look at it the other way. But there we go.
And how do you seem to set your fastest lap on the last lap of the race every time?
It's just determination, isn't it? When you're comfortable with a car, you just inch forward a little bit. And then we've got 2 or 3 laps to go. You start taking a chance or two. You think you maybe overdone it, and the car says, oh, is that all you got?
You enjoyed your 2 races, though?
Yeah, it's been a good weekend, thank you. Yeah.
Well done, Tony. Congratulations on 2 second places within the Monoposto Championship and, of course, the Tiedemann Trophy here at Silverstone today. Next up, as we said, the final support race for the Waterhays Trophy, which is the 2nd HSCC Allcomers Close Wheel Encounter, which is on the way next.
The Historic Sports Car Club Closed Wheel Allcomers race coming up next for the Corsa Italia Border Challenge here at Silverstone. Yesterday we had the pre-1990 Allcomers race. Today they're all here from all ages of cars, from small historic sports cars to modern hatchbacks to historic sports cars and Le Mans cars. So it's an incredible mix of machinery that we have, as always, on Sunday leading up to the Waterhays Trophy final. We have this eclectic mix of cars. This year 34 cars qualified for this race. Jad Sapra, the quickest in qualifying in his BMW 1M, but we believe electing to start from the back, so that sort of adds a new spice to the race in his BMW 1M, which I think is usually a car that would do rolling starts, and it'll be a standing start for the Allcomers coming up shortly. One of the star cars in this race will be Oliver Bryant, who is racing his Ford GT40 today. The 1960s Le Mans sports car that he's raced at places like Goodwood and the Spa 6 Hours. So we watch out to see how he gets on. His dad Graham out in their Morgan, family-run Morgan +8. got a big number of Alfa Romeos in this grid as well, as a group of Metros too. So you've sort of got sort of unofficial Alfa Romeo leaders and unofficial Metro leaders to look out for during the course of this race as well. It's the longest race of the day. It's 25 minutes. It's a bit of end of season fun. But yesterday in the pre-90 race, we saw quite a lot of battling going on throughout the pack. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're able to pick up some of that again, and particularly look out for all the different cars as well to enjoy during the course of this 25-minute race. A busy track it'll be, though, on a short circuit, as the Silverstone National Circuit is. About 20 seconds the difference between the fastest and the slowest cars. So from about lap 3 or 4, lap traffic will probably start to become a factor. Over the years, we've had some great cars compete in this race. Back in 2017, BRDC member Martin Short raised his LMP1 Pescarola to a race win. No such cars as that this year, but we have got this great mix with an Alfa Romeo 4C on pole position. Steve Deeks in his very rapid, modern sports car. There's a car that was on the podium yesterday in the 390 race, the Ford Escort Super Saloon. Back out racing for the first time in 40 years for Steve Barnard, who is aboard it. You've got a Chevron B8, the BMW-powered sports car from the late 1960s. So I think there's cars which go all the way from 1970 to current day cars. So it's one of the largest mix of cars you could ever sort of think of, all on the circuit here at Silverstone, and it's a traditional way to end the season, part of the Waterhays Trophy weekend. Let's have a look at the grid, because there's lots of cars to go through. And it's Steve Deeks on pole then in that Alfa Romeo 4C, with David Markusson alongside in a BMW M3. On the second row is Barry McMahon in his Alfa Romeo Giulia, and Gavin Dunn's BMW M3 starts fourth. Next up is Graham Bryant in a Morgan Plus 8, and Jack Berry in an Alfa Romeo Mito. The Ford Escort Super Saloon of Steve Barnard is alongside Joe Hathaway's Renault Clio. Next up is Roger Evans in an Alfa Romeo 147, and MGB for Alistair Bapty, Peugeot 205 for Tom Owen, and the Chevron B8 of David Beattie. Next up is Dave Messenger in an Alfa Romeo 156, and Tony Hunter's Seat Leon. Julian Fisher is next in his Ford Fiesta, and Jennifer Ridgway in a Lotus Elan starts 16th. And she has behind her the Ford GT40, which we believe is supposed to be Oliver Bryant at the wheel. James Fletcher is up next in an Alfa Romeo 33. Miles Casadini is due to be at the wheel of a Speed sports car. And Richard Hodgson in the 1950s Lotus Mark 6 starts 20th. Next up is Mark Witherington in his Renault Clio, and Simon Green in a BMW is alongside. Keith Wyman's Ford Mustang is next, ahead of Steve Bracegirdle's Mini Cooper. Then we get to Richard Ford's Alfa Romeo, and Tim Shooter, who's in the best of the Metros, head of the similar car of John Moore, and the Alfa Romeo 156 of Ed Robinson. Then we get to Cole Wheaton's Metro, and John Griffith in a 156, Tom Neat is in a MG Midget, and Tim Davies in a Metro. And finally, the slowest car from qualifying, Stuart Sargent's MGB. Then the fastest car from qualifying, but going from the back, is Jazz Sapra in his BMW 1M. 34 cars due up on the grid. The first thing, Matt, we really do is when the race starts, we take a deep breath and hope everybody gets away without incident.
Yeah, a lot to get away from the line, isn't there, for this one once again. Just turn my volume up because I hadn't been able to hear the cars, and I thought, oh, we'd like to listen to some of these because there's some magnificent cars out there as you've been describing, and we've got a real mix once again, just like we saw yesterday. But there's one of them, the number 17 machine, which works its way to the grid, the Ford Mustang of what's going to be Keith Wyman. You mentioned about the Bryants, of course, with the Ford GT40, and also the Morgan that we have, which harks back to, I remember it racing in the Heritage Grand Touring Car Challenge many years ago. So it's good to see that car is still around.
Yeah, and it's just lining up there on the third row of the grid. I think that is Graham Bryant's helmet. The GT40 is a lot further back on the grid than I expect Ollie Bryant to be, so I just wonder if the Bryants had switched around who was driving which car. But we'll go with what's on the our screens. Ollie in the GT40 starting much further back, so watch out for Ollie Bryant. Would you want to be in a GT40 right in the middle of this grid as it gets underway? Maybe not, but he's very experienced. And then Graham further up in the +8. Jazz Stafford starting from the pit lane in the BMW 1M, but he was the quickest car in qualifying, so we'll watch him carve through the field. The other thing he hasn't got to do is wait for a long time on the grid, as everybody else is. There's Ollie Bryant's GT40, just ahead of the Lowlung sports car. That's well down the grid for Miles Castledini, so we'll see if he can move forwards. And then further up on the grid, you've got Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo Giulia, the Quadra Figlio shaped car, really very modern Alfa Romeo that is, so a very good looking one as well. But on the front row you've got the low slung 4C, which is a great looking modern Alfa Romeo, and alongside is David Marcuson in the first of a couple of BMW M3s at the front of this grid, which is still coming into position. There are so many cars to line up. So hopefully all is good with those at the front there. Steve Deeks, a Silverstone instructor, so he knows this circuit very well from pole. And then David Marcuson's plain white BMW behind. Some people haven't lined up quite where they should have done. Those 3 Metro Cup cars towards the back. Expect they'll probably have a good race amongst themselves. Wonder when you started racing the Metros, whether you'd ever think you'd have a full GT40 in the same race as you. But that's what we have here in this historic sports car club all-comers race for cars of all ages. And a fun way for the competitors to end their season here at Silverstone. I think everyone is almost in place now. We know they will be when the green flag is waved to the back. It should be any moment now, which has been completed, I think, as the start line marshals move away. Yeah, there's the green flag. 25 minutes on the clock. It'll be lots of laps around the Silverstone National Circuit. The revs will begin to rise as the red lights are on. The lights go out. The race gets underway. Looks like everyone's made their cars get off the grid, which is the first part of the race done. And then up towards Copse Corner. Steve Deeks then leads. Graham Bryant's made a good start in his +8. There's Ollie in the GT40, and through Copse Corner they go, but Steve Deeks then getting away. Second is Marcuson, Graham Bryant's third, fourth is Gavin Dunn's M3, then it's Barry McMahon up next, down towards Beckett's, 1 or 2 locking up. There's the Speed sports car making progress around the outside. Ollie Bryant's on it, coming out of Beckett's with a bit of a tail happy GT40 as you might expect, and then everyone heads down the Wellington Straight. Graham Bryant trying to make more progress. I reckon Ollie Bryant's probably nearly the top 10 already, Matt.
Yeah, definitely got the speed in the race, hasn't he, compared to what was in qualifying this morning. So here's on a charge. Here comes Steve Barnard in that yellow and black Ford Escort Mark 1, which was out with us yesterday. Did very well for second place as the Seat is a little bit squirrely through the corner of Luffield. That's Tony Hunter. Got one out wide as well, which I think is the Speeds, which just rejoins through the gravel trap. But as the field accelerates through, I think we've all safely made it across the line to complete lap number 1, as Barry McMahon, by the looks of it, was trying to make a move down towards Copse Corner. That was to try and see him up a little bit higher in the order, and Barry McMahon is just Marn on our screen by the looks of it. So yeah, that is him in 7th, trying to be 6th.
Now for a Romeo Championship battle has broke out on the run down towards the right-hander at Beckett's. McMahon in the Bianco Motorsport prepared car. It's a bit smoky. That surely wouldn't happen on an Alfa Romeo for sure. Down the Wellington Straight they go. So Graham Bryant's going really well. He doesn't race as much as he used to, but he's up into 2nd. There's Ollie in the GT40. He's already up into 9th at the start of the lap, but he's gained more positions since then. Big look up from the Speeds. Let's hope he doesn't clatter into anyone. I don't think he does. Not sure if this car is running quite as it should do, because Miles Castledini's a quick driver, but it's and it's smoking now, isn't it? From the sort of the, I think it's from the engine bay. Isn't it? Big slide behind from the MG. So it's all very dramatic the first couple of laps of this match.
Yeah, probably one of the biggest wings you'll see as well, isn't it, on a car? So the speed with a little bit of possible loose bodywork as well, and also that smoke, but Miles Castaldini now trying to work his way through the field and up to where he possibly should be. So 10th, I think he's just taken 9th place away from Tom Owen in the Peugeot 205. And from the pit lane, Jazz Sapra is going to go well as well, isn't he? We know he's always out there racing somewhere, something, and he's up into what's going to be 19th place now as he makes a move on the chevron of David Beattie. So Jazz Sapra one to watch as he carves his way through the field, but it's Steve Deeks out front who currently leads over the number 1 machine of Graham Bryant.
Fastest lap though with the car in 4th position. The car was on the podium yesterday, Steve Barnard's Ford Escort. There's an Alfa Romeo that has spun, I think, at Beckett. So Roger Evans in his Alfa Romeo 147. I think he's the boss of Revs Italia that prepare a lot of the Alfas. He's got back going though, so he continues on his way, but a bit further down the order than what he once was. There's the Lotus Mark 6 working at the wheel is the driver. And today it's Richard Hodgson who is at the wheel of this 1950s car, flinging the car into Luffield. And again, this car very well driven, even though it's got a different driver to yesterday.
Certainly is, yeah, lots of opposite lock there as he came through Luffield, so very much working hard at the wheel is Richard Hodgson, but enjoying it, I'm sure, nonetheless, as he comes up towards the line and goes through in 18th place as down the order looks to drop that number 7 machine, as we just saw of Roger Evans. So he'll be coming through very shortly on his recovery. But look at that, great to see the work of a driver in these cars which have no roof, and it must be a fun day out there in these cold conditions, but definitely with the very, very narrow wheels they have on this car as well. But look at that, absolutely fantastic. Whatever car you have, it's welcome here in this HSCC Allcomers race.
And great camera pictures as well of the driver working at the wheel. The fastest lap now has gone to Miles Castaldini. He's got the speeds up to speed.
A lot of smoke there.
Who is that from?
I think it's the Fiesta possibly, but unless the car's pulled off actually just by the bridge.
Okay, we'll see if we can pick up on that. But yeah, Castaldini's just done the fastest lap. He's up to 7th in the speed. He's done a 1:01.0, about a second quicker than the leaders, and Castaldini was well down the grid. He got Mini versus Mustang, but not as you would expect, not a 1960s Mini and a 1960s Mustang. I think it's a 70s Mustang and then a modern BMW Mini Cooper. So that's an unusual sight. Keith Wyman at the wheel of the Mustang there, the Boss Mustang, and just starting to lose out to the much more nimble Mini, which I think has been driven by Stephen Bracegirdle, who's sometime a Formula Ford racer. He's out in the Cooper S and starting to go away.
It's another car which is smoking, the Ford Mustang there, so a lot of smoke out there. I don't think anyone did pull off on that lap, as we're going to have a battle now for what's going to be 2nd place between the Morgan and the BMW. So Graham Bryant really having to work the wheel of his car as well, but he's got some great acceleration in that Morgan Plus 8, which sounds beautiful as it heads up towards the line. David Markison will stay there in 3rd place as Steve Deeks comes up onto the traffic for the first time within this race, and in the background you can see Barry McMahon, who is very close in 4th position, and it looked like Miles Castaldini was trying to make another move, and he's just gone and done the quickest lap of the race. So Miles, after a little bit of an iffy start with possible some mechanical issues, that car seems to be handling it much better now and could be on for some good results in this one.
Yeah, they're all together through the traffic for 2nd. Graham Bryant, who's driving this Plus 8 really well, the Rover-engined Morgan. He's got David Markison trying to work his way through the traffic. Miles Castaldini goes the other way. You've got Barry McMahon in there. He looks up the inside. He brakes ridiculously late. Much bigger brakes, I suspect, on the modern Alfa. It's 3 abreast through Brooklands. He's got both of them, but all 3 of them may be passed here around the outside by Miles Castaldini in the smoky speeds. He almost got caught by a very sideways Barry McMahon, who runs wide. That was a big heart in the moment for Miles Castaldini. You've got Ollie Bryant getting stuck in as well as he chases after Gavin Dunn, who was already to win here 1 week ago at the 750 Motor Club Finals Day in that BMW. But Castaldini's 2nd, and if that car lasts the distance, I suspect he might be able to catch Steve Deeks.
Yeah, we're loving this, aren't we? What a great battle this is for 2nd place, which now has, as we said, Miles Castaldini up into that 2nd position. We're going to be side by side for 4th place between the 2 white cars, which sees now Barry McMahon very late on those brakes. You can see how much they're glowing. Oh, and Jazz Sapra from the pit lane is into retirement. I thought that was him out of the car, and why was it moving? But it's not, he's still in the car. Barry McMahon, there he is, with yellow flags down towards Brooklyn, so that will be where Jazz has pulled the car off.
Yes, drivers have got to be careful here not to pass the slower traffic. They may lose time, but that's a lot more important than not obeying the rules, particularly on a race like this. The BRDC grandstand filling up there in the background. in this traditional pre-Waterhays Trophy Allcomers race. So there's GB, as it says on the side of his helmet, Graham Bryant, ahead of these two much more modern sort of saloon cars, the Alfa Romeo Giulia and the BMW M3. Then you've got the historic Escort Saloon closing in of Steve Barnard. Round the outside of Graham Bryant comes Barry McMahon. That Alfa's got lots of power. Just ahead of them, the sports car of Miles Castledini, who's now 7 seconds behind the race leader, Steve Deeks. This is the battle for third, with McMahon now ahead, isn't he, of Graham Bryant and trying to go away.
Yeah, we had a yellow flag at Cops as well, so something happened down there, which meant that Graham Bryant couldn't get that place back away from Barry McMahon, who's now got himself up into third position. We'll keep an eye on Miles Castledini, who is going to try and close that gap down to Steve Deeks. Under pressure now is going to be Tim Shooter, who goes a lap down in his number 4 Rover Metro, so he stays well out of the way of these much quicker cars which are coming through. But what can Ollie Bryant do? His lights ablaze in the background. He's now going to be in a three-way fight with what's going to be the number 10 machine, which is Steve Barnard, and also the Gavin Dunn BMW as well. So we've got these three now joining themselves together as they turn away in towards Luffield. Ollie going to try and go really wide in towards the right-hander. He might get a nice slingshot on towards the start-finish line as he almost hits the gravel, but lovely to see this GT40 going really well now, and it have good acceleration as it comes up to complete lap number 8.
Yeah, maybe just giving a wide berth to other big cars while they're around him, but Ollie, former British GT race winner, of course, but more recently Goodwood race winner, multiple times winner here at the Silverstone Festival / Classic back in the day as well, and he is alongside, is he, Gavin Dunn on the run up towards Beckett's corner. They've got one of the Ford Alphas to lap, as well as a Cooper S Mini in there. The GT40 is so low to the ground, isn't it, compared to an M3, which isn't usually that big of a car in comparison, but next to the GT40 it certainly is. And you'd think that Ollie Bryant should have the legs down the straight, but the M3 showing how quick of a car that is, really. Matt sort of keeping on ahead, but then Ollie Bryant, you'd think that wouldn't have the grip, but in the hands of Ollie Bryant, he can go around the outside.
Yeah, then he's halted just by the Mustang of Keith Wybrow as they turn their way in towards Luffield, which means Gavin Dunn has more momentum on the outside to pass his way through. So a good battle. You can see Ollie with his reading light on top of the car as he comes through now to complete his next lap, and the gap out front is down to, well, 0.08 of a second. It was 7 seconds just a couple of laps ago. All of a sudden, the speeds of Miles Castledini has found plenty of speed out there on circuit. So he's now going to be on the back of Steve Deeks in his Alfa Romeo. I'm just wondering if that move has possibly been done. Where's Steve? There he is, still up the road. So not quite, but we have got the battle on now for the race lead as they work their way under the bridge, with still smoke coming just briefly from the back of Miles's car.
Yeah, not sure what that is, but it seems to be last in the distance for now. So there's the Alfa Romeo 4C leading the way up towards Luffield corner, and yeah, it's certainly, as it goes through right-handers, there's lots of smoke come out the top of the car. We're not quite sure what that would be, but it doesn't seem to be slowing Miles Castledini down very much. He's been a race winner of these races in the past, and he'd like to win another one on the inside of the Alfa Romeo there of Roger Evans. Goes through successfully. He's now 1 second behind Steve Deeks, and not as close as it was a lap ago. It sort of changes lap by lap in the traffic, I think.
Does indeed yet, but good to see that gap being closed down between the two of them. So we've got a nice good battle going on for the lead. We'll continue to watch what happens further back as well. Looks like it might be a good fight going on for 6th place now between Steve Barnard, Ollie Bryant and also Gavin Dunn, because Ollie has now got that Ford GT40 past the BMW, so they were very close across the line previously as the speeds of Miles Castledini comes back down in towards Brooklands, and for now they've got some clear track ahead of them. Almost lost it there, did Miles, as he turned through, emulating still that smoke. Hopefully it's not kind of leaking anything which is going to make it expire before we get to the end of the 25 minutes, but whatever it is, Miles is going to try and push on as best as he possibly can. So on towards the start-finish line they come. The gap between the two of them is 1/1000th of a second shy of a second.
That's right. Through Cops they go. They're only 6 seconds ahead of Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo. The Mito has stopped. Another Alpha has gone to meet the marshals. So that's a shame for Jack Berry. But he parked the car nice and sensibly out of the way. I think we're going to have the Bryants together before very much long, because Ollie Bryant, here they are, on cue. Graham Bryant in the Morgan being caught by his son Ollie. They've shared cars so many times over the years. I think Ollie Bryant started racing that Morgan when he was 16 or 17 years of age. We've got a Clio off the road, which is Joe Hathaway. Hopefully he can get back on. But yeah, Graham Bryant and his son Ollie, I think, are going to be pretty much together by the time they get up towards Brooklands Corner, Matt.
Certainly are, yeah. Great battle between father and son as it stands then. But Ollie, and there's 2 cars off now. One of those is a Metro as well, so that's not good news. So hopefully nothing has been dropped onto the circuit to cause those cars to go off, but they are in a very precarious position as it stands. But green flags wave on the exit of the corner. So yeah, charge on between Graham and Ollie. This is now for 4th place because Ollie also got past David Marcuson on that previous lap as well. Marshall's on hand to try and recover the car of Joe Hathaway, whether they push it backwards, which I think will be the safe option to do, and whether that other car, the Rover Metro, has rejoined, I'm not too sure. But for now, while the marshals recover the car, there will be yellow flags as the Bryants carve their way through further traffic. And here comes Ollie. How strict will Graham be? Not too strict. He makes it very easy for him to slip down the inside line, and he probably knows Ollie has got the pace and might be able to drag his dad along.
Yeah, and I'm sure Graham doesn't want a big beer if something went wrong when the 2 of them were together. I think there's yellow flags here, so Graham probably ought to not overtake Ollie on the way down towards Brooklands Corner. So Oliver Bryant turns his way into the left-hander at what is Brooklands Corner, then into Luffield to complete another lap. I think Steve Barnard's Escort has come into the pit lane, so he's out of it now as well. He's had a busy day in a car that hasn't raced very much in the last 40 years or so. Meanwhile, Steve Deeks and Miles Castaldini have been caught by Barry McMahon. So Barry McMahon in 3rd position. Let's catch up with that. Has caught the at least a 2nd place car. They're side by side. Is the speeds expiring, I wonder, because we've seen all that smoke, and now he's lost 2nd position to Barry McMahon, who's wide, locking up another Alfa Romeo there, which gets out of the way. But back up to speed is Miles Castaldini, seemingly. This car's a sort of a bit of an odd one. It's a car that you'd expect really to be the quickest car on this grid, but it doesn't sort of go as quickly as it should do all the time, Matt.
No, it comes and goes, doesn't it? And it, again, should have some straight line speed, but can't quite live with the Alfa Romeo ahead of it of Barry McMahon. But what a turn of speed this has been for Barry. Almost lost it again there as he comes up onto the number 79 machine of David Beattie. That is another Alfa Romeo, which does remain within this race at the minute. But what can now, the man in 2nd place, do about Steve Deeks, who has just pulled away on this lap by the looks of it, because 1.8 seconds now becomes 4.1. So yeah, with Barry making the move and also dealing with traffic, he has lost time to Steve Deeks once again, but we've still got just under 10 minutes to go as it stands. And there's another man on a charge. Now he's past Graham Bryant. Ollie Bryant, with lights are flashing, is on his way to try and catch the top 3. Last time through, he was about 2.5 seconds quicker than Miles Castaldini. And apart from the race leader, he was the quickest out of the top 10. So down towards Maggots and Beckett's he now goes, and we'll keep an eye on what Ollie Bryant can indeed do, but I wouldn't put it past him trying to get himself onto the podium, as now Graham Bryant in the background starts to come under pressure from not just David Marcuson, but also the other BMW of Gavin Dunn by the looks of it. So the Morgan and the BMW split the Alpha as they head under the bridge, and that is going to be the number 42 machine that they move their way past now. So that's going to be another lap down for that Alfa Romeo as Ollie Bryant turns his way in towards Luffield.
In this 1965 Ford GT40 that's been a race winner at Goodwood, it's been a race winner at the Spa 6 Hours in the past as well. So a car not just sort of with period history, but with successful historic history in recent years, driven by Ollie Bryant, driven by James Cottingham, I think, over the years as well, and running 4th here in this all-comers race. And Ollie's been pretty well stuck in, hasn't he, in a race with much larger cars around him. But Steve Deeks leads an Alfa Romeo 1-2, would you believe, in this all-comers race. They've got 8.5 minutes to get through. And Steve Deeks, who's won Alfa Romeo Championship races this year in that car. Barry McMahon, who's won the Alfa Romeo Championship in the past. They're in 2nd position. They're just lapping the MGB of Alistair Baptiste, who was out yesterday as well. I think he's running in 9th position, but he has gone a lap down now to our race leader.
Yep, there goes Baptiste on towards the start-finish line once again. He's just about to be lapped here by Barry McMahon, but the gap between him and the race leader doesn't seem to be coming down now after that bit of a spurt that Barry McMahon had. It's now kind of settled around about the 4-second mark, but he has definitely dropped Miles Castaldini, who's a further 5.5 seconds back. And what of Ollie Bryan, because he had been going quick, he's still going quick, another 2.5 seconds quicker than Miles Castaldini, and this could still be on with about 8 minutes just under to go.
It is on because Castaldini's car's caught on fire and it's got a bit hot.
That's why it was smoking, because it's on fire, yeah.
Yeah, so I think obviously it was overheating, and he parked it nowhere near any marshals, unhelpfully. So his car may not go home the way he brought it here.
No, it might be a little bit darker in terms of its colour, mightn't it? Which is a shame. It did say on the screen outlap, and I thought, well, he hasn't been into the pit, but that makes sense as he's pulled up alongside the transponder, which gets you out of the pit lane. Steve Deeks' car is smoking a little bit from the rear as well, but I don't know if that's anything to worry about, but we'll keep an eye on that one as he goes through. So Miles Castaldini has now been lost from third place, as we know, which means Ollie Bryan, from where he started on the grid, has made up about 10 to 12 places. So Ollie is on for a podium, and I think that's probably as far as he can probably go now.
Is that a red flag being shown? So I think we can get the fire truck to the end of the pit lane. So that will be the end of this race, I imagine, with under 7 minutes to go. Hard to know exactly what may happen next. I imagine there won't be a restart, but we shall see. But that was good fun, wasn't it? That's what the HSCC Allcomers races here at the Waterhays Trophy are all about. And cars, apart perhaps from two Alfa Romeos up front, which would race together, but everything else normally would not get to race together. And cars you wouldn't expect to have the same sort of speed end up do around this circuit.
Yeah, it's like matching them all together, isn't it? And going, oh, there we go. The fire has been put out, which is good for Miles Castaldini. So it didn't take too long to get there, but of course we needed to get the fire truck there as quick as possible onto the circuit, and of course with smoke blowing across the track as well, it's a safety thing to stop the vision being impaired for all the drivers. But yeah, it's great to have all these cars together, and different size of cars, different power to weight ratio. It's just to kind of chuck them into the bowl and see how it all plays out at the end of it. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. And the clock has come to a stop at 6 minutes 50, and the checker flag has come out at the same time. So that will be the race result. As we know, it's a busy afternoon and we need to get it all done by the time we get to darkness. So we've got 3 Waterhays Trophy finals to look forward to. But unfortunately for Miles, he was going well, wasn't he? The speed was definitely there, but unfortunately, as you said, Josh, that car was just starting to overheat a little bit too much.
Yeah, we saw from lap 1 that smoke, whether that was sort of was a temperature thing where it started to overheat and then it just got to the point where the car gave up enough. Hopefully Miles is okay. It looked like he was a bit hot when he got out the car, but hopefully nothing too much more than that. I'm sure he'll get checked out. The recovery teams, the fire truck teams, just checking everything out to make sure all is okay. And yeah, the cars are being brought down the pit lane from the circuit onto the pit lane. So that is it from the HSCC Allcomers. So that was step apart from the fire, that was a good fun way to build up to the Waterhays Trophy finals, which are coming up next with the 2 historic races up first, with the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy and the Col Hamer Trophy. There's Miles Castaldini. He looks fairly okay. He took his steering wheel with him, and now he's cooled down a bit. Probably the concern is about the car and what the damage bill may be on the car. I don't think he's raced that often, the speeds, but red flags needed so we could get the fire truck there and deal with that in the way that has been done, nice and quickly. And then we say all the cars head down the pit lane and they head back to the paddock, and then the competitors can enjoy watching Formula Ford 1600 action trackside over the course of the next sort of hour and a half for these 3 finals here at Silverstone, with the pre-1998 Formula Ford cars up first, then pre-1982 for Col Hamer Trophy, then the grand final for the fastest 36 drivers here, basically the top 18 from each of those semi-finals which we enjoyed prior to lunch. Grids have been released. I can see for at least the 2 historic finals, the grid set by the pre-finals that were contested at the end of yesterday, which were cracking races. It's 12 laps for the 2 historic finals, 15 for the grand final over there, I think, in the Escapade Villages. People have seen themselves on the television, hopefully enjoying the view in the warm overlooking Beckett's Corner, which has had so much action over the course of the day. Not so warm, but lots of action to enjoy over in the BRDC Grandstand as well, which is filling up, ready for these 3 finals. If you're not there already, the seats are starting to run out, and some people having to climb over others to get to the middle ground of the BRDC Grandstand. Always such a popular place to watch at this time of year. So I think with a bit of luck, in a few moments, we will have a look to build up to the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy, the first of 3 Formula Ford finals here at Silverstone. Matt has headed, I think, over to the assembly area. Once he's there, we will bring hopefully some interviews and build up to that race, which will see Richard Tarling on pole position after winning the pre-final yesterday for the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy for cars built before 1999 and named after Janet, who was a secretary of the Silverstone Racing Club, who sadly passed away in 2014. She was a keen supporter of the Waterhays Trophy, so the Silverstone Racing Club wished to remember her this way and present the trophy to her, to the winner of this race, to the winner ever since 2014. And now we can look forward to this with Matt Sucklin down there in the assembly area.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, down here in the assembly area, ready for our first final of the weekend. It's all been building to this, of course. We've got the Waterhays Trophy final to look forward to in just a short while, but first the Janet Cesar Trophy here at Silverstone. So let's have a quick chat with the guys on the front row, if we can. Hopefully they're going to be accommodating for us to have a quick chat. We'll start with Cam down here on the front row. Cam, this is what the weekend for you has been building up to, of course, with this final, and you find yourself in a really good position at the minute.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's been pretty eventful yesterday with some bumper cars and stuff that couldn't really be helped. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the final. It should be a good dice. A lot of quick cars.
And of course, you've been part of the Waterhays Trophy in terms of trying to get through to that final. Did you make it, by the way? We don't know.
Yeah, I'm the highest place pre-93, so really happy with that. So finished 10th in my semi, so should be in a good position for that too.
So you want this one to go well, then of course you've got to get yourself turned around very quickly for the final as well. But what do you reckon you can pull from the bag? You've got Richard Tarling alongside you, is the man who did it yesterday, but you'd love to overhaul him, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, we held up yesterday with the incident at Luffield, so we dropped back to 6th, and I was quite happy to get 2nd. But hopefully, you know, we don't have that kind of incident again, and we can go for the win. We'll see what happens.
Good stuff. Thanks, Cam. Good luck for the final of the Janet Cesar. We'll go over now and have a quick word with Richard Tarling, if we can, who's just waiting patiently. Gloves not yet on for Richard, but hello, sir. Did a great job yesterday in that pre-final. It was a fantastic race, and we're looking forward to another slightly longer race this time round. How are you prepared for this?
I'd prefer if it was shorter, but yeah, I think you just got to stay out of trouble and just be there at the end somewhere in the mix and try and first across the line, I guess.
Cam, of course, alongside you. He said he had some problems yesterday, had to bring his way back through the field up into 2nd position, so he's going to be one man to watch, but there's quite a few behind who are trying to take this top spot away from you.
Yeah, there's 5 or 6 quick guys at similar times, so honestly I'll try and stay in front, but it'll be a difficult race, I'm sure.
It stayed dry this weekend, which is good, so it should be an all-action race, I'm sure, out there.
Yeah, to be fair for me, I wouldn't mind if it rained actually, because the car's good in the rain, but I don't think so. It's overcast, but I think it's going to be dry.
Good luck, Richard. Thanks for your time.
Cheers.
There we go. Richard Tarling is ready to go, sitting there waiting patiently. We can then move back to Darwin Smith and see if we can have a quick chat with him as he gets the final bits of tapes onto the car. Darwin, nice to see you. I know you've been in the war so far this weekend, but great to see you in this final for the Janet Cesar. How are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, it should be a good final. I mean, 12 laps is a long race, so should be enough time to get the job done.
You had a few dramas yesterday, I think, with your front nose cone. That was off, but that's been taped back on, which is good. A few final bits of tape being put on the car, but you're happy with how it's handling?
Yeah, sure. The car's all pointing the right way now, and we had to unfortunately get some damage repair after the last pre-final or the semi. So, we're pointing the right way. So, all's good.
You've definitely had the pace this weekend. I just think you've been very unlucky at times as well.
Yeah, the qualifying was the issue for us with the track limits, 2 laps being disqualified. So, that was the difference between being at the front and the back. But we've fought our way here, so we'll see how it goes.
Good stuff. Thanks, Darwin. Good luck. He goes from what's going to be third on the grid. Across here we can see Callum Grant as well, so we'll try and have a quick chat with him before we get into this race. And Callum is sitting patiently, waiting to go. Callum, you look quite relaxed here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. Quite happy. Changed the engine last night. Much better now. So, we'll just see what happens in this, won't we?
Change the engine. That couldn't have been a work at the moment, could it?
It took us a couple of hours, that's about it. Still time for a beer afterwards.
Always good to hear. So you sit here on what's going to be the second row when you head out onto the circuit. I'm sure your aim is going to be for the top spot. You've got 3 guys ahead of you. You want to try and get past them as quick as possible, I'm sure.
Yeah, it might be a waiting game, this one. We're all pretty evenly paced, and whoever gets the best slipstream on the last lap's going to win it, I think. That's if they don't all smash into each other before we get to the end.
That's what I was going to say. It's been quite fraught at times in some of the races we've seen. Have you been involved in any of that, or you kind of stay clear of it?
Touch wood, just stay clear of it so far. Kept out of it in the semis, which was nice. Just keep pushing forwards and see where we end up at the end.
Good stuff. Thanks, Callum. Good luck for the final with the Ginetta Cesar. We can then move back to the number 21 machine and have a quick chat, if we can, with Alex, who sits here. Alex, we love the livery on this car. You've had a good weekend so far. You looking forward to this final?
Yeah, I think this is going to be rather interesting. We weren't so good yesterday. We managed to run at the front for a little while, and then we had a sticky suspension damper. So we put another pair on the front now. So, and then in the semis, it was really good. So. Yeah, me and Callum had a good little battle in the semi, so we'll see what happens really. I think it's going to be a bit of a close one, but yeah, we'll have a go.
It's going to be a longer race than what we've had so far this weekend, but it's all about that start and trying to be in the mix towards the end. That's what you want to try and do, isn't it?
Yeah, I think just staying out of trouble for the first 5 laps or so, and see how it pans out. And as long as we don't, we keep him with the lead pack, I think that's the main thing, and not fight too much and have to attack and defend, and well, we'll see what happens anyway.
We're looking forward to it. Alex, thanks for your time. Good luck for the final for you. We'll head over here and have a quick chat, if we can, with Ben Tilley. I know we're getting close to the race start, so we'll try and dive in and have a word with Ben. Ben, nice to see you here at Silverstone this weekend. Third row of the grid for this final. How's the weekend overall been for you so far?
It's been very positive, really. Yeah. It's the first time racing this car this weekend. We did a couple of sessions on Friday just to get used to it, and yeah, here we are. It's going quite well. So.
And in terms of Walter Hayes Trophy history, have you been here before, done all this previously?
I've been here 4 times before, okay. In historic cars and pre-93, so not in the modern one yet, but time will tell.
And in terms of this, the race, what are you looking forward to? You're trying to make your way to the front like everyone, but how aggressive and hard are you going to fight for that?
It's not my car, so that comes into it quite a lot, but we'll. If we can go forward, we will.
Good stuff. Thanks, Ben. Good luck for the final for you as well. We'll continue moving our way back and see if we can have a quick chat with Andrew Schofield, who's looking straight ahead. If we can just dive in for a word. Andrew, you're looking quite focused there, which is always good. You're kind of pacing and lapping your head and making sure everything's going to go right. But again, for you, you're quite close to the head of the order here, so you're looking for a good result, I'm sure.
I hope so. I saw you walking towards me, so I started thinking about what I must say. No, I'm happy to be reasonably high up, so all I can do is focus ahead and try to keep up with the guys in front of me and have a good race.
Overall this weekend, have you enjoyed how the things have gone?
Yeah, it's been great. I'm part of the South African group who's come out, so it's normally my dad's car who races it, and it's a great family event for us. My uncles are here, and we're also remembering my uncle who we lost earlier in the year later today, so it's very, very special, and yeah, trying to sort of put the emotions to one side and stay focused.
We've seen the South Africans do very well this weekend so far. Andrew Rackstraw, Casey Enser-Smith have been right there in the overall order, so I'm sure you're going to be supporting them whilst trying to do a good job yourself.
Definitely, yeah. Hopefully, a lot of them are right up there at the front. So yeah, it's going to be an entertaining final, and yeah, it'll be awesome if one of them can bring it home for us.
And in terms of UK circuits, have you raced many of these before?
Only Brands, only Silverstone at the Waterhouse, so that's about it. So yeah, not much.
You enjoyed it though?
Yeah, it's great fun. I love the events. We come out every year, a group of us, the South Africans, and again with a family, and my dad who runs and looks after all of us. So it's a great event, a great family event, because most of our family is here in the UK. So yeah, I love coming over. I can't wait for it every year.
Good stuff. We wish you the best of luck, Andrew. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
There we go, Andrew Schofield, and we'll move across to Dave Parks, who was in the dramas actually previous to this race. The team disappear and scatter away. Dave, they leave you to your own devices, but nice to see you in this final. I know you had a few dramas earlier on today, but everything fixed and ready to go?
Yeah, well, we were under pressure, so we haven't really had a chance to track the car or anything, so we just put it back together after getting taken out with the spinner. We've just thrown it back together and hope that everything is still pointing in the right direction, and hope that all four corners stay on it this time.
These cars seem quite robust though. We've seen quite a few incidents this weekend, a bit of contact between people, but they seem to hold up quite well.
Yeah, well, I've been unlucky. I've been hit twice and it's taken the corners off twice, so hopefully, look, they're a strong car. They're enjoyable to drive. I normally drive a Ray, so we only picked up this car this week, so it's good to be out. I'm glad the boys all worked hard as they could to get me back out for the final, so delighted to be out.
It's impressive you've only got this car this week. In terms of being down this low, it must be great fun. We can only imagine what it's like to be in these cars, racing with cars side by side with almost interlocking wheels. It must be a great challenge.
Oh yeah, a huge adrenaline rush, and there's some great drivers here around me, so at least you can trust the guys around you, and I love it. I'm 45 now, and I still feel like I'm 16 when I'm doing it,
That's what it's all about. Well, Dave, hopefully all four stay on the car for this one, and good luck for a good result.
Thanks a million. Thank you.
There we go, that's Dave Parks. We'll try and get all the top 10 completed. We'll head over here now to the number 28 machine, which is Tom Hawkins. Tom, again, looking very focused on what he needs to do, and we'll have a quick chat with him. Tom, you're here on the grid, looking forward to a great result inside the top 10. What are you hoping for?
A podium would be nice from here, but this is a hard field. This is probably the hardest race I'll do this year, to be honest with you, with all these cars in it. So, yeah, just every car's a bonus, so we just keep trying to go forward, really, and make sure nobody gets past behind.
It's a great circuit, though, for this sort of racing, isn't it? Because we've had lots of overtaking this weekend, lots of slipstreaming, so your main aim is going to try and be to go forward rather than let anyone through.
Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah. I've been sort of lucky this year. I've had a few wins and things in the Super Classic and won that. And so, yeah, 9th and sort of this row of the grid. I'm not used to starting here at the moment, so, yeah, I'll try and keep going forward.
And how many previous Walter Hayes Trophy appearances have you had?
I've done 7, but this is the first time in this class. I've always done it in a Class A car. So, yeah, and this is the first time driving this car. So, yeah, so we'll see how we get on with this.
Good stuff. Thanks very much, Tom, for your time. Good luck for the race. It's nice to see how many new people have joined us for this event this year, which is always a real pleasure to have them here on the grid. Nathan Ward is going to be the next one, so we'll have a quick chat with Nathan. Yeah, give a good wave to all the supporters out there, everyone watching. Not a bad job you've done. You're up here inside the top 10. I'm sure the race is not too far away now, but what are you thinking? What's the mindset?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. We've had some strong results over the last couple of days. Obviously, we were in Heat 1. Put me 15th on the grid for the pre-final, made up some spaces there, hoping to do the same again. We've had some issues with setup, but huge shout out to my dad and Brian at Solely Motorsport. They've put a car together that we should be up there with them now. So thanks to them, thanks to everyone that's listed on the car that couldn't be here, and everyone that's turned out to support. It's been a great meeting.
It's a great weekend though, isn't it? It's something a little bit different with, of course, the heats we go through. Then we get into today with the progression race, the last chance. Then, of course, these cars get their own final as well, apart from the Walter Hayes Trophy final. So there's lots of great racing. It kind of keeps you on your toes.
Absolutely. We're going to be straight back in after this one, chuck some more fuel in, and then back out for the grand final later on. It's amazing. Love it.
So the main thing in this one is you've got to try and keep the car in one piece, because you very much want to get into that final and have a car which is very good to make its way through.
That's always the plan, but we'll see what happens.
Where'd you start, by the way, for the final?
I think I might be dead last, which means the only way is up.
Yeah, that's right. One direction. Nathan, good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go, that's Nathan Ward. So we've done the top 10. We're not too far away now. I think there's a little bit of delay before the cars head out, but of course we are building up to the start of this one, which is absolutely fantastic. So we might just have time very quickly to have a couple of words with the next of the rows. We'll try and get as many as we can before the cars head out. Here's the number 17 machine of Peter Lucas, who is sitting here. Oh, sorry, Peter, I don't mean to touch that. You've got the Castle Combe sticker on your car. Are you a regular within that championship?
No, not really. I'm from Australia, and I raced there once earlier this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So how have you enjoyed being here at Silverstone?
Great fun. Great fun. Really enjoying it, yeah.
Good stuff. What are your hopes for this race?
Well, just to finish without incident, really. Yeah, I don't think I can go forward from here, but we'll see.
You never know. We've had some really good racing this weekend, and as long as you're in the battle in there towards the end, it could turn anyway.
It could, but I think they're all a little bit quicker than me. We'll see.
Never say that. You never know. But Peter, good luck for the final.
Thank you.
There we go. That's Peter Lucas. We'll then move across to our next car, which is going to be the 31 machine of Robert Wainwright, and we'll see what his thoughts are going to be for this final as well. Hello, Robert. Nice to see you here on the grid. You looking forward to this final today?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Need to find a bit more aggression, I think, after looking at how everyone else is. But yeah, enjoying it. I've still got 4 corners, so that's the main thing, isn't it?
Certainly is. So you have been watching, because there has been quite a lot of aggression out there on circuit. So you've kind of got the memo now for this one. What would you love to bring as a result from this race?
To be honest, I'd said I would have been happy with the top 10 with this grid. So yeah, same thing, I suppose.
Right, we'll let you go because the whistle has now blown, so the cars are being fired up for the Ginetta Cesar Memorial Trophy final here at Silverstone. The cars are ready to go, and here we are with the first of 3 finals to look forward to at the Walter Hayes Trophy for 2024. We'll hand back to Josh Barrett.
It's time then for the Ginetta Cesar Memorial Trophy here at the Walter Hayes Trophy in 2024. And on pole position is Richard Tarling in the Reynard, a double winner of the Col Hamer Trophy and a winner back in 2014, the first time the Ginetta Cesar Memorial Trophy was given. He starts alongside Cameron Jackson in the first of a huge amount of Van Diemen's. He has been a podium finisher in this race before. Darwin Smith, the Fauna Ford Festival historic winner, starts alongside Callum Grant, a double winner of this event in the past. Ben Tilley, he starts on the 3rd row. He finished 6th in this race last year. He's alongside Alex Ames, who was 2nd 1 year ago. The South African Andrew Schofield starts alongside the Irishman Dave Parks on row 4. Tom Hawkins, the Super Classic champion this year, starts alongside Nathan Ward, a champion in his class at Castle Combe. Peter Lucas, the Australian, starts alongside former historic race winner Rob Wainwright. On row 7 is Gaius Ginn, who finished 5th in this race last year. He starts alongside Nigel Thompson, a former pre-90 champion, and then Gavin Buckley and Henry Campbell. They start on row 8. Row 9 is Neil Hunt, and the first of the retirements yesterday, Will Liston, the quick Australian. He starts ahead of Matt Smith and Sam Street, who was involved in a first corner incident, but he did finish 3rd last year, so watch out for Sam Street. And from the back of the grid, also quick, but caught up in that turn 1 incident, is Stephen O'Connor in his Team Dolan run Van Diemen. The Irishman will go from the back, but surely will move forward during the course of this 12-lap final for the Ginetta Cesar Memorial Trophy for pre-1998 Formula Fords, but mainly on this grid we've got cars from 1988 to 1992 when the Formula Ford scene was so impressive on the run up to the end of the Kent days with the British Championship. But as yesterday's pre-final showed, they create some absolutely fantastic racing. The slipstream is a bit stronger than the latest cars, so we see overtaking almost at every corner, and I can't imagine this race will be any different. Weaving around to try and get heat into the Avon treaded tyres, because it's not terribly warm here at Silverstone, 11 degrees, so temperature in the tyres absolutely vital on this green flag lap. With 3 quick drivers at the back, they would have been potential winners if they started at the front. Who knows on the back? It's possible for Will Liston's Van Diemen, Sam Street's Swift, and Stephen O'Connor in another Van Diemen. Van Diemen, which were the car to have really of this period. There are so many of them on this grid. About half the grid are the Norfolk manufacturer. And the cars starting to make their way up towards the line. Then, as the drivers were telling Matt, this grid is so competitive with the driver quality that is on it. and Richard Tarling then lines up on pole. 25 years ago, he was the Formula Parma champion, but he's been back in Formula Ford for the last decade or so, and he's won a historic final here at the Waterhays 3 times. Once in this race, but that was 10 years ago, in the ex-Martin Short-owned Reynard. Richard Tarling bought it from him a year ago to race at this event, and he's back again looking for the win. Cameron Jackson, who was 3rd 3 years ago, multiple historic champion, starts alongside in the ex-Walter Lechner Racing School. Van Diemen RF90. Darwin Smith's been rapid all weekend. He'd had a few incidents. The Brian Jones Memorial Trophy winner from 2 weeks ago at Brands Hatch. He starts alongside double winner of this event, Callum Grant, on row 2 in a pair of Van Diemens. But don't count out the likes of Ben Tilley and Alex Ames on row 3 as well. There are so many potential winners. The only way to find out who's going to win is by watching the next 12 laps of Formula Ford 1600 racing for pre-1998 cars for the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy. The 5-second board has been shown. The red lights will come on, which they do so now, and then 12 laps of racing will get underway as the lights go out. It's a good start from Cam Jackson from the inside of the grid, so he will look to lead. But Richard Tarling weaves across and takes the position away from him. Darwin Smith round the outside to go second as the cars turn out of Copse Corner for the first time, and Darwin Smith has got the lead away from Tarling. So a great start from Smith. Alex Ames from row 3 is going for second on the outside of Tarling. Tarling breaks late though to take that position. Jackson is 4th, Grant is 5th. Ben Tilley is there in 6th position as Darwin Smith out wide over the white line on the end of Beckett. So I think he's going to come under threat down the Wellington Straight from those behind. And it's Richard Tarling who's looking to the outside in the Reynard, but no, he hasn't got the speed. He has to dip in behind Alex Ames. Up towards Brooklands, around the outside is Cameron Jackson. You've got Grant on the inside. Jackson's going around the outside of all of them to go second, I think, on the inside of Ames into Luffield Corner. But it's the Irishman, Darwin Smith, that leads through Luffield for the first time. Richard Tarling on the inside loses it out to Alex Ames.
Yeah, great start then. So we've got action aplenty in this one. I think we had out wide there, unfortunately, with the car of Dave Parks and off into the gravel, unfortunately, number 14.
That's Neil Hunt.
Quite deep in the gravel as well, isn't it?
Not sure if it's Beckett's or somewhere else, but that's a shame for Neil Hunt. And yeah, it is at Beckett's in the Mondial. So race continues up towards what will probably be a yellow flag zone where Darwin Smith leads you. Alex Ames with the arm out the cockpit to show that he's seen the yellows. Richard Tarling from pole down to 4th, then Grant is up next, then Ben Tilley. Tom Hawkins has progressed to 7th. There's the car that's off. Alex Ames sideways out over the exit curb at Beckett's Corner, but it's Darwin Smith then, the Irishman, that leads, a driver who finished in 7th in the Formula Ford Festival 21 years ago. But it's got Cameron Jackson looking to the outside. We're going to get a safety car though, I think, Matt, with that car off at Beckett's.
Yep, it's quite stranded as we saw, isn't it, in the gravel trap, and it's kind of in the firing line, isn't it, as well. So safety car definitely is called. Oh, and just as we get that, the marshals do get a nice bit of power under Nils. Nils Hunt's car there, so almost stood on 2 feet, but great work by the marshals as ever to get that car cleared. And if the right rear was a little bit flat there, but I'm sure it'll be heading back for the pit lane anyway. But what it does mean is that we should only have the 1 lap under safety car just to calm things down as the field went through there, with Darwin Smith making a tremendous start as we thought he would do anyway. So he led at the end of the 2nd lap. 2nd place for Cam Jackson, 3rd place for Alex Ames as it stands, and then behind that Callum Grant with Ben Tilley inside the top 5. 6th place then for the number 28 machine of what's going to be Tom Hawkins. So he was 9th on the grid, so he's made good progress through the field. South African, we have an abundance of them here this weekend. That's Andrew Schofield next up in 7th place, and then Ward, Parks and Lucas round out the top 10.
Well, I think we need to feed Richard Tarling into that, whose transponder is not working. I think he's actually in 4th, but that's yet to be done by the timekeepers. The safety car will be in this lap. I think this is the first safety car we've seen all race weekend, quite remarkably, and almost it wasn't needed as Neil Hunt's car was pushed out the gravel, but at least it's a very short one. And we will go back under racing. Cameron Jackson might want to get a move on because he's not up with Darwin Smith, who could make the jump. Is that Chris Middlehurst watching from the BRGC to see how the moves are done over there at Brooklands, at least in this age of car? Darwin Smith has seemingly made quite a good restart there as he accelerates away. So the Irishman, the former British Formula Ford racer, looks like he's made a good jump here through Woodcote. He's left Cameron Jackson sleeping seemingly. So a big mistake really from Jackson there, and that has allowed Darwin Smith to get away. Jackson 2nd, 3rd is Ames, 4th is Tarling, 5th is Callum Grant as they go through Cops Corner with Ben Tilley up next.
Yeah, Alex Ames was ushering Cam Jackson to close that gap down. He wasn't really doing it, and now Alex wants to go for the move down towards Maggots, which he does. He has tremendous speed down there, so the camel-backed car of number 21 goes up into 2nd place. Doesn't want to see Darwin Smith get too far up in the distance, so through he goes with the Archer car now back into 3rd place. Richard Tarlin is still 4th, and Callum Grant hangs on in 5th place, and I think both Ben Tilley and also the number 28 machine are in the mix here, so that's going to be Tom Hawkins on the back as down the inside line tries to come Callum Grant, and that will potentially see him up into 4th place, but Richard Tarlin is holding on very much around the outside of Brooklands, which then becomes the inside for Luffield, and Tarlin says nope, I will stay here in 4th place for the time being as Callum Grant gets himself back into that 5th place.
Looks like they are towing their way back towards Darwin Smith, so the slipstream is so strong in these cars. Even a good restart like Darwin Smith has, he only had that lead margin really for a lap, so everyone back together as they go through Cops Corner to start lap 5 of 12. Richard Tarling still in 4th position ahead of Callum Grant, but it's Darwin Smith who leads. Battle behind between Ben Tilley and Tom Hawkins. Tilley takes the line in the Wayne Poole Racing run. Van Diemen, he breaks ridiculously late as Ben Tilley is a little bit wide, but he got the car stopped, but he has lost that position to Tom Hawkins. But for the lead of the race, Darwin Smith now under pressure from Alex Ames, who was racing here at the Silverstone Festival in something very different, a Ferrari 51P Le Mans supports car. The type of racing here I suspect to be somewhat different as he's all over the back of Darwin Smith, but can't go through. Smith then leads, Ames is 2nd, 3rd is Jackson, Tarling 4th, 5th is Grant, and then they're getting away from Ben Tilley, who remains in 6th.
Yeah, Darwin Smith, as we said, has been in the wars so far this weekend, so I'm sure he's absolutely delighted to be out front with hopefully no drama to come his way in this Janet Cesar final as they work their way across the line. Top 5 that it now is for the lead, just dropping the next 2 or so as they work their way down towards Cops once again, and now it looks like Richard Tarlin is going to try and be on his way back through the field, so 4th place as he went into Cops Corner. Just lost a little bit of ground there, but of course we know you pick up a good tow down towards Maggots, and exactly the same down on the Wellington Straight as well. So let's see how this all unfolds as Alex Ames takes a lot of curb on the inside, which then makes him slow onto the Wellington Straight, which means Cam Jackson might be on the attack now as he tries to draw himself alongside, but it's in fact going to be the tow that he gets down the Wellington Straight, with Richard Tarlin trying to pull out at the same time, and on the back of them, as we know, Callum Grant is going to try and go around the outside again. It gets very close between the 2 of them. I don't think Callum Grant was too sure where Richard Tarlin was going to place that car, so they lose a little bit of time to the top 3, but I think that there or thereabouts.
Yeah, still the 5 of them really in the lead battle at the completion of the first half. Lap 6 about to be completed. This race is slightly different to yesterday. There hasn't really been much positional changing since the safety car has peeled in, but it could happen at any moment. Darwin Smith then in 47 leads the way in the RF90 with Alex Ames chasing after him in the Camel period liveried car. Off the circuit's gone Nigel Thompson, somehow ended up in the pit lane backwards. He's not the only one involved. Sam Street's been involved in that as well. He's had a bad weekend really, so he's off on the left hand side of the circuit. I think they're the only 2 involved in that. Meanwhile, the leader's out of Beckett's on what is lap 7 of the race. Darwin Smith leading. Alex Ames in the tow. Is he a bit closer this time on the way down towards Brooklands? Darwin Smith feels the need to defend. Alex Ames follows him. Then he tries to go tighter. Darwin Smith blocks him as they break. Almost touch wheels, and Cameron Jackson's been caught up in that, and he's run wide. So that's brought Richard Tarling to 3rd, Callum Grant to 4th. And I don't think anyone actually touched each other, Matt. They sort of all jinked away from each other, which put Cameron Jackson off the road. Yeah, it was pre-avoidance, wasn't it, to something that might have been coming there. So well done to all of them, although Cam Jackson is the one that has lost out. We've got yellow flags through Woodcote as that car is stranded on the outside and the driver runs away from the scene. So hopefully that won't cause too much drama, as in the background Nathan Ward, by the looks of it, tries to make a move down the inside line, which he does and complete. So Tom Hawkins now drops down the order into what's going to be 8th position, as Nathan Ward, who is in the final later on, is going to try and work his way high up the order as best as he possibly can, as Richard Tarlin is now back through on Callum Grant. Cam Jackson is through as well at the same time, so Cam would love to get to the podium, and can he potentially get himself back towards the lead battle, which now just has the 2 drivers, because both Darwin Smith and Alex Ames seems to have pulled away, but let's see if those 3 behind can start to work together as Darwin Smith goes defensive. Alex Ames almost into the back of him again down towards Brooklands. Does that put either of them offline? Nope, I think they're all good as they head down towards the right-hander of Luffield, and in 3rd place it is now going to be Tarlin ahead of Grant, ahead of Jackson. That's right. You know, Darwin Smith's been pretty uncompromising in his defence over the last couple of weeks racing in England, and it's keeping him ahead of Alex Ames at this stage with 4 laps of the race to go. Lap 8 completed. And it is then Smith that leads. Ames is second. Gap back to Callum Grant that dives up the inside of Richard Tarling. 2 drivers have raced each other in the historic championship in the past with the Historic Sports Car Club, but Callum Grant goes through. The Van Diemen ahead of the Reynard. Then you've Cameron Jackson and Ben Tilley. All 4 of these drivers have won in HSCC races over the last few years. They're all in different cars to what they've raced in that, though. More modern machinery here. But Callum Grant up into third in the Roger Arnold owned Van Diemen RF91. But the top 2 have got away. Darwin Smith, he defends, he goes one way, goes the other. Alex Ames follows him in the tow. Behind, Richard Tarling looks to the outside. Cameron Jackson dives up the inside of the pair of them in the RF90 Van Diemen, but he doesn't get either of them. He stays behind. Callum Grant's third, Richard Tarling fourth, Cameron Jackson on the outside fifth, and then Ben Tilley sixth.
Yeah, it's currently second, between second and third. So let's see if that is coming down. It looks a little bit closer to the eye, but with Grant, Tarling and Jackson all squabbling, not too sure if that is actually going to be the case. But we'll wait and see as they cross the line on this occasion. The gap is 1.5, so yeah, it has extended as now Richard Tarling looks again to try and get himself onto that last step of the podium, but Callum Grant is having none of that for the time being. And now behind these 3, we're going to have what looks to be Ben Tilley joining the mix, in the number 85 machine. So he's now going to make it a quartet for a final step on the podium, but have Darwin Smith and Alex Ames broke this gap to still be the only 2 that could potentially be victorious in this Ginetta Cesar Memorial Trophy race. We'll have to wait and find out. We're on lap number 10 as it stands, but let's see now if those 4 can work together. As I say that, Richard Tarling pulls out for a move down the inside line in towards Brooklands. He's not really content with staying there as Cam Jackson goes all the way around the outside of Callum Grant. Does it stick on this occasion? I think it will. So yeah, this time Callum Grant loses 2 places. Both Richard Tarling and Cam Jackson are the ones that benefit.
2 laps to go at the end of this. Fastest lap's gone to Will Liston, who started near the back after retiring yesterday with a gear linkage that broke. He's got into the top 10. I don't think he'll get any further than that, though. Cameron Jackson's off the road, coming out of Woodcote. Callum Grant goes up the inside of both him and Richard Tarling into Copse Corner. 3 abreast. Cameron Jackson on the outside, though, hangs on in the Karcher liveried car. Grant is 4th. 5th is Tarling, who started from pole after winning the pre-final yesterday, and then Ben Tilley at the back. He's trying to get involved in this group now. He's alongside Tarling but can't quite get there as they turn into Beckett for the penultimate time in this race. The leading 2, they're still together. Darwin Smith and Alex Ames. A couple of tenths of a second was the gap at the line, so we could well see more challenges coming for the lead, but the jinking around is happening really in that 3rd place battle as Cameron Jackson tries to break the tow. To the outside comes Callum Grant. And then you've got Tarling and Tilley as they turn into the complex for the penultimate time.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Alex Ames is possibly leaving his only move of the race until that last lap, because of course you want to kind of have a tow, you want to try and make your move so you don't have the response coming back from the person that you've just passed. But Alex Ames on multiple occasions has been very close to the back of Darwin Smith down towards Brooklands. So we'll find out within the next lap, because we are now onto the last lap of this race as they turn their way in towards Copse Corner. I don't think these 4 are going to catch because they're 1.9 seconds back from the leaders, but can Cam Jackson hang on to that 3rd place? He's got Callum Grant, Richard Tarling and Ben Tilley all for company as they turn now in towards Maggots and Beckett's. What does Callum Grant do in the 43 machine? He can't do anything really because there's no gap emerging, and he has to sit there in the tow once again of Cam Jackson.
So the last run down towards Brooklands, a very good overtaking opportunity, and here comes Alex Ames. He's right in the tow of Darwin Smith for the win. He finds a gap. It's blocked though by Darwin Smith. They're absolutely nose to tail with Darwin Smith with his blocking skills down towards Brooklands. Hangs on ahead of Alex Ames into Luffield. He's a bit sideways though. He wants to get a good run out of here because you can pass through Woodcote Corner. For 3rd position, looks like Cameron Jackson might hold on, but Darwin Smith, he did it at Brands Hatch. He's going to do it at Silverstone as well now. He wins the Ginetta Cesar Memorial Trophy, but only just from Alex Ames, who's 2nd again for 3rd. Well, that's side by side at the line, but Cameron Jackson hangs on ahead of Callum Grant. Ben Tilley didn't quite get 5th. Richard Tarling has that as he gets added in with his transponder issue. But it's Darwin Smith then who becomes another new winner for the Ginetta Cesar Memorial Trophy. He won the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy at Brands Hatch for similar cars at the Formula Ford Festival. And now Darwin Smith, absolutely delighted, the winner of the Ginetta Cesar Memorial Trophy here at Silverstone, punching the Irishman who's had a difficult weekend. His car was involved in an incident in the semi-final just a couple of hours ago. but the former front-runner in the British Formula Ford Championship a couple of decades ago is now a winner in historic competition at the Waterhays Trophy, in an excellent race with 6 drivers really involved in that lead battle. And Darwin Smith punching the air in front of the BRDC grandstand and clubhouse, where I'm sure many people are giving these drivers a round of applause after an excellent race here at Silverstone. Second goes the way of Alex Ames. Third goes the way of Cam Jackson, with Callum Grant in 4th, Richard Tarling 5th, and Ben Tilley in 6th. Behind, Nathan Ward took 7th, just from Andrew Schofield and Tom Hawkins. That was a good battle. And Will Liston with the fastest lap. He will perhaps go back to Australia a bit disappointed he had to start from the back because he had the pace, but he does come home as a top 10 finisher. And it looks like the cars aren't going to be stopped, are they? They are being waved through. So for these historic finals that we won't be able to, I'm afraid, hear from the winners, because they are out in the grand final in about half an hour's time. So congratulations then to Darwin Smith, the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy winner, by 0.15 of a second from Alex Ames. And then that big battle for third, which saw Cam Jackson, after a couple of moments in the race, he came back through to come home third, ahead of Callum Grant and Richard Tarling and Ben Tilley. Let's have a look at the results in full. 0.154 of a second was all that separated a podium lockout for Van Diemen RF90s, the gap between Darwin Smith and Alex Ames. Cameron Jackson a bit further back in third. The RF91 of Callum Grant was 4th. Richard Tarling's Reynard was 5th. Ben Tilley came home 6th, ahead of Nathan Ward, the best of the Swifts. Andrew Schofield was 8th, with Tom Hawkins in 9th and Will Liston 10th. Peter Lucas was 11th, ahead of Guy Skin, and Stephen O'Connell from the back got to 13th. Rob Wainwright was 14th in the Mondial, the Irish-built car. 15th was a similar car of Gavin Buckley. 16th was the car of Henry Campbell. 17th was Matthew Smith. 18th, perhaps a car that wasn't quite straight, was Dave Parks. And he actually retired with a couple of laps to go, as did Nigel Thompson. Sam Street we saw off the circuit after an incident, and Neil Hunt, an early retirement for the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy. So we will be moving on shortly here at Silverstone with cars to pick up first, but then the final for even older cars, 1982 cars for the Col Hamer Trophy, will be up next, and then all building up to the grand final for the Waterhays Trophy after that. So Matt tried to go and speak to drivers, but unlike previous years, I think actually they're letting the drivers immediately get ready for the grand final a bit later on, because quite a lot of those drivers out in that one.
Yeah, there quite is, isn't there? So I was made redundant apparently down there in the pit lane as they all wave themselves through. But yeah, it's a tight end to the day, because they need to get themselves ready for those who get themselves into the Waterhays Trophy final. But up next here at Silverstone, we're going to be ready for the Col Hamer Trophy.
And cars are in the assembly area for the Col Hamer Trophy final. The Col Hamer Trophy for pre-1982 Formula Fords, and named after Cole, who was in the marketing department of Crompton Parkinson, a company long associated with Silverstone and Formula Ford for many years. Cole over the years sponsored the Track's Driver of the Day and Driver of the Year awards, and famously his company adorned cars in Formula Ford racing, such as Jim Walsh, the multiple champion here at Silverstone over the years. And there is a former champion of Formula Ford back in 1982, Rick Morris, in a similar car, won the 1982 SO Formula Ford Championship. And he is always here at the Waterhays Trophy. You've got multiple historic champions in this grid, such as Sam Mitchell there in the Restaurate Merlin, with Dad, who owns the car alongside Westy Mitchell. Matt Wrigley's back out after an incident in the semi-final, so good to see him out there. He was very quick in this event last year, but a super competitive grid for the 2024 Col Hamer Trophy. And Matt Suckling, we had a great pre-final from these cars yesterday.
It was pretty good, wasn't it? There was lots going on, and we had a good fight early on between Jan Magnussen and Andy Gosling, but Eventually it was Joe Ahrens who came through to take the pre-final victory. He was the winner of the Col Hamer Trophy last year, and to be fair, in the last 6 years we've had 6 different winners. The only one in the last 7 years to do the double is Richard Tarlin, who we saw out in that previous race for the Ginetta Cesar Memorial Trophy. But yeah, looking forward to this immensely, with the results, of course, of yesterday's race giving us the grid for this final, which will be over an extended distance once again, just like the previous race. Will be up to 12 laps, so all the cars standing by ready to go, and we can see some of the magnificent machinery we have down there once again in the assembly area as they wait very patiently, as Jeremy Kane's car, to head out for their race.
Yeah, that's right. Still a few previous cars coming back to the pit lane on the back of flatbeds and such like. There's the Martin Stretton run, Dominic Shepherd, RF79, Van Diemen. On this grid you've got Royals, Van Diemens, Merlins, Crosleys, Lolas, Eldons and Nikes as well, showing the variety of the early years of Formula Ford racing, from the early days from 1967 up to 1981. Those early years of the Formula Ford 1600 division, all shown on this grid, and with a number of potential winners. Probably about half the grid, I think, could potentially win this. We saw that race yesterday where the top 3 broke away, and then the secondary group, which were going just as quick, had sort of 10 cars in it or so. So there are so many, I think, potential winners here. It should be a great race between these historic and classic Formula Ford categorised machinery. But with, as you say, last year's winner on pole after winning that pre-final yesterday, Joe Ahrens in the Enigma Motorsport run, Royale RP26. But alongside him, Jan Magnussen, the 1992 Formula Ford Festival winner, the ex-Stewart Grand Prix racer and the 4-time winner at Le Mans for Corvette Racing in the GT division. Trackside spectators are ready. We just saw a shot of the BRDC clubhouse as well, which is as busy as it has been all day, and I'm sure the BRDC grandstand is full as well at this stage of the afternoon at Silverstone for the Waterhays Trophy. Multiple generations over there, I think, at Cops Corner. There's the grandstand. There's 1 or 2 seats left, but not many, and probably most of those seats are quite difficult to get to, Matt.
Yeah, you've got to climb over people, haven't you, to get there. But as we said, as the races go on, and the last one, of course, just a few minutes away in terms of 20 minutes, we are going to see, I'm sure, more people pile in there to get the best seats in the house. But what an end to the day it has currently been, with one of those finals now ticked off. And as we said, what we had yesterday for the pre-final, we're looking forward to what this one can deliver as well. The home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone. It's been another busy season for the Northamptonshire/Buckinghamshire circuit, with many more dates, of course, to be announced for next year. And I'm sure before too much longer, the Waterhays Trophy date for 2025 will be announced, as well as the cars now head out of the assembly area, ready for that green flag lap.
Let's have a look at the grid then for the pre-1982 final for the Col Hamer Trophy. And we'll bring that to you. With on pole position, here we go. Joseph Ahrens in the Royale, last year's winner, is alongside Jan Magnussen in his Van Diemen, run by GT Motorsport. Andy Gosling, the front runner in the Classic Formula Ford Championships, Van Diemen, is alongside Ben Sims, the multiple historic champion, in his Merlin. Rick Morris, the driver maybe in his 70s but super rapid in his Royale, alongside Mark McKenna, who raced in Formula Ford in the British Championship in the mid-90s. He starts 6th. Sam Mitchell, former historic champion, is alongside the current historic Formula 1 champion, Matthew Wrigley. On row 5 is ex-GB3 racer Alex Ford and Jake Shortland, who was 3rd in this event last year. The Frenchman Adrien Lassac is next, and he starts alongside Cal Bennett. Jeremy Kane on row 7 is alongside Luke McShane, and Dominic Shepherd and Damien Ditchfield up next. And towards the back, you've got a pair of Nikes for Alan Slater and Peter Hallam, and we'll see if Craig Curry comes out. We haven't seen him yet today in his Crosley for what is expected to be 19 cars for the Col Hamer Trophy final here at Silverstone, part of the Waterhays Trophy weekend. And cars then on the green flag lap in this race that is going to be super unpredictable. The oldest cars give off the biggest slipstreams. And if yesterday's anything to go by, Matt, goodness knows how many lead changes there might be.
Exactly, and could Jan Magnussen, on his debut at the Waterhays Trophy, take this final win? It would be a great story, wouldn't it, after what he says has been a very enjoyable weekend for himself, and he did allude to that he'd love to be back here next year doing exactly the same thing. And a man of his stature and kind of experience over the years, of course the former Formula Ford Festival winner back in the 90s, but great to have him here in this wonderfully turned out Duckham's liveried car. Starts on that front row of the grid. We saw how kind of, don't know if aggressive is the right word, he was in pre-final. He was just kind of to the point, wasn't he, to try and get himself up into the lead of the race. Andy Gosling kind of showed his kind of not too way of thinking attitude inside the car, but he starts just behind in this one, so we'll see what Andy can do as well from the second row. And of course we've got the other car of Ben Sims lining up, who will be another rapid driver here for his first time in the Walter Hayes Trophy as well. So it's great, as we said down in assembly prior to the previous race, how many drivers are making their Walter Hayes Trophy debut here this year, and they've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Even if they are super experienced drivers like Ben Sims and Jan Magnussen. And yeah, Sims could certainly win this. He is in one of the older cars, the Merlin, sort of 10 years older than the Royale, and the Van Diemen's ahead. But Ben Sims, who won the Classic Formula Ford Championship this year and has won so many historic Sports Car Club championships over the years, he can certainly take it to them in this car that he only has raced this weekend as well, run by the Wayne Paul Racing organisation. But what can the likes of Matt Wrigley do? He went really well here last year when he finished second, and back in 22 as well. He's in a slightly earlier Mark 11 Merlin. So I think anyone from that top 10 has a chance here. And we know how strong the slipstream is, so it's racecraft is going to be super important. For Jan Magnussen, I think he's in his fourth race of the day, because he was in the progression, he was in the last chance, he was in a semi-final, and now he's out in this historic final as well. So one or two more cars to come in. The Silverstone start line marshals, efficient as ever, and that, I think, is pretty much them all in place. Then we get a green flag at the back. That happens now. 12 laps of racing for the Col Hamer Trophy final here in the Walter Hayes Trophy. Sees the red lights go on now, and when they go out, the race gets underway. Some starts better than others. It was a pretty good start from Magnussen from the inside of the front row, and he leads. So Jan Magnussen leads the way. Second is Ahrens, third is Ben Sims. Gosling drops to fourth with Rick Morris in fifth as they head off towards Beckett's for the first time, with the Van Diemen and the Royale side by side as Ahrens goes back for immediately. We've had two changes for the lead, so it's 51 Ahrens, 23 Magnussen into the back of him. They make contact, they're both off, they're both in the gravel, and Magnussen is out of the Col Hamer Trophy, and there's lots of cars in the gravel.
Yeah, three cars down there, so we saw one of the incidents, not too sure happened what with the others, but Ben Sims comes through as the race leader. You've got Andy Gosling in there.
Rick Morris as well.
What a shame. So three off. I think Rick will be able to be pushed out. Andy maybe, but I think Jan Magnussen might have some damage on that car. But where is Joe Ahrens? Well, he's going to be down outside the top six by the looks of it. And has he got any damage on the car as Rick Morris reverses with the help of the marshals and gets back into this race? But it's now going to be a race which is split in two, with the top seven out front and then a big old gap back as we have yellow flags on the run down towards Copse. Jan Magnussen is going to try and be pushed out, which might be achieved, but I think he might go a lap down at the same time.
So it's Ben Sims that leads. Second is Mark McKenna. Third is Sam Mitchell. Fourth is Matt Wrigley. Fifth is Alex Fors, although he's out wide and they're really supposed to be in a yellow flag zone at this stage. Sixth is Jake Shortland, and seventh is Cal Bennett. They're the seven cars left in this lead battle. Yellow flags at Beckett's where we try and get those cars out of the gravel. Real shame it had to start that way with that touch between Magnussen and Ahrens, and I think something happened between Gosling and Morris as well. But we still have plenty of cars in this lead battle, and I think we're going to have a look at the replay. So I don't think Ahrens was a bit slow through the middle of the corner, and then Magnussen caught the back of his car, which got him sideways, and behind Rick Morris and Andy Gosling got together. Morris's car was up in the air, but for Ahrens and Magnussen, they're out of it. But they're a long way back anyway. Magnussen is out of the gravel, a lap down, but it's Ben Sims that leads the way. Then you've got the Irishman Mark McKenna in second, Sam Mitchell and his dad's car there in third. They've got to try and get Andy Gosling's car out the gravel, Matt.
Yeah, doing a grand job to try and lift that. Not the easiest thing to do, but Marshall Power is down there. And we've kind of got a new kind of group at the front, haven't we? We haven't really seen these throughout the Col Hamer Trophy so far this weekend. So all the front runners effectively in drama down at Maggots and Beckett's. So now we have this new kind of group at the front with Ben Sims, who leads the way, still through the double yellow flag zone in towards what's going to be Beckett's. Alex Ford, you can see a little bit down the order there, trying to make a move on the number 9 machine of Matthew Wrigley. We know he's an historic Formula 1 champion for this year, and now we're going to have the dive out by the looks of it from the number 46 machine. So Mark McKenna into what should be a green flag zone, might be able to get the job done on Ben Sims, but hasn't quite got the straight line speed there, and he might be under attack from the car which is looking down the inside of Sam Mitchell. But nope, Sam can't get the job done, so he stays in third. And finally, after a couple of laps, Andy Goslin is now out of the gravel trap.
Well done to the marshals down there at Beckett. Safety car was not needed, and the rest of the track was fine, so we could race around the rest of the track. We can race around all of the tracks. So there's Sam Mitchell in third, getting back used to this car. He's not raced for a few years, but Mark McKenna going for the lead. Mark, who finished 8th in the Formula Ford Festival the year Jenson Button won the event, and he takes the lead of the race at Copse Corner, goes through ahead of Ben Sims. Matt Wrigley's taken third away from Sam Mitchell, and they head off towards Beckett, which is an overtaking opportunity for the first time. Ben Sims is going to make the most of that. He's alongside as they go into Maggots. His nose in the head, but he's on the outside line. He brakes so much later, but the JCB liveried car of McKenna on the inside, the Crosley, will go back through for now. That may change though by the time they get to Brooklands.
Yeah, Ben Sims gets straight back into that tow there, doesn't want to lose out, doesn't want to lose a gap to get back into, and straight away he's going to go for the outside line on the run under the bridge. You've got Matt Wrigley in the background, who's still under attack here from Sam Mitchell, and there goes Mark McKenna to the inside to try and hold the place. Ben almost loses it on the outside, but he manages to control the car as they turn now in towards Luffield. There's Alex Fors in the number 24 machine, and Jake Shortland is with them as well, who sits there inside the top few places. So on they go once more. We're going to have 4 laps completed. Joe Ahrens, by the way, he'll come into shot very shortly in that orange car. He is making progress. He's the quickest man on circuit. He might be able to get there, but I don't think, Josh, he's going to have too many laps to try and make any further moves when he does get there.
Yeah, he's about a second a lap quicker at times as the others battle, but he is 5 seconds behind. It's all go for the lead. Ben Sims has got it, but Matt Wrigley coming through now. The runner-up from last year goes second ahead of Mark McKenna there into Beckett's corner. And you've got Sam Mitchell in 4th. 5th is Jake Shortland, who was on the podium last year too. And then Alex Fors there in 6th position as they head down the Wellington Straight for the 5th time of 12. Ben Sims defending to the inside. To the outside is McKenna. Through the middle comes Wrigley. Sam Mitchell tries to get all of them on the inside. Wrigley breaks super late around the outside, and he might get Ben Sims here. And he is going to get Ben Sims here. Great drive in there from Matt Wrigley to go up ahead of Ben Sims. This is very different to historic Formula 1 racing.
Yeah, Alex Fors also had a look to the inside there as well, but Jake Shortland went round the outside. We've got 6 for the lead. You can just about count them through. That's how close together they are, as now Ben Sims goes for the outside line all the way through the final corner of Woodcote, and to the inside is going to be the number 44 machine of Sam Mitchell. So 3 down towards Copse Corner. Let's hold our breath and hope they all get through. Ben Sims on the outside to take the lead back away. Sam Mitchell slots into 2nd place as Matt Wrigley now tries to go to the inside. The only thing that might help Joe Ahrens is if these 6 continue to scrap like this. He'll be there in no time whatsoever.
Sam Mitchell was going for the lead at Copse. He's now 6th, I think, as they turn through Beckett's. If that was the end of the race, Matt Wrigley would have won by 4 thousandths of a second, and the top 6 separated by half a second. Remarkable racing from pre-1982 Formula Ford here at Silverstone. But Ben Sims is back in front. He had been for quite a lot of the race. Wrigley 2nd. Shortland involved now in the Lola. Then Sam Mitchell's back into 4th as they turn their way in towards Brooklands. It's only halfway through the race. We're on lap 6 of 12. Through Luffield Corner, it's Sims, Wrigley, Shortland, Mitchell, McKenna and Fors. It will probably change by the time they get to Copse.
It will, I can guarantee you. Mark McKenna is going to be the man to try and do that. He got a good run through the exit of what was Luffield. We've got Sam Mitchell now trying to go to the inside, who in turn is also going to try and go to the inside, the man in the middle, which looked to be Jake Shortland. He sits somewhere in 3rd, I think, yeah, just ahead of Sam Mitchell. So it stayed the same, didn't it?
It did, remarkably. Everyone needed to calm down for a corner, I think. It'll change at Beckett's, though. Jake Shortland is looking to the left-hand side of the circuit of Matt Wrigley, but that leaves him exposed to Sam Mitchell, who looks up the inside, can't quite get there as they turn through for the 7th time of asking. Ahrens is dropping away. He's 6 seconds behind, so he's definitely not going to catch. Down the Wellington Straight they go then. The 6 of them, these are the 6 involved. Cal Bennett in 7th. Well, if it all goes on ahead, maybe he could have a good result out of this. It's Sims that still leads. Wrigley is 2nd. Shortland is 3rd. Mitchell is just about in 4th. They are still in the same order as they were 1 lap ago, remarkably.
Yeah, they are indeed. I just saw in the background Joe Ahrens was a lot slower, so I think there could be a more serious issue with that car after the contact with Jan Magnussen in the earlier part of this race. Mark McKenna was just looking to move to the inside but didn't get the job done on Alex Fors. He'll try again down there in 6th position on on the run down towards the first corner. Ben Sims is still your leader. Second for now is still going to be that of Matt Wrigley, and Jake Shortland was the man trying to make a move possibly to the inside on that occasion. But they're all playing it really safe actually, aren't they? They're racing nicely as Sam Mitchell now pops out to the outside, but then Jake Shortland on the inside and Matt Wrigley gets the place away. So they are giving each other plenty of room, which is nice to see, and giving us a fantastic race to watch at the minute.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers, probably all the drivers, pretty much in this front group. Oh, there's a touch now after you said that, are involved in the historic and classic Formula Ford Championships, and most of them own their own cars, so they would preferably like the cars to go home straight, but they'd like a race win out of this as well if at all possible. Alex Fors is up to third, I think, for the first time in this race. Matt Wrigley and Sam Mitchell and Mark McKenna have been pushed back, so Jake Shortland and Alex Fors in two of the newer cars in this group, more of a late 70s car rather than an early 70s car, are working their way forward with 4 laps to go, which could be important. But Ben Sims has led for a few laps now uncontested, with in second place Jake Shortland, third Alex Fors, but here comes Matt Wrigley back to the inside to take that position away into Copse Corner. The Merlin back ahead of the Van Diemen, that could bring Mark McKenna and Sam Mitchell into play. Is that going to allow the top 2 to get away, possibly Ben Sims and Jake Shortland? 3 abreast for third. Deep breath, they all turn through maggots okay. On the inside then, a bit sideways, is Fors, and that means Matt Wrigley goes around the outside to go ahead of Fors in the Raul Brazil tribute car. Then you've got Mark McKenna, and then you have Sam Mitchell.
Yeah, the top 2 just starting to break now, aren't they? So Jake Shortland in second and Ben Sims in the lead of this race as it stands. Oh, 3 wide in towards Brooklands. Again, hold your breath for the umpteenth time within this race. Mark McKenna goes down to 5th. Alex Fors, of course, who was a kind of latecomer to the trophy this weekend. He got the call during the week, but delighted to be here as Alex and having a really strong run inside now the top 4. He's going to try and make that the top 3 as he attacks the rear of Matt Wrigley as they come across the line. He'll dive out of the toe. Mark McKenna's also going to try and put a move on Alex Fors on the run down towards Copse Corner, but it is the battle for the lead that we have, separated by 1/4 of a second. These two now almost have 3/4 of a second in hand over the 4 cars which continue to chase, and Shortland and Sims go side by side almost down towards Maggots and not quite in towards Beckett's, but Sims for now, as you keep saying, Josh, is the leader. He's doing well here, isn't he? He's keeping everyone at bay, although there is plenty of pressure coming from behind.
He's won so many races in this type of race, and even if he hasn't raced at the Waterhays Trophy before, but it's not going to come easy, this race win. Everyone else has caught up again, I think. Jake Shortland to the outside, and Matt Wrigley defends off Alex Fors for now as they turn into the left-hander at Brooklands. Sims keeps Shortland at bay into Luffield Corner, so it's 83, the Merlin that leads. The Richard Hudson Evans owned Merlin then leads away, run by Wayne Paul Racing. That was the car that Sam Mitchell raced here 1 year ago. He's at the back of the group in the family car with 2 laps to go at the end of this, up towards Copse Corner, and you just wonder when that big challenge for the lead is going to come. Possibly now.
I was just going to say, I was waiting for it to emerge, and yeah, Jake Shortland goes for the outside. Matt Wrigley is back into it. He hasn't really been out of it, but he's a lot closer now to the top 2. Here comes Alex Fors as well. It's going to be 3 wide, maybe 4. No, just the 3 down towards Maggots and in towards Beckett's, and the leader remains the same, that of Ben Sims, but it has changed for second because Fors is through. It's then 3 wide further back for third position, with on this side of the track going to be Matt Wrigley. In the middle is going to be the car of, we wait and see, I think it's Mark McKenna who now goes into the middle as back onto the other side when that of Jake Shortland. So yeah, they're all shuffling themselves about as we get ready for the start of the last lap. But Ben Sims has probably led about 90% of this race. But the important one, which we're about to start, is the last one. Can he be there as Sam Mitchell tries to send it to the inside of Mark McKenna through Luffield, who have the better run surely. But of course the momentum on the outside is what Mark McKenna does have. So through they go on towards the last lap of the race for this Col Hamer Trophy.
And it's the first time that Alex Fors has really been fighting for the lead, but it's come at the most important part of the weekend, into Copse Corner. He's right with Ben Sims then. He's had the fastest lap in this race too. Wrigley in behind. Lap ago, I thought they were going to go 5 abreast here. It's only 2 this time. To the outside comes Alex Fors, but Ben Sims hangs on for now. So important to get a good run out of Beckett. Everyone else gets a bit closer than what they were heading down to that corner. The big slipstreaming rung then down the Weddington Straight up towards Brooklands Corner. Alex Fors in the Van Diemen. darts out of the toe. He's alongside Sims. Sims though on the inside line for Beckett. So two cars for a moment come towards each other, then go away, and Sims has held on. Good defensive driving then from Ben Sims. One more corner to go, one more proper corner, then a big slipstream run up towards the line. Well, the previous lap there was half a tenth at the line because Alex Fors learnt anything from that, or was Ben Sims made a good exit. He's urging his car on as he goes through Woodcote Corner. Alex Fors is closing and closing for a Silverstone type finish with the Col Hamer trophy. Ben Sims is punching the air, maybe a bit prematurely, but he's done it by 68 thousandths of a second. He's absolutely delighted. It's the first time he's raced at the Waterhays Trophy. He's the first time he's raced this car, and he's the winner of the Col Hamer Trophy for 2024 by 68 thousandths of a second from Alex Fors. Jake Shortland took third, Matt Wrigley was fourth, Sam Mitchell was fifth, and Mark McKenna came home in sixth position. There's lots of battles that we've sort of had to ignore because the battle for the lead was so close, but the battle for eighth position comes up across the line. I'm sure they've enjoyed themselves, and that, I think, was Luke McShane that came out on top. He got past Damien Ditchfield at the end. But Ben Sims in the Merlin Mark 20, owned by Richard Hudson Evans, a race winner for Wayne Poole Racing. I'm sure Wayne Poole would quite like a similar result in the next race for his team. But a great drive from Ben Sims, punching the air between those many people in the BRDC grandstand, and many members, I'm sure, of the Historic Sports Car Club who the majority of these drivers race with have been enjoying that from there. It's a shame we lost sort of three of the contenders straight away, but ever since then the racing was absolutely fantastic and very clean as well between the six that remained. And Ben Sims then, the race winner from Alex Fors and Jake Shortland. So they will head back to the pit lane and they will get to enjoy the Waterhays Trophy final. Trackside, I don't think any of them have qualified for the grand final, and then we'll have podium presentations for all three of the finals after the main event, the grand final, which will come up very shortly. But the results of the Col Hamer Trophy: Ben Sims the winner by 0.068 of a second from Alex Fors, with Jake Shortland third. Matt Wrigley came home fourth ahead of Sam Mitchell and Mark McKenna. Kel Bennett was seventh. Luke McShane the best of the rest ahead of Damien Ditchfield, and in 10th position Dominic Shepherd. Jeremy Kane, Peter Hannum and Alan Slater were on the lead lap. Andy Gosling, a potential winner, eliminated at Beckett's but continued. The other drivers involved in that incident all retired: Joseph Ahrens, Rick Morris and Jan Magnussen too. So now we start to look forward to the grand final here at Silverstone for the Waterhays Trophy for 2024, a trophy that's been presented ever since 2001. Neil Fowler winning it back then before Gavin Wills in 2002. Then it became a knockout competition like we've got today. Joey Foster won it 3 years in a row before a couple of years of Peter Dempsey. Then the Americans come and conquered Connor Daly and Connor DeFilippi before Peter Dempsey was on top again. Adrian Campfield won in 2011. American Tristan Nunez, who became a sports car star, won in 2012. Scott Malvern and Wayne Boyd, they won the next 2 years before Graham Carroll. The Irishman Noel Murray won in 2016. Michael Moyers got two on a trot before Ireland were back on top with Jordan Dempsey. Ollie White won in 2020. The American Max Esterson in 21. Joey Foster won again in 22. Chris Middlehurst won last year. And very shortly we will find out who will add their name, or possibly for the first time, possibly again, for today. So the final race coming up for the Waterhays Trophy Grand Final.
Welcome to the Waterhays Trophy Grand Final for 2024. You join us at the critical moment because we're down here in the assembly area building up to what should be an epic 15-lap final. They've all been working hard over the weekend with qualifying, with heats, with last chance races, and of course the semi-finals earlier this afternoon. But now it's time to go for the final. On pole position is Rory Smith, the man who's done so good so far this weekend, and the man alongside on this front row, Casey Enter Smith, who the South South African, joining us here at the Walter Hayes Trophy and having a wonderful time. So let's get into this and see if we can have a quick word with our pole sitter, which is Rory Smith. He's in the moment, he's focused, as all the drivers are down here. As we've kept saying all weekend long, this is such a prestigious award. Rory, you have said you've done a great job so far this weekend. Your final preparations are now done. You're here, waiting to go. What are your thoughts before this 15-lap final?
Yeah, just trying to execute as I've done the previous 2 races, get a good start and see where I go from there. It's really difficult to plan one of these races because, you know, all hell can break loose, to be honest. So, yeah, get a good start and then go from there, to be honest.
We know there's going to be a lot of people behind you trying to get past. We've seen the racing so far this weekend, which lends itself to fantastic slipstreaming. We've just had 2 finals, which we've thoroughly enjoyed. They've been well worth watching. So, yeah, you're going to have to defend hard, but I'm sure you're up for the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I've shown in the last 2 races I can do that, so we're looking to do the same again. Like you said, it'll be lots of hard defending, but you know, it's a big prestigious event that everyone wants to win, so I'm more than prepared to do that.
Good stuff, Rory. I'll let you crack on and we'll hopefully see you at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. It's Rory Smith then, who is good to go from pole position. Over here is going to be Casey Enser-Smith, the man on the front row. As we said, the South African who joined us here at Silverstone. Casey, you've had a few hours now rest after that semi-final. You've done, I'm sure, a few tweaks to the car. You ready for this? Your guns are blazing?
Oh, I'm ready, but it's really stressful sitting on this grid with knowing that there's another 30 plus people behind me that's also really good and want to win it. But hopefully we can stick to him and then hopefully we can win.
When you fire the car up, does the adrenaline kick in and kind of does that all go away, or does it stay with you for the whole final?
It stays until the red lights go off.
You've got Rory alongside you. Here's the man you need to get ahead of at the start, and you need to try and command this race. Do you reckon you can do that?
I'm not 100% sure, but I really hope I can.
Casey, thank you very much. Good luck for the final.
Thank you.
There we go, that's Casey on the front row of the grid, so he's looking forward to it. Over here then we can see the number 26 machine of Jason Smith, another man, as we can see, the Tasmanian Devil on the front of the car. That's possibly what he is going to be. Are you going to be the Tasmanian Devil in this one, Jason, because you've got another great starting position for this one. We know you've played very well with Rory across the course of the weekend, but there's a lot more on the grid for this one, so lots to play for, as we know.
Yeah, no, definitely. Everybody knows what I'm like with racing-wise, so... No, it was a tribute to Neil Shanahan that was Irish as well. He was very friendly with Dad, so hopefully he can bring us a bit of luck this week.
What's the plan then for the start of the race? First off, hopefully to get a good start, and then do you reckon you can get ahead of Rory and try and lead him all round?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We know what my starts are like. I've been good. I've got at least one off the line, so same again, and then see what happens from there.
Any changes been made to the car? Are you happy with how it's been so far this weekend?
Yeah, we've been struggling with a tiny bit of understeer on exit the whole weekend. That's where I was mainly losing out on Rory, and we've dialed it out of it since the heat to the semi, but we made another little change there to see if it helps us, so hopefully we're on it.
Have a good one, Jason.
Thanks very much.
There we go. Let's go across to the other side of the second row of the grid, which is Chris Middlehurst, of course, the reigning champion of the Walter Hayes Trophy from last year. And Chris, you've been in the thick of it this weekend, but you've had a good car, you've had good pace, and I'm sure you're looking to try and retain the #1 spot.
Absolutely, yeah. It's never an easy event to win. You've got to get obviously through the heats and the semis cleanly, which we have. I've gained a grid, like a row, obviously, from the result of the semi too. So that puts me in a better position. I've got my teammate alongside me, Jason Smith. So I think a lot of it's going to be based on the start, I think, who gets away from the line well. And yeah, who knows how it could pan out. One thing's for sure, you've got to be in it to win it, especially the last couple of laps, because that's usually when a lot of the action really happens, you know. Obviously because everyone wants to win. So including myself, of course. Haven't won it last year. I know I can do it. I always believed that I could. I was very close quite a few times, but yeah, I feel relaxed, I feel confident, and just want to get out there now and get it done.
You've done plenty of these Formula Ford races in your career. You know how they all play out. Do you still get nervous at this point as the build-up begins?
I think, you know, it goes without saying, a lot of drivers do get, you know, nerves of somewhat. I think since I was 10, I was competing, you know, in karting, so you do become accustomed to dealing with pressure situations. I think being able to deal with a situation, or just racing under pressure, or yeah, you do get, it's just kind of more just getting yourself in the zone, and obviously you have got the adrenaline pumping through your body, so you can class it as nerves or just pure adrenaline. For me, it's kind of, I'd say, more adrenaline at this point. You just got to keep yourself calm and just focus on the job at hand, really. So certainly when them lights go on, your blood pressure's going through the roof, even though it probably already was. But again, you just got to keep your head at all times, and these races are just, yeah, you know, it's unusual that you get away. You've got to kind of have your eyes in the mirrors. You've got to be thinking a few corners ahead of what you're going to do. You've got to expect the unexpected. It takes a lot of brain capacity to deal with these situations. So I think over the years of experience, you're trained, if you know what I mean. So certainly me, having done it now for, well, first time I was 16 and I'm almost 30, so that gives you an idea. So in this very car, so let's give this a really good go.
You're still a young lad. We'll let you focus. Go well, Chris.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Chris Modelhurst, who was the champion from last year of the Walter Hayes Trophy, goes from the second row of the grid. We'll then head over here and have a quick word with Michael Eastwell. It's not that easy getting down on these cars because they're very low and your knees do take a pounding. Michael, down here on row number 3 of the grid, we know you've gone really well so far this weekend, especially the team cars. You're poised, you're ready, you're focused, everything looking good?
Yeah, Kevin Mills Racing Team has always done an amazing job. Yeah, I'm really fired up for this one, really looking forward to this. It's been a good weekend so far, but you know, finished second in the final the last couple of years, so very much pushing for the win this one. So
yeah, second in 2023, second in 2022, so surely this is the year that you've got to do it, you've got to go all out now.
It's definitely all out, but who knows what the result will be. But I'll be giving it 110% for sure, and yeah, hopefully between one of the three of us, we're all in a great starting position, so hopefully one of the three of us can get the job done for the team.
And what's the plan? Do you try and work with someone to try and break away, or do you keep in that group to try and force your way through? How do you kind of play it at this point?
You play it by ear.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really make plans before a race. You don't know what way it's going to go. Like, hopefully we're still all here by the end of the first corner, but you never know. So plans go out the window realistically. Just got to run your own race and see what happens.
Michael, have fun.
Cheers, thanks very much.
There we go, Michael Eastwell, who starts on the third row of the grid. We'll then hop over to the other side of the third row, where we'll see the number 82 machine of Alex Walker. I don't think we've caught up with Alex so far this weekend, so we'll see what his thoughts are within this race. Alex, if we can just dive in for a quick chat with you. I don't think we spoke to you really much this weekend, but things are going well. Find yourself in a good spot for the start of the Walter Hayes Trophy final. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's my first Walter Hayes, so I don't really know too much what to expect, but I've raced all these guys before. So yeah, just going to go out there, try my hardest and see what we end up with. I think it's going to be a pretty brutal race, so hopefully we come out the other side pretty well.
It's such a prestigious event, isn't it? Everyone wants to take the title home of the Walter Hayes Trophy at the end of this event. Why did you want to come and do it? What was your kind of draw?
I've always wanted to do it, just haven't really been racing Formula Fords around this time of year before. And then yeah, obviously spent the year with Wayne and it's been really fun, so thought we'd give it a crack, and yeah, it's going okay so far. See if we can do a bit better in the final.
It's not a bad place to start though, is it, for you, in terms of your first Walter Hayes Trophy final? You're inside the top 10. We know Silverstone delivers lots of great racing, so you can be there or thereabouts for the 14 and a half laps and try and give it your all on that final half a lap.
Yeah, that's it. Just trying to stay in the hunt for the lead. And see what falls from the tree come the last couple of laps, and try my best to put myself in the best position.
I hope you have a great final, Alex. Good luck.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
There we go, that's Alex then on the what's going to be outside but inside effectively here at Silverstone of the third row. We'll stay on this side for now as it's closer, and Jonathan Koitek, who comes from the USA. Jonathan, nice to have you here. We know you're a regular within Formula Fords. How's your weekend been so far?
Oh, it's been really well. We've just kind of been pacing ourselves just to make myself better, make the car better, and then just be in the fight for the final. So that's what we've done, and looking forward to racing everybody. The talent this year is so good, so it's great being able to come over and challenge myself and put myself in a position to have a good result.
When you look at it as well, you're here on the fourth row of the grid, so you're inside the top 10. When you consider there's 36 cars on this grid, you must be quite happy with where you're starting.
Oh, of course. Like, it's such a big difference coming from America. The tire's different, the drafting, everything's much different. So here it's really man versus machine, and it really just pushes you as a driver to get every ounce of the car, and it's just such a great feeling. And Team Dolan's a great group of guys, and couldn't ask to be with a greater grid full of drivers as well.
And for you, the car this weekend, has it been good? Any changes you've had to make before this final?
I mean, really the big adaptation's just been me just getting used to the tire. It's so much different than the Hoosier back in America, but no, everything's
good stuff. Have a good race.
Thank you.
There we go. That's Jonathan Koitek, and then we'll head over to this next side of the grid, which is where we'll find Tom Nippers. I think there's been some amended grids coming out. I can just see Andrew Rackstraw has been pushed down towards the front, so we'll try and get a word with him. But let's find out what's happening with Tom Nippers. Tom, is there a bit of confusion about starting grid at the minute?
I'm as confused as you are, mate. I ain't got a clue. It's just that I've just seen Rackstraw just decide he's gone from wherever he was to back to the lead, so or second or whatever. But I don't think it changes this side of the grid because it's obviously just the results of each semi-final each side, isn't they? So yeah, I think nothing's changed for me anyway. I'm still in the same spot, so yeah, I'm as confused as you are. I'm going to get to that grid and find out for the first time.
It just means you have to sit here a little bit longer and wait for the race to get underway.
Bang on. I mean, I've just changed to a clear visor on the grid because I was sat there going, this could be a while, you know, here and everyone's in the steward's office, so yeah. I think this is going to be a bit of a hectic one on and off track. So yeah, it's already been hectic off track, and I'm just going to watch it unfold and see what happens and make as many as I can up or fight, you know, for what's behind me. So yeah.
Are you pleased with the way you're starting now? Because from here you can kind of, as you said, watch what happens ahead of you. You can kind of play it and try and stay out of it. You know there's going to be a few hard charges from further back as well. So it's going to be a tricky one, especially with 36 cars on the grid.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is probably the best we could have done, you know, starting 7th. And I think I've given myself the best foundation to pick up the pieces of whatever happens in front. And I just don't want to be one of the pieces. So well, we'll just wait and see. I'm just going to look a long way in front, see what happens in front, and yeah, whatever happens. Hopefully make a few places up. But if it ends here, if this is where I am, I'm happy enough. You know, I'm happy with the weekend already. So yeah.
You've stayed out of most of the drama so far this weekend, now, haven't you?
I mean, I've been around the drama, but I've never been involved, luckily. So yeah, I might have inadvertently caused a bit of drama, but I've not actually had any, you know, direct drama, which is nice. I tend to stay away from the drama as much as I can because, I mean, touch wood, I haven't been to a steward's office in a while where it's been my fault. So, but yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to be pretty tricky to avoid some battles in this one. So who knows? I don't know. I would be excited to watch this race if I was watching it. You know, I'm terrified to do it.
Well, we are live streaming it. You watch it back later.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you very much.
Tom, best of luck. Thank you very much for your time. Right, I want to have a quick chat if we can with Joey Foster, who we spoke to in qualifying yesterday, or after qualifying, just before his first heat. And we haven't really spoken to him much since then because, again, he's been embroiled in some dramas and had to work his way through the field. So we have to go a long way back to find Joey, but he has made it through into the final. And then if we get time, we'll try and head back down to the front to see why Andrew Rackstraw has been put to the head of the order. I'm sure there's some judicials which are carrying on in the clerk's office at the minute, but let's find out the thoughts of Joey. I think we're going to run out of time, actually. We just get here. Joey, have a good one. I'm sure he'll be charging through the field for this as the cars now get fired up down here in the assembly area. It's been a big build-up over the course of the weekend, but this is the final of the Walter Hayes Trophy of 2024. 15 laps to look forward to. Let's all enjoy it together as we hand back to Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Matt. So it's time for the grand final for the 2024 Walter Hayes Trophy. The grid's been adjusted a few times, so I'm not sure if the one we get at the moment is the right one, because I think so the grid so everybody on the right-hand side will go down one. So Rory Smith will start from pole. Andrew Rackstraw, who was demoted, has been back promoted to the front row of the grid. Jason Smith was on the second row of the grid with Casey Enser Smith alongside. On the third row of the grid is Michael Eastwell and Chris Middlehurst. Then on row 4, Tom Nippers and Alex Walker. Then moving back to the fifth row of the grid is Tom MacArthur, and he will start alongside Jonathan Kotick. On the sixth row is Julian van der Watt and Felix Fischer. On the seventh row is Mikhail Bizidenhout, and he's alongside Charlie Mann. And then on row 8 is Robert Volk and Luke Cooper, who has been demoted after some judicials. Kieran Atwood and Jason Pribble are next on the grid ahead of Cam Jackson, the first of the historic cars on the grid. He starts alongside Ian Campbell. Then on row 11 will be Ben Cox, and he will start alongside Joey Foster. Row 12 will be Will Liston and Alex Ames. And then on row 13, Ben Tilley and Callum Grant. That's where Andrew Rackstraw should have been, but then he's got after being having a penalty. He's got that overturned. So the rest of the grid is as we expected. On the 14th row is David MacArthur and Anthony Amato. Then on the 15th row of the grid is Connor Willis and Drew Cameron. On row 16 is Chris Acton and Lewis Fox. And then finally at the back of the grid we have Ben Maludi, James Hadfield, Nathan Ward, and Andy Gosling gets in after a withdrawal from Peter Lucas. So that's how we think the grid's going to line up. There's been quite a few versions of the grid. This is all to do with judicials, but we'll come to that in a moment. Here's what the circuit we are racing on. The Silverstone National Circuit, which starts at Copse, heads off towards Maggots through Beckett. We've seen action there today, that's for sure. The Wellington Straight, the big slipstreaming opportunity into Brooklands. In front of all the spectators in the grandstand in the BRDC clubhouse. A run up towards Woodcote. Are we going to get a Silverstone type finish at the flag? It's very possible at the Waterhays Trophy on this 6-turn national circuit. It's action all the way. 15 laps around the 1.64 mile circuit will decide the winner for 2024. The Silverstone National Circuit that has hosted the Waterhays Trophy since 2002. So yeah, to explain what has happened, they looked at track limits in one of the semi-finals. Firstly, Andrew Rackstraw and Luke Cooper were seen to have transgressed. They were both given penalties, but the KMR Sport team and Andrew Rackstraw have argued the case, because usually you can't be penalised after the fact. And therefore it seemed, we'll get a check on this when they line up on the grid, that Andrew Rackstraw is back onto the front row where we thought he would be after winning his semi-final earlier on. So it wouldn't be the Waterhays Trophy without judicials after the semi-finals. But KMR have argued their case, and their case means Andrew Rackstraw's back onto the front row of the grid, which means that after Chris Middlehurst thought he'd be promoted a row, I think his onboard camera was the one that was being used for the track limit violations. Andrew Rackstraw's back there on the front row of the grid. So I'm sure everybody's a little bit angsty up to go ready for this final race of the day. It's 11 degrees. It's Robbie Smith looking for his first Waterhays win, though, on pole. He's not been involved in any of that. He starts on the right-hand side of the circuit in the BM Racing Medina. He's a double Formula Ford Festival winner. Andrew Rackstraw finished third, starts alongside the South African that races Porsches this year. On the second row, Jason Smith, he finished 7th in the United Championship this year, starts alongside the 16-year-old Clayton Cole-Enser-Smith, the runner-up in South Africa this year in their Formula Ford Championship. Michael Eastwell, who's been a runner-up twice this year, he starts on row 3 alongside last year's winner, Chris Middlehurst. Tom Nippers, a winner this year in United Formula Ford, starts on row 4 alongside British GT racer this year, Alex Walker. Tom MacArthur starts on row 5. He's been a podium finisher at the Formula Ford Festival in their historic final in the past, but he's in his later Medina today. And Jonathan Kotick, the American that finished 6th here 7 years ago, starts alongside. That's a top 10. That is a very busy BRDC grandstand. I can see maybe 4 seats left, and there's possibly more than 4 people looking to find a seat for this 15-lap grand final. You've got Nathan Ward and Andy Gosling there at the back. 36 Formula Ford 1600s. There's hardly a space even at the top of the BRDC to watch the action unfold over the next 15 laps to find out the 24th winner of the Waterhays Trophy here at Silverstone. The red lights go out now and the race gets underway. It's a decent start from Smith again. The South African Enser-Smith isn't away very well in the spectrum, so he may lose position, but it's Robbie Smith that leads. Andrew Rackstraw is second. Third is Jason Smith as they turn their way through Copse Corner for the first time. And they've got Chris Middlehurst, who's made a very good start going with them in fourth. Casey Cole-Smith is fifth, ahead of his teammate Michael Eastwell. And everyone breaks down in towards Beckett. 1 or 2 on the outside try to make progress, including Joey Foster there, who's starting way back on the grid, the 4-time winner of this event, who's had such a problematic weekend. But here comes Rory Smith defending. Rackstraw tries the outside, tries the inside, tries the outside once again. Rory Smith tries to cover that off, but the spectrum around the outside, is he going to get there? He's going to try and hang it out round the outside, but Rory Smith, he hangs on for now. So Rory Smith, I think, who's led every moment of the races he's been involved with, continues to do so. Jason Smith up next in third, and then a pack of 36 Formula Fords, Matt.
Yeah, there they all are, and for Rory Smith, his rear gunner that he's had most of the weekend is 1 place further back in third place at the minute. So Jason Smith is going to try and get his way through as they cross the line for the first time. Here comes Andrew Rackstraw for a move for the lead down towards Copse Corner. He's got the outside line as they all fight for position further at the back. And there goes Rackstraw, but is he too wide? Possibly, because Rory Smith holds on to the inside on the run down towards Maggots. And here comes Chris Middlehurst for a bit of a push as well. He tries to scrape his way through into second place, but it's going to be third, I think, because Rory Smith fights back to the inside. Jason Smith has lost a place and gets a little bit wobbly through the corner. And the other one coming into the mix now is going to be Michael Eastwell in that number 92 machine. So KMR at the minute, I think, have 3 cars with inside the top 6 by the looks of it, as Rackstraw now commands this race with Rory Smith trying to get back into second place, which he does. It might even be the lead as they come down in towards Brooklands. It's going to be the outside line. He's going to be squeezed wide, but he has the inside in towards Luffield, and it will be Rory Smith who holds on to the lead of the race. Rackstraw out wide, and Middlehurst might just be able to poke his nose in as well.
Yeah, he's right there, but Rory Smith then back ahead as he was 1 lap ago, but the position has changed twice on lap 2, and it might well change very soon because Rackstraw back in the tow behind Rory Smith. Everyone perhaps a bit cautious with track limits in this race as well after what happened after the semi-finals, but it's Rory Smith that leads. Second is Rackstraw. Yeah, everyone keeping on the curb but going no wider, which I think is what they need to do here. Rory Smith then leads. It's 5 for the lead with Jason Smith and Michael Eastwell at the back of the queue. Eastwell, who's been the runner-up for the last 2 years, looking around the outside of Jason Smith, but it's Rory Smith that leads. You've got 3 Smiths in the top 6, quite remarkably. So if you're at home, your name is Smith, come and do Formula Ford, you'll probably be quite good. But it's Rory Smith that leads. Andrew Rackstraw looks out to dive up the inside. He's weaving about, trying to pass Rory Smith, super late on the brakes, but it's the Medina that hangs on.
Yeah, certainly is. Casey Enster-Smith is the one that's lost out the most since his start. He said he was a bit nervous and didn't really know how this race was going to go, but the South African is there or thereabouts, just behind Alex Walker. And by the looks of it, so he's down in 7th place by the looks of it. Joey Foster, what of his progress so far we'll get to in just a short while, but not 17. As much. Okay, yeah, not as much as we'd have probably thought there. So he's having a hard time, but Joey Foster might come on strong later on as Rory Smith continues to lead in towards Copse Corner with Rackstraw second, Middlehurst is third, 4th place is the next of the Smiths, the one with the Y, who now tries to challenge Chris Middlehurst on the run down towards Maggots, but Middlehurst for now has that one covered. So line astern in towards the right-hander on this occasion, as Alex Walker, and further back there looks to be a move from what's going to be Jonathan Koitek.
Yeah, he's coming through well, the former Team USA scholar. Down the Wellington Straight they go for lap 4 of 15, the longest Formula Ford race of the weekend. Rackstraw again weaving around a lot, not sure if that's a terribly good idea. Michael Eastwell looks up the inside of Jason Smith for 4th, but it's Rory Smith who's hanging on for now in the lead of the race. Through Luffield Corner they come, there's no gaps really developing anywhere. Luke Cooper's up to 13th, I see. Remember, he was demoted with one of those track limit penalties, but he's fighting back through the order, it seems, up across the line to complete lap 4 of the race then. And they're side by side. Rackstraw to the outside of Rory Smith into Copse Corner. They're side by side through the corner. Who's going to come out on top as they exit the corner? Well, they're still side by side, but Smith is nosing ahead, possibly a better line from Middlehurst, but he's not much quicker. And Rory Smith hangs on it 3 wide behind as Alex Walker comes up alongside. He might get 2 positions here around the outside of Eastwell, around the outside of Jason Smith. He's done it. Alex Walker's into 4th.
Yeah, and Smith has been struggling, as he said on. Middlehurst, last year's winner, has possibly just put his hand in the air. Is there a yellow flag under the bridge, or has he got an issue? Let's have a look. I think Middlehurst is in drama. The man who won last year's Walter Hayes Trophy is starting to drop down the order. Middlehurst is going to be out. The hand is in the air, and he will not retain his title from last season. So what a shame for the number 1 machine. It seems there is a mechanical problem with that car, and he's going to limp it back into the pit lane.
Luke Cooper's done the fastest lap now in 12. In 12, you're only 2 seconds behind in this race. It's remarkably close, and Alex Walker working his way through the order. Wayne Paul just won the previous race of the Col Hamer Trophy. Can they do it with the Walter Hayes as well? He's up there in 3rd. Everyone jinking out, trying to gain a position into Copse Corner. For the pit lane there is Middlehurst. Is the car bent? Is the back wheel not quite pointing straight? Hard to tell from that angle, or was it a mechanical? Anyway, Luke Cooper to the top 10 at the back of the queue. He's making really strong progress. He's going to get 2 around the outside into Beckett. So I think Luke Cooper, after perhaps a bit frustrated that he got that penalty, the aggression's come out and he's gaining positions really well from a lowly grid position, and he's fighting his way up with still 10 laps of the race to go.
Yeah, just saw Tom Nippers and Charlie Mann. Both of those have contested tested United Formula Ford so far this year. They're kind of just on the fringes of the top 10, as Jason Smith, as I was just about to say, has been struggling with, I can't remember if it was oversteer or understeer, but he's had problems, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a corner exit traction, I think, has been the problem, but he's right there. But Rory Smith, who has led basically every lap he's been involved in. Andrew Rackstraw headed part of the previous lap, but it's Rory Smith that leads, heading down towards Copse Corner. Rackstraw again attacking. It's a very aggressive race. Here comes Walker though. Alex Walker with the fastest lap in the Van Diemen from Wayne Paul Racing is right there, so he is absolutely a contender. He darts out of the toe. He gets alongside Rackstraw. But Rackstraw's not going to allow him to have it. You've got Medina, you've got Spectrum and Van Diemen for 3 different teams in this leading group. 4 teams if you add in Jason Smith with Team Dolan in a second Van Diemen. So no team orders here, no working together. It's all each driver for themselves and for their team, and it's Rory Smith that leads. Everybody looks for a line. Walker and Smith to the inside of Rackstraw there, and Jason Smith, if anything, has got the better line, but Alex Walker hangs on round the outside, which gives him the inside line for Luffield. Michael Eastwell in 5th. He's going to join in now.
Yeah, Alex Walker, a BRDC rising star. Wouldn't it be great if you won the Walter Hayes Trophy at the home of the BRDC clubhouse where everyone is watching from, and of course the BRDC grandstand. He sits 3rd as it currently runs. He's got Jason Smith for company, and also on the back of them now is Michael Eastwell in that number 92 machine, as Alex Walker looks for 2nd place on Andrew Rackstraw. Couldn't quite get the momentum through the corner, so that just gives a little bit of a gap now to the top 2, but it's still Rory Smith that leads the way with Rackstraw in 2nd. Walker almost being pushed along now by Eastwell, who goes to the outside. It's Jason Smith for the inside. He gets a lot of curb to try and turn him through the corner, which was nicely done. And then behind that, we'll keep an eye on what's happening for 6th place. So just losing a few car lengths as it stands, but I think we've got Casey Enser-Smith in there somewhere, and then of course the rest of them trying to pile into this battle for the lead as they start to squabble for position once again. But it's going to be Rory who leads, but Andrew Rackstraw for the outside this time at Brooklands. He didn't quite have the line he wanted, so he has to settle back into that 2nd position. But Walker still 3rd. 4th place as it stands is going to be Eastwell, and then 5th place is Jason Smith on to another lap.
Yeah, Rackstraw, I think with the others not right behind him, thought he'd go for a big attack on the outside, but it didn't work out. He's got a very good run up towards Copse. This is where the Spectrum is strong, and he's alongside. Can he get around the outside of Rory Smith like he did earlier? Well, he's fully alongside, round the outside at Copse Corner for Andrew Rackstraw, but he runs out of road. He's off the circuit, so has to sit back behind Rory Smith again. That brings the 3 behind back to them, so it's 5 for the lead. It's lap 9 of 15. We're into the second half.
Yep, we certainly are. A bit of tyre screeching there. Hopefully no one is off. Just wondering if Luke Cooper and Casey Enser-Smith can start to work together. This is a fantastic recovery though, isn't it, for Luke Cooper? As we said across the course of the weekend, Luke was on the podium at the Formula Ford Festival just a couple of weeks ago, looking to try and get himself back to where he's been pretty much most of the weekend, towards the head of the order as Jason Smith tries to make it 3 wide once again down towards Brooklands. Rory Smith looking a little bit loose now on the rear end as he gets more pressure from Andrew Rackstraw behind, who in turn now has that of Alex Walker. There's a bit of contact almost there for 4th place as Eastwell tries to hold on to that place ahead of Jason Smith, and surely now that fight for 6th place has started to join the lead battle. Not quite, but Casey Enser-Smith, if he gets a nice toe down towards Copse, will be there for this next lap.
We know he's good on the brakes. Alex Walker around the outside of Andrew Rackstraw for 2nd. That'll be a mighty move at Copse if he can make it, and he has. Alex Walker up to 2nd. I think he started 8th, so certainly one of the drives of this race is from Alex Walker in the WPR Van Diemen, but he's still behind Rory Smith, who has led, I think, at the line on every lap round. The inside of Eastwell goes Jason Smith, to the outside goes Casey Enser-Smith, so Michael Eastwell there gets mugged a little bit at Beckett's corner, and that's allowed the top 3 to get away on the run down the Wellington Straight. It's lap 10 of 15, and Alex Walker's going to go for the lead up towards Brooklands to the outside corner, the outside of the corner, but he can't get there, so Rory Smith still in front. 2nd is Alex Walker, 3rd is Andrew Rackstraw, 4th is Jason Smith. Here comes Casey Enser-Smith round the outside of Michael Eastwell to go 5th possibly. Then you've got Luke Cooper and Jonathan Coated. There's contact between the 2 KMR cars as they come out of Luffield Corner. They both survived it. And Alex Walker going after the leader. He can't quite get down the inside, so he'll have to try the outside at Cop.
Yeah, well indeed, there was no gap there for him to squeeze his way through. So this is now Alex Walker's chance to try and attack Rory Smith. Andrew Rackstraw has tried, but has failed on multiple times. So let's see what Alex can do, as he's now urged on by Andrew Rackstraw on the run down towards Maggots and then in towards the right-hander of Beckett. You've got Jason Smith still on the tail, but he can't quite catch up with his mate this weekend, Rory Smith, who finds himself 2 places down the road. But if Jason can finish on the tail of Rory, that would be a great result for him. But of course, he hasn't finished ahead of him so far this weekend. So Jason trying everything he possibly can as they all start to fan out once again. In the background, the 2 KMRs run side by side, but that will sort itself out on the run through Brooklands as Alex Walker is pushed slightly onto the grass there by Rory Smith, who continues to defend. There goes Jason Smith for an inside line through Luffield. And how many we got now? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them all together. And I think Luke Cooper is the last of those at the minute.
There's 4 laps of the race to go then as they come up across the line. Rory Smith always looks vulnerable at Cops, and Alex Walker's fully alongside. Alex Walker takes the lead into Cops' corner around the outside, but is he going to run out of road? He doesn't, but Rory Smith fighting back. This is going to bring everyone towards them into Beckett's corner. It's 5 cars across the circuit. Alex Walker trying to nose ahead of Rory Smith, but can't do it. Rory Smith on the inside hangs on. That allowed Rackstraw through on the inside line, so that big effort from Alex Walker just didn't work out for him. And now the tow-in will start again up towards Brooklands. It might change.
Yes, I'm sure it will, because Walker now gets or tries to get to the inside on the white line there, and also behind Jason Smith. Might be in second place, actually, might be for the lead. He looks down the inside line. He left it again very late, but that angle is always very deceptive as they turn their way in towards the left hand. But Jason Smith finally has got himself into second place, where he has been for most of the races, where he's been with Rory Smith. So those 2 Smiths now out front. Walker down to 3rd position, and someone's fell to the back there.
I was going to say, it's nice. The 9th car. Tom Nippers has joined in. So we got 9 for the lead now with 3 laps to go up towards Cops' corner. And Jason Smith now trying the outside line into Cops. So many people have tried it on Rory Smith. No one's really got it done properly. Side by side, Jason Smith up the curb. They're wheel to wheel on the run up towards Maggots. But again, Rory Smith hangs on in towards Beckett. And Jason Smith dives to the inside. Has he got alongside so close? But that might compromise him on the exit. The 3 KMR cars are there together, but none of them at the moment on a podium position.
No, Andrew Rackstraw has fallen back, hasn't he, in this race? So he's now off the podium, as you said. And we've got lots of battling going on. Tom Nippers, as you said, trying to bring himself into this mix. He was a bit confused in the assembly area, but he's not confused now to be in this lead battle as he turns his way towards the rear, in towards Brooklands. Alex Walker is trying to fight back, as on the outside is going to be the first of the KMR Sport cars, which is going to be can't see the number.
Rackstraw, I think.
It is Rackstraw, yeah. Oh, and there's a bit of smoke as well from Luke Cooper's car, possibly.
You've seen that a few times this weekend. It seems to not be a big problem. We're into unknown territory now, because we've done 13 laps of racing. We've got 2 to go up towards Cops' corner. I'm not sure if anyone has time to look at those pit boards. Into Cops they go. It's Smith from Smith. It's Rory Smith ahead of Jason Smith, with in 3rd position the car of Alex Walker. Then you've got Andrew Rackstraw and Michael Eastwell, and then Casey Enser-Smith, the top 6. Luke Cooper, Jonathan Kotick, and Tom Nippers in there too. And Jason Smith's gone for it. He's tried to get the lead. Rory Smith's cut back under, but this is going to bring everyone to them on the run up towards Beckett. So up towards Brooklands rather. Jason Smith wants this so desperately. He dived up the inside. It didn't quite work out. Rory Smith saw him coming, luckily, but everyone's going to fan out at Brooklands. Oh, there's contact. Felix. No, that was Alex Walker, wasn't it? No, he's tagged Jason Smith. One of the Spectrums have gone off there too. Yeah, we thought something would happen there, and that's damaged Jason Smith's car. So who has that brought into this battle then with 1 lap to go, Matt?
Yeah, Felix Fisher got through, didn't he? But as you said, they went into the unknown there. They haven't done this many laps so far this weekend, so it all kind of got a little bit too much for some of them. And unfortunately, we lost Jason Smith from the mix, and the other KMR Sport car we lost in that was the one of Michael Eastwell, wasn't it? Down to 8th position. So not good news for him, but Rory Smith continues to be the leader of this one, with what's going to be now just the 1 lap to go. There's nothing to choose between them, and here comes Rackstraw for his final chance, possibly down towards the inside, in towards Maggots. Rory Smith continues to fight. Hopefully there's no contact between the 2 of them, and Rory Smith has done a tremendous job, but you can be assured that everyone is going to be ganging up on him down towards Brooklands.
Yeah, Rackstraw's going to be full out for this, isn't he? He's got his teammate Casey Enser-Smith behind, 2 South Africans then behind Rory Smith. One of the Miguels, that's Julian van der Watt's lost a wheel, but that doesn't matter. matter. He gets the last lap. Round the outside comes Andrew Rackstraw from Rory Smith. That'll give him the inside line for Luffield. Surely he's going to go for it. No, he's dropped in behind. So Rory Smith through Luffield for the final time for the 2024 Waterhays Trophy victory. He's tried so many times. He's never done it before. But Rory Smith is going to win the 2024 Waterhays Trophy. He led, I think, at the line pretty much every time. Second goes to Andrew Rackstraw. Third goes to Casey Enser-Smith. 2 South Africans on the podium, but it's the Brit. It's Rory Smith who takes the victory. Luke Cooper got to 4th, probably the drive of the race. But frustrated for where he had to start. Alex Walker was 5th and Jonathan Kotick was 6th. 1 second separated the top 6 at the checkered flag. A remarkable Waterhays Trophy final. But there's the winner, Rory Smith. He's done it at Brands Hatch twice to win the Formula Ford Festival. He'd never finished in the top 6 though here at Silverstone at the Waterhays final before, but he has now. He told Matt yesterday he was so desperate to win this race, and he had finally done it after so many tries. And for BM Racing and the Medina Sport Car as well, they come out on top. It's the first win, I think, for the team and for this car here at Silverstone at the Waterhays Trophy. And it's no surprise that he is absolutely delighted with that result. So well done to Rory Smith. He had a horrible time at Brands Hatch 2 weeks ago for the festival. But it's all come good here at Silverstone. He had to work so hard for that. There was the incident on the penultimate lap at Brooklands that eliminated a couple of his rivals, but that didn't stop Andrew Rackstraw trying on the last lap. He tried everything he could, but it wasn't enough. He'd done 1 better than last year, but he wanted 2 more, that's for sure. But it's Rory Smith then and BM Racing that take the victory. But what a result for Casey Enser-Smith on his debut here at the Waterhays Trophy. The youngest driver, I think, on the grid at 16 years of age. He comes home in 3rd position. They head straight into the scrutineering garage, where I'm sure we'll see a very happy Rory Smith after taking that race victory. Those who finish outside the top 3, I think, will wait outside. So the top 3 in the garage. And out the car gets Rory Smith as the winner. He punches the air. He is deservedly so, absolutely delighted with that. And Andrew Rackstraw congratulates him after such a hard battle. How many times are they side by side, particularly into Copse Corner? You so rarely see that. Some team bosses in Formula 1 say you can't overtake at Copse. We saw that there. And Rory Smith being congratulated by the BM Racing team now as well. Absolutely remarkable motor race. You really couldn't write the script for that. 9 cars in the lead battle with a couple of laps to go. One of the best finals, surely, for the Waterhays Trophy. Finally, we had a dry one after so many years of rain here at Silverstone on this weekend. But we had a whole dry weekend and remarkable Formula Ford racing from Heat 1 all the way through. There's not been a dull race, I don't think, in all the Formula Ford actions. The Waterhays Trophy for 2024 has been a highlight of the season. As Rory Smith now is going to get the winner photographs taken for the papers in the week and the websites as well. And, absolutely delighted Rory Smith. Not sure if it's we're going to hear, I think, from him right now with Matt Suckling.
Yeah, thanks Josh. We're down here on the scene with Rory Smith, who finally is a Waterhays Trophy winner. Well done, Rory, many congratulations. How does it feel?
Yeah, amazing. Just first of all, credit to these boys out there. That's some hard racing, hard, clean, fair, but unbelievably good racing. I'm so chuffed. This is like a long time coming for me. So finally get to get the monkey off my back with this one. But yeah, couldn't be happier. Amazing.
You knew there would be lots of pressure. Everyone was trying to attack you, get through, but you put up a wonderful defence there. How did you manage to do that?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Just tried my absolute hardest to keep him behind, but yeah, lucky, just managed to do it at the end.
You've had the pace this weekend, haven't you, through the heats, through the semi-final, so you knew you had a chance into this final. You just had to get through 15 laps. Yeah,
that's it. Easier said than done, though, when you got these boys behind, you know, all incredibly talented guys, super quick cars and teams, so it's never going to be easy to keep them behind, but so happy enough to have done it.
We know it's been a long time coming for you. We know it's taken a few years to get here, but you've finally done it. You're a winner. I'm sure it's going to sink in later, but how does it feel? You feeling happy?
Yeah, you can see I'm absolutely ecstatic. It's so much like effort, time, money goes into these things, and to finally win it is unbelievable. I'm so pleased.
Rory, well deserved. Many congratulations. You are the winner of the Walter Hayes Trophy for 2024. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. He's thinking it now. So there you go. Well done to Rory. Let's have a quick chat as well with Andrew Rackstraw, who finished in second. Andrew, you've done so well this weekend. You've had a fantastic weekend. I know you wanted to win. You tried everything there. You tried even on that last lap round the outside, but it just wasn't quite enough, was it?
No, it wasn't enough. I really am a second. You should be really happy. I am quite gutted, just mainly for the team. They've done an amazing job. It's always such a special weekend, and races like this can go either way, and we just weren't in the right place at the right time. Rory put up a great fight, so hats off to him, and well done for winning the Walter Hayes. But we'll be back next year, and last year was third, now it's second, next year will be first.
That's right, it's the countdown, isn't it? 3, 2, 1, so you've got to come back next year and do it all again.
100%, and I think I'll be watching that race on replay because it was just mega and everyone gave each other enough room. I saw there was a bit of incidences, but yeah, super happy and well done to Casey, first time here and on the podium, so awesome.
And to be fair, it could have been a lot harder because there was a bit of confusion in the assembly. We saw you kind of drive past us when we were talking to drivers, and you got yourself back towards the front. How did that feel?
Yeah, great. Just before the race, they told us we were going to start 26th, which was obviously heart-wrenching, but managed to get it overruled and started second again. Finished second, but at least it gave us a fighting chance, and I think we kept Rory on his toes the whole race.
I know it's not the result you wanted in terms of second place, but it's still a podium at the Walter Hayes Trophy, which is good considering over 100 people have entered this weekend.
No, 100%. I can't be unhappy. Obviously, all of us racing drivers want to win, and that's what we're here for. So it just makes us hungry and try harder for next year.
And 2 South Africans on the podium.
That's amazing. I don't think that's happened a lot in the international circuit, so I'm super proud for all the South Africans.
Andrew, well done. Congratulations on a good result. And Casey Enser-Smith, who finished in third place. Casey, we know you were nervous going into that race. You said it was going to be a long 15 laps, but what a result. Your first Walter Hayes Trophy, you get yourself on the podium. You happy?
I'm extremely happy. It was really, really stressful on that. Before those lights went out, I felt like my heart was beating on my chest. Then just got a better start than all the other races. I managed to keep up to them. But then there was a small incident. I managed to benefit out of the incident, and then I managed to hold third.
You did find yourself down the order a little bit, though. There was lots going on, and at times I think the three of you, in terms of teammates, were together in about 4th, 5th and 6th. So you did have to work hard to get yourself back onto that podium, didn't you?
Yeah, there was a lot of good drivers. It's really difficult to race against all these people when they've been doing it for long and they've more experience, everything. But it was an amazing race. So I thought it was going to be worse because everyone did say there was more bumping, everything. So I was really stressful going into the final. And it wasn't as bad as they said it was. So I have to see if I'm going to come back next year.
I think you've been one of the talents of the weekend. You've proved yourself. You're a great racer, and you get yourself on the podium for the 2024 Walter Hayes Trophy. Well done.
Thank you. And I have to say, it's all because of the KMR. They really helped me with all the darts and the onboards, everything. If it wasn't for them, I don't think I would have been able to finish the podium.
Good stuff. Well done, Casey. Many congratulations. Thanks for your time this weekend. You've been a pleasure to talk to. Casey Enser-Smith, they're in third place. Andrew Rackstraw makes it 2 South Africans on the podium. And, of course, this year's winner, finally, he's got the job done. Rory Smith is victorious here at Silverstone in the 2024 edition of the Walter Hayes Trophy. You can see behind us lots of people now starting to gather for what's going to be the podium celebrations in just a few minutes' time. But for now, let's head back to Josh with the full results of that final.
Thanks, Mark. Great to hear the emotions after a epic race for the Walter Hayes Trophy, and I think all the drivers realised how good of a race that was they were in as well. So let's have a look at the classified finish after 15 laps around the Silverstone National Circuit for the 24th running of the Walter Hayes Trophy. The winner for Medina and for BM Racing was Rory Smith by 0.29 of a second from the pair of KMR Spectrums of Andrew Rackstraw and 16-year-old Casey Enser-Smith, possibly the youngest ever podium finisher at the Walter Hayes Trophy. Luke Cooper charged through to 4th, what could have been for him. Alex Walker came home 5th. It looked like he was going to be in front at one stage. Jonathan Kotick came home 6th. A good result from Tom Nippers in 7th, just over a second, remarkably, separating 7 cars at the end. Michael Eastwell was 8th. Charlie Mann had a good result in 9th, and Felix Fisher was 10th. Joey Foster came home 11th, ahead of Robert Volk, and in 13th position was the car of Mikhail Bident-Hoot. In 14th was Anthony Amato and 15th Kieran Atwood. 16th went the way of Alex Ames, and he will win the Neil Cunningham Trophy for being the highest placed pre-93 car in this race. In 17th position was David MacArthur. He came through from the progression race at 9 a.m. this morning to a good result in 17th. 18th was Ian Campbell and 19th Jason Pribble, with Cameron Jackson in 20th. Lewis Fox was 21st ahead of Callum Grant and Will Liston. Ben Cox took 24th. James Hadfield, another driver who was out at 9 a.m. this morning, he took 25th ahead of Drew Cameron and then Ben Tilley. Ben Maludi was 28th rather. Nathan Ward 29th, and Chris Acton completed the top 30. 31st and the final finisher was Andy Gosling, the only pre-82 car to make the final, and that means he will be the winner of the SDC trophy, and all 31 cars separated by 20 seconds at the end of 15 laps of racing. Retirements, there were only 5 remarkably. Julian van der Watt and Jason Smith, they retired near the end after potentially good results. Connor Willis retired too, as did Tom MacArthur, and Chris Middlehurst, with that problem in the early stages, was the first of those 5 retirements here in the 2024 Waterhays Trophy at Silverstone. But quite a remarkable race that we just witnessed. Max will be back in the commentary box. I think the drivers as well knew how good of a race it was they were just in.
I think they did, yeah. But nice to catch up with all of them down there. Rory Smith, you could see the elation he finally got after taking his first win. I think the final word he said to me, a few emotions just started to pour out there, so it will sink in, and I'm sure when he gets the trophy in just a few minutes' time as well, that's going to sink in even further. But yeah, I know there's a few upset drivers down there. Andrew would have loved to have got himself to the top spot. He threw everything he possibly could at that one, but as he said, third, second and maybe first for next year. But a really good result this weekend for the South Africans, as we've said, and a real talent here in the form of Casey Enter Smith. So yeah, a few straggling cars working their way back, but a good crowd now starting to build down there for what's going to be the podium presentations, and you can see Rory Smith just standing by ready to receive his award very shortly, Josh.
Yeah, looks like he's having a word with Nigel Grant, one of the preparers of another team. Already the scrutineering, I think, beginning on the cars that finished outside the top 3 in that race. Just a remarkable weekend, Matt, of Formula Ford racing. Every race from Heat 1 was exciting, and it all built up to the most exciting race of the weekend.
Exactly. 15 laps went through in the quickest time ever, didn't it? And there was so much going on. And again, we've seen some racing this weekend which has been close to the edge, but all in all, that one was fairly clean. And right towards the end, you know, people are fighting for the top spot, so they do give everything they possibly can.
That's Alex Walker just congratulating Rory Smith. They've had so many battles at Castle Combe this year. Rory Smith won, I think, 6 races at Castle Combe this year, and he comes out on top. Alex Walker, first half of the race, he was really starring, wasn't he? Coming through the field, he was there challenging, perhaps now describing one of those challenges at Copse Corner. It was always Copse where Rory Smith was under threat. So many times had cars going around the outside there, sort of an unusual place to make those moves, but every time he was just about able to fend them off.
Yeah, and although the cars were kind of ahead as they went through into towards Copse Corner, Rory Smith always managed to hold the place and get the position back on the run down towards Maggots and Beckett. So it was a sterling drive from Rory, and he's getting congratulations from many different people now.
Simon Hadfield, I think that was another preparer of cars, and of course they've also got a Medina, so there's probably a bit of a relationship between the BM Racing crew of Rory Smith, who also does a bit of historic racing. But so many people are coming over to congratulate him. Jason Smith now, who tried so hard, didn't he? Got that lead into Beckett's, just run a little bit wide, showed how important it was for him to try and go for it. And then he got caught up in that incident a corner later at Brooklands, when sort of everybody came together, and it all got a bit confusing really to who was involved. But Jason Smith was, I think, the big loser out of that, the only one then had to retire.
Yeah, there's Tom Nippers showing his congratulations to Rory as well, which is nice to see. And this is the thing about the Waterhays Trophy, isn't it? Everyone, races hard, but at the end of the day, they're all happy for each other, and they show their support in all different ways. But good conversation there between Jason and Rory, and as you said, yeah, Jason briefly got into the lead. He finally got himself up into second, where he'd been for most of the weekend behind Rory Smith, but it was just that slight bit of contact between him and Michael Eastwell in towards Brooklands towards the end of the race, which finally put pay to Jason's race, but Michael Eastwell crawled his way through in 8th position.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. And the top 7 to be separated by 1.3 seconds after 15 laps of racing with no interruptions is quite remarkable. The fact we got through a whole weekend with just 1 lap of safety car in any race is also quite a remarkable feat, firstly to the organisation here at Silverstone, particularly the trackside marshals, but also actually the driving was fairly respectful most of the way, and I think the top 3 all said that, didn't they? That nobody was driving silly in the final for the Waterhays Trophy, which is really good to see.
Yep, good work as always from the marshals. Wherever they could help and lend a hand to get cars out of the gravel and back into the race was well deserved. And of course, when it came to no interruptions, they worked hard to make sure there wasn't yellow flags for too long as well. So tremendous effort as always here at Silverstone from the marshals, and of course all around the UK for where they give up their time voluntary to make sure that these motorsport events can run. So thanks to them, thanks to the recovery teams as well. A few cars had to be lifted from gravels and taken back to the paddock. So good work from all of them as well. Still handshakes being done between Alex Walker and Jason Smith. Tom Nippers is having a conversation down there as well, and more being brought into the mix. But yeah, real shame for Chris Middlehurst, wasn't it? Because he was looking to retain that number 1 on the car from last year, but we're not too sure what his issues were. But of course, he was one of those big names which we lost towards the beginning of the race.
Yeah, he was right in contention in sort of 3rd or 4th positions for a lot of the time, so he could have had even more cars in that lead group, that's for sure. But when he realised there was a problem, he did the right thing and got out the way, warned everybody else, so didn't cause a problem for anybody else's race. And that does mean, particularly with Jason Smith out as well, no Team Dolan cars in the top 5. I think Jonathan Kotick the best of the Bernard Dolan run cars, and they will be disappointed because at the Formula Ford Festival they had so many cars at the front and they didn't win that, and no cars on the podium here either after a strong showing with multiple contenders. And I'm sure Kevin Mills was very pleased to get 2 cars on the podium, because sometimes that looked like it may not have been possible. And like Andrew Rackstraw said, a bit stressful before the race to have sort of 2 judicials. I think the podium presentations are about to begin here at Silverstone. They will be looked after by circuit commentator Alistair Douglas. There are a lot of awards that are going to be brought out. Not sure what order we're doing this in, so we're going to learn as we go along. So I think we're doing the Col Hamer Trophy first. So for the pre-1982 cars from the race we saw previously. So just going to remind myself of who will we getting on the podium in that. Presumably we're going to have 3rd. Are we onto the podium first, which would be Jake Shortland. And that was another remarkable race, wasn't it? The Col Hamer Trophy that had the incident right at the beginning with Jan Magnussen and Joseph Ahrens and Andy Gosling, 3 of the favourites that were ruled out right from the beginning, but we still had a great race.
Certainly did, yeah. Gave us a few new names that we hadn't really seen towards the head of the order prior to the weekend. So first of those now being brought onto the podium.
So I think we've got so Alex Ford, who is 2nd. So we've got a member of the Jake Shortland team, I think. I don't think that's Jake. I think he's a member of the team. 2nd place is Alex Ford, who's been brought onto the podium, who missed out by just 0.068 of a second in the Col Hamer Trophy for pre-1982 Formula Fords. And firstly, the 3rd place trophy given out to one of the members of the Hall & Hall historic race team for Jake Shortland in the Lola T440. Then in 2nd position was Alex Fors, who drove really well because he didn't really feature as highly in the pre-final or in some of the other races, but he came through the field really well and came home 2nd in the Van Diemen RF80 and missed out by just 68 thousandths of a second. And he will get 2nd place trophy. But the winner of the Col Hamer Trophy for 2024 was Ben Sims for Wayne Paul Racing in the Merlin Mark 20, his first outing in the Waterhays Trophy, remarkably. First time in the car as well, the car that's owned by Richard Hudson Evans. But Ben Sims delighted. He was loving it earlier in the day, just being involved in the races this weekend. But to be the winner of the Col Hamer Trophy, Ben Sims, who's had a great season, winning the Classic Formula Ford Championship, delighted, unsurprisingly, Matt, with the win.
Yeah, he said his first time he's given it a go. Never really thought about doing it too much before, but he's been dragged along this weekend, and I think he'll be dragged along again next year, won't he? Because Ben Sims has absolutely done a fantastic job in the Col Hamer Trophy. A nice cheer from the crowd down there in the pit lane, and he gets his rewards for doing a fantastic job. So I'm sure they'll all jump together very shortly on the top step. But nice to see two of the drivers there. Unfortunately, Jake, by the looks of it, couldn't quite make it to this podium for the final.
Ben Sims, a long time, a historic sports car club racer as well. Very popular in the paddock too. So I'm sure this victory will be a popular one. Former Classic Formula 3 champion, Formula Ford 2000 champion, and multiple historic and classic Formula Ford champion as well. I think back in the day was the ARP Formula 3 race winner too. It's a massively experienced historic racer is Ben Sims, our race winner. Second place for Alex Fors, who came out of F3 Cup and GB3 racing as well, and has done some historics in recent years. And then Jake Shortland, who I think was third last year too, third again. But Matt Wrigley, he was fourth in that race. Fifth was Sam Mitchell, and sixth was Mark McKenna. And just showing us really what Formula Ford racing was like in those early days, with cars that slipstreamed so well in a formula that then has carried on to the present day, creating some of the best racing that you'll see in this country. So we will continue to go through award presentations. Presumably, going off of how this might work, is the Janet Cesar Trophy might be the next one. But I think we've also got the Neil Cunningham Trophy to be awarded, the SDC Trophy to be awarded, and the Ron Collins Pint Trophy, as well as, of course, the Walter Hayes Trophy top three as well. So I suspect this podium presentation will probably go well past sunset here at Silverstone, 20 past 4 local time. We've still got daylight, which is probably handy for the photographers, I suspect.
It's getting quite dark actually when I walked out there for that final interview. Actually, it's surprising how quick it comes down. But yeah, hopefully we'll get some nice effective photos for the photographers. But looks like the first of our podiums is almost complete, and then, as Josh said, we should be moving on with the next of our podium presentations, with plenty of trophies to be adorning the podium very shortly. But yeah, very happy Ben Sims there, so he can now walk away from this weekend very delighted with all the work he's done, as he turns his attention now to probably 2025, I'd say.
Yeah, we'll see what Ben Sims has got in store. I think he might have a modern Formula Ford has joined his collection in recent times, so whether we might see him out going for the overall as the next year comes on. So the next presentation I think is going to be for the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy for the pre-1999 Formula Ford, which was another really close, action-packed race, which was dominated by Van Diemen's in the end. The top 4 cars were all Van Diemen Formula Fords here in the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy, the first of the 3 finals that we saw. And hopefully the drivers will be somewhere around to make their way up towards the podium. Of course, some of the drivers were out in the previous race. The winner, Darwin Smith, was not after incidents earlier. I think that is Darwin, isn't it, onto the top step of the podium. He wasn't in that previous race, so he's had the chance to get changed. But Darwin Smith, after winning the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy at Brands Hatch 2 weeks ago, has now won the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy too. So that's 2 trophies he's able to take back home to Ireland with him after a very successful couple of weeks in England.
Certainly is, yeah. So he's a delighted man, isn't he? Darwin Smith has had the pace this weekend, as we said earlier, but just been unfortunate in some of the incidents out there on circuit. But a big smile on his face to end the weekend, which is really good to see. So he is awarded the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy and continues to pose down there on the podium. So he'll get a big cheer very shortly as he leaves that, and is going to have a word again with Alistair Douglas.
His second went the way in that one of Alex Ames, was just 0.15 of a second behind. Third was Cameron Jackson. after a very close fought race. They were both out in the grand final. 4th went the way of Callum Grant, 5th was Richard Tarling, and 6th was Ben Tilley. Just 2.5 seconds separated the top 6 in that. It really was 3 very close finals that we had here at Silverstone for the Waterhays Trophy. And I think Darwin Smith keen to spray his champagne, which means some people probably will leave the podium quicker than others.
That's what I tend to do, hide behind someone taller than me.
But he was just teasing them. Oh no, is he going to go for seconds? And there we go. Champagne shower here at Silverstone, courtesy of the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy winner, Darwin Smith. And he gets to take away his winning trophies. So the SDC trophy will be the next one which is awarded, which is for the highest placed Classic Formula Cup Ford car in the Waterhays Trophy. So for pre-1982 cars, I believe that should be Andy Gosling, who was the only one to make the grand final. He did finish, I think, last and 31st, but showed himself well. He kept up with all the others in much more modern machinery. There's Andy Gosling to pick up the SDC trophy, a trophy only awarded this year for the 2nd time. In the name of long-time Silverstone supporters SDC, who constructed the BRDC clubhouse back in the day. SDC, who sponsored many Formula Ford races too over the years. And that goes then to Andy Gosling. I'm sure very disappointed with how the Col Hamer trophy went, Matt, but good that he was able to get out in that grand final at all.
Yeah, had to be pushed, didn't he, from that race that he was in. So Andy Gosling again goes away with something to be proud of, and gives the handshake as well to the guys that present it. But yeah, the SDC trophy goes the way of Andy Gosling for this year. Last year won by Joe Ahrens, who was also in dramas in his final as well.
I suspect, yeah, the Neil Cunningham trophy will be next. Neil, long-time Formula Ford competitor, massively experienced driver, and Neil Cunningham was a heat winner back in 2005 at the Waterhays Trophy, and this year the Neil Cunningham Trophy will go to the highest placed driver in a heritage pre-1993 Formula Ford car, and in that race that should be Alex Ames, who was the best heritage car, coming home 16th in the Waterhays Trophy, and he was 2nd in the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy, but the winner of the Neil Cunningham Trophy in the grand final match.
He is indeed, yep. So that's presented by a good friend of Neil, James Beckett. So that is presented to him as he walks away. Unfortunately, of course, Neil did pass away from motor neurone disease in 2016, but he was a fantastic racer when he was around. But yeah, great award to have for the Neil Cunningham Trophy, which has been won by quite a few big names over the years, including Tom Bradshaw just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's right, in the car that Callum Grant won it in 2018. So that's been a successful car, that's for sure. So we have, I think, 2 more awards to go. And I think the Ron Collins Point will be the next trophy that is awarded, which is a slightly unusual one because it's for the final classified finisher in the grand final, which I think some drivers are more pleased to pick up than others. Well, that was Andy Gosling this time out, so I'm sure he won't be disappointed because he was the only pre-82 car to make the event. Ron Collins was a lifelong enthusiast of motor racing and spent many years spectating at Silverstone. He passed away in 2021, and he is remembered here at the Waterhays Trophy, and Andy Gosling is able to take something to drink as well as many trophies away from the day.
Yeah, now he's finished driving, he can have a nice drink, can't he, when he gets home. So 2 trophies effectively for Andy on this final podium, and then we look forward to, I think, the final presentation of these podium celebrations.
Yeah, so the Waterhays Trophy itself should be our final presentations building up to the 2024 Waterhays Trophy podium presentation. Waterhays The man who joined Ford in 1962 was a big part of the DFV Formula One engines that dominated Formula One in the 1970s. And that is who the event is named after. And the podium just being dressed by James and Freddie Beckett to make sure everything is in place. And the most important trophy of all, the Waterhays Trophy, for the 24th time it will be presented here at Silverstone, but it will be a new name to add to that list that we read out earlier. Some people have won it more than once, but it is a first-time winner in 2024. So firstly in third position, the 16-year-old Cesar Smith, who made his debut at the Waterhays Trophy this weekend. He was telling Matt that his nerves was getting to him a bit. He didn't make the best of starts all weekend, really, but he had great racecraft to work his way through the order. And he's not just the only South African on the podium, because Andrew Rackstraw, who was third last year, comes home second to make it 2 KMR Sport cars on the podium for 2024. So on to the second step of the podium for Andrew Rackstraw, but he wanted to be one more. That is Rory Smith, the winner of the Waterhays Trophy for 2024 for BM Racing, and in his Medina Sport. He'd been trying so many years in this car, but it's finally the top step for Rory Smith, but he had to work ever so hard for it, Matt.
Yeah, he certainly did. Very well deserved, actually. Rory Smith, as we said, has done a great job this weekend as we listen to the national anthem.
Rory Smith, the winner of the 2024 Waterhays Trophy by just under 0.3 of a second after that incredible race with Andrew Rackstraw and many, many others that tried. Firstly, the third place trophy will be awarded to one of the youngest drivers in the competition, Clayton Cole, KC Enser Smith. He came home in third. Second place, a Nova Motorsport cap and the second place trophy for Andrew Rackstraw. Second time on the podium here at the Waterhays Trophy. Rory Smith had never been on the podium before at this event. He'd won so many Formula Ford races, but he's never won the Waterhays Trophy until today. But he is able to lift the trophy as the winner of the 2024 Waterhays Trophy. And I think it's a bit of a surreal moment, isn't it, for Rory Smith after trying for so many years, Matt?
Yeah, his name will be engraved on that trophy for many years to come now, and it'll be the final photo for all the drivers together. So the 2 South Africans on the outside with Rory Smith in the middle. But yeah, as I was just about to say, well deserved for him. He's been impeccable this weekend. He's pretty much been at the front of the field for all of his races. He's had some hard charging people from behind, and the grand final was probably the hardest race he had to win there, but he did a tremendous job to come through to take the win. And as I said, the emotions will start to sink in, I'm sure, a little bit later on, but for now he's just feeling all the joys of being a first-time winner of the Waterhays Trophy.
I wonder if a party is being planned now. Nobody travelling back home tonight, possibly from the Rory Smith clan. So big congratulations then to Rory Smith, the latest winner of the Waterhays Trophy in one of the closest races I think we've had. 9 cars involved in the lead battle at one stage or another, and it probably would have been possible for any 9 of those to win should circumstances been a bit different.
Yep, certainly was. Of course, we lost one towards the end, didn't we? Jason Smith was one of those involved in that as well. But yeah, it was a titanic battle from start to finish. There was no gap whatsoever which was forming between the front runners. So yeah, what a finish it was. 0.3 of a second between Rory Smith and Andrew Rackstraw, and the other South African, Casey Enser Smith, getting himself there. Just missed out actually on second place by 0.07 of a second in the end.
Pictures taken in front of the Silverstone banner, home of the British Motorsport, home of the BRDC and home of the Waterhays Trophy. And Rory Smith, the winner. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage this weekend of the Waterhays Trophy. It's been great to have Matt Suckling here for the first time, and I'm sure, Matt, you've enjoyed your weekend.
Oh, thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, it's a very late call to be here this weekend, but I jumped at the opportunity to experience it in terms of this live stream for the first time, and what some great racing we've had across the weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and hopefully 2025 will deliver as well. But from me, I'll say goodbye. I've had a fantastic 2024, and what a way to end it, Josh.
Absolutely. Big thanks to the On-Side Productions team that have brought us fantastic pictures over the course of the 2 days. Absolutely excellent weekend to round out the 2024 season. The Waterhays Trophy will be back next year. I'm sure it'll be on the same weekend, but that will be announced in due course, and we hope to be able to bring that to you in 12 months' time. We hope you've enjoyed the racing as much as we have. We'll say goodnight for now and see you next year.